Let me just switch the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. So my name's Craig. I started out in the industry as a freelancer, built up my own agency, hated working with clients, moved on to doing affiliate marketing, consulting, YouTube, and various other things. So going to talk about how I'm currently making money from SEO and some of the tactics and stuff like that along the way. Spoke at plenty of events out there. Obviously, I've only got 20 minutes today, so if you do want to get in touch, you can take that there and get in touch on social media. If you want to get in touch, that is. So some of the techniques that still make money just now. Now, I work in the iGaming space, and there's obviously a lot of people who call it black hat, whatever you want to do. So I just want to talk about some of the growth and some of the tactics that get involved in the iGaming space, because obviously it's very competitive. And I always look at the Southeast Asian market to see what sort of tricks these guys are playing. And you'll be able to see people get massive growth very, very quickly for a lot of the search terms out there, whether it's in Vietnam, whether it be in India, whether it be Brazil, the US. This kind of shit works all over the place, where people are able to get very, very quick growth. And some of the tactics that people are deploying on there, I think, are always very creative. So for example, you can go and buy a US.com domain name, which is a DR, I don't even know what's the DR figures? 92, something like that. It's an outrageously powerful DR. You can go and buy that for 16 bucks, a US.com. You can buy it from Namecheap and various other places as well. 16 quid, 19 quid actually. And you can go and you can rank very, very well. Now, if you go to Ahrefs and you go to the top performing pages on US.com, you'll be able to see all sorts of porn, gambling, and everything else getting huge amounts of traffic by basically leveraging the power of those domain names. Now, the same thing can be applied to local stuff and whatever else as well. But as I say, you can see on there the type of traffic these guys are getting, the countries that this stuff's coming from and everything as well. And obviously the search volume on some of this stuff as well is ridiculously high. So that works very, very well. Parasite SEO, a lot of people talk about it. I think that still works really, really well, and something I would always deploy, especially in the age of LLMs and everything else as well. You can use the parasites to feed the LLMs and all of that kind of stuff. Buying links, something I do regularly from places like insert.link, where you can get nice, cheap, cost-effective links. And there are other places out there as well, and they do allow you to put casino links and stuff like that on there as well, and or any other types of links, which are quite important. So that, coupled with sending some viral traffic to these websites as well, traffic, click-through rate manipulation, call it whatever the hell you like, traffic to these pages obviously helps massively with your rankings, whether that be social media traffic, whether you're doing paid ads, whether you're doing anything else, viral traffic is going to help. Doing that onto these domain names gets you a massive uplift as well. So when you look at those initial graphs and you see, how's that guy went from 0 to getting 20,000 hits a month? It's that combination of things that people are doing that get you that viral impact. Now, you can go and buy really shoddy traffic out there from propeller ads and various other things, or you can go to Signalboy, and they do send you a wide range of different traffic from different proxies, from aged accounts and everything else. That kind of stuff will work better for you. I would avoid using propeller ads because it's porn traffic and stuff like that you're going to send to your website, and that is going to kill your website long term. So when you hear the word CTR, just be very careful in terms of what traffic you send to your website, because people take these things literally, going, any traffic will do. Propeller ads is the type of ads, if you are on a porn website and you see this pop-up coming, that is that type of ad that forces you onto a gambling website or whatever it may be, and you're going to bounce off it straight away. And that is where, when you're doing CTR, the engagement, the click-through rate and all of that's really important. So you don't really want upon people hitting your plumber's website, for example, because the chances are they're going to bounce off straight away because it's the last thing in the world they were looking for. So please avoid that when you're doing that type of stuff. Pop cash ads, there's so many other types of traffic you can buy. Just be very careful on the traffic that you buy. And if you do all of that kind of stuff, you will get good rankings, even in countries like the US, good organic traffic, good organic keywords for some of the most competitive keywords that are out there. So that kind of stuff works really well. Now, I've said it often enough as well, there's a part of the jigsaw that people miss out on that conversation because it all sounds very simple and very easy. The missing part of that whole process that people don't talk about is the canonical trick as well. So the canonical abuse is a very real thing in the world of SEO, and using us.com domain names or even expired domains and everything else, if you point the canonical to another website, you're able to pass the power to the other website. So that's another thing that people are doing that they don't often talk about. They just say, go buy a us.com, throw some content on it, send some viral traffic to it, build some links to it, and off you pop. That's 90% of the story. You need to also think about the canonical abuse that goes on in there. Now, on top of that, content writing is very, very important for any of these websites, because when we're getting that quick growth, we do need to be getting content on there. Now, I have tried everything, the same as probably most of you guys. I've tried ChatGPT out the box, just copy and paste, put it on there, you get a little bit of traction, then you get slapped. But this particular lady is very, very smart and tries and tests so many different things. Victoria Olsina, she's actually from London, and she gave me her template of being able to create content at scale. And that's something I actually bought for, I think it was $99 or something ridiculous like that. Now, she's basically, at the time, had custom GPTs, she's got Claude skills and a whole bunch of other stuff as well. And there's so many different prompts in there and so many other cool things that just make really good content. So being able to do content at scale, I'm not going to sit there and mess around for 5 and 6 months trying and testing to see if I can perfect it, when someone like Victoria's already spent 200, 300, 400 hours perfecting that, and I can go and buy it for $99 and then ship content out onto these websites very, very quickly that does the job. So she's very smart. I've put up some of the stuff up there that her prompts and everything else does, and it does a really good job. Now, the clever thing she also does is she uses the Neuron Writer API to pull in keywords and everything else as well. Only costs you $57 for that API access. So if you get her thing, plug it into Neuron Writer, you've got a really good content machine there. Now, I'm sure there's other people doing other crazy cool things as well, and you might find a better way of doing it, but that's the way I'm currently doing it. So that stuff's really important, but obviously on top of that, making sure that your pages are in Google's index as well is something I always have to regularly check, because doing all of that and not checking whether your stuff's been indexed is a disaster. And like I say, on top of that, when you're doing that sequence, you're able to make a whole bunch of money in the casino market, bingo market, whatever it may be that you do. And like I say, it works a hell of a lot easier on other stuff. Now, these toes, got a story here to tell you. I told it yesterday at the event, so apologies if you're hearing that again. They're not my toes, by the way, just to be clear. One of my friends, I was speaking at an event in Vietnam last year, and one of my friends, we're sitting by the pool, and one of my friends took that picture and tagged me in it on Facebook and said, "This dirty bastard's got his toes out," or words to that effect. And my mum fucking seen it because he tagged me in it. Now my mum messages my wife and says, "The fuck's happened to Craig's toes here?" So people are starting to think that's really my toes, and I'm like, fucking hell, you bastard, why are you doing that? Anyway, so I took a bit of offence to that. Now you can see it's actually an Asian guy's feet. I don't know where that came from, somewhere on the internet. It's actually not mine, but my mum blindly just believed it was me and said I need to go and get a pedicure or whatever the hell you get with these things. So I was pissed off. Guy called Kazra Dash, by the way, that's his website, Only Feet, and he makes a lot of money, and you'll be able to see he uses the us.com as well and gets a significant amount of traffic. This is the same guy, by the way, makes money from girls selling their feet pictures, so just another niche you might want to think about. But anyway, this is the guy, Kazra Dash, and we always call him Kazbula, just as a nickname. And he hates it. He absolutely hates it. Now, previously, if you went to ChatGPT and you put in who is Kazbula Dash, it will come up there saying it's, you know, Kazra's the evil twin sister and she does SEO and all this kind of crap. Now, you'll also see that it will say down there, one likely origin involves Craig Campbell, and obviously it cites some of my Facebook posts where I'm calling him Kazbula and so on and so forth. Now, if you put his real name into ChatGPT, Kazra Dash, that's what comes up. Now, obviously I want to change that. Now, how do you go about manipulating the LLMs and stuff like that? Very simple and very easy. A lot of people talk about it. For me, it's quite easy, but first thing is we obviously need to be cited on other websites that his name's Kazbula. So I'm speaking at an event in Milan and I got him involved as a speaker. And the guy was messaging me saying, can Kazra send these slides and all that stuff? And I'm like, yeah, but his name's Kazbula. And he's like, all right, I'll change his name. So on the website, it comes up Kazbula Dash on there. So I've got one citation that his name's Kazbula Dash. I also went out and bought kazbuladash.com and threw his face up on it, and all the titles and all the optimization on page is all Kazbula. I also went out my way to make kazbula.co.uk, but stupidly, he didn't even buy his own domain name. So I own kazradash.co.uk with the title Kazbula this, Kazbula that. So that coupled with some Google Trust signals, such as a GMB listing. So we just dropped a pin in the middle of Scotland and got that done. We also launched a Google book, and you can see at the top under his name, Kazbula Dash. We were also able to build fake, those kind of cheap wiki or Bahika or whatever the hell that's called, made out some fake Wikipedia pages with his name Kazbula Dash. And very quickly, we were able to manipulate what the LLMs thought his name was. And basically online as well. So he'd been speaking for years and we were able to change his name very, very quickly just by that small sequence of events. We also bought a knowledge panel for him and also edited his Wikidata profile. These are both services you can buy on legit for a small amount of money, and we're able to manipulate his name. Now, when you put his name into ChatGPT now, you'll see that it actually says his real name's Kazbula Dash. And this Kazra Dash is the joke figure. So the point in me telling you that stuff is you need to protect your brand as well in this day and age, because someone will come and take you to the cleaners and brand jack you and whatever else. They could essentially say something ridiculous about you as well. You know, you've done this or you've done that. It's that easy to feed the LLMs and mislead AI as well. So just be careful when you're building out your businesses and stuff like that. So LLM manipulation is very easy. It's not about optimizing your own website, it's about optimizing on multiple other websites. So that's really important. I've done the same to that guy, Russell Lobo. And so the message there is just make sure you protect your brand as well, because brand search is huge in today's day and age. And you want to continue feeding those LLMs. One other thing we've done to manipulate stuff with Kazbula Dash as well. And I've done the same thing for myself here. If I want to put up on Google, Craig Campbell's the best black hat SEO in the world, you'll be able to see the fourth website down is a Roman Catholic church in Atlanta. How did I get that to say that I'm the best SEO in the world or whatever it says? The search functionality was enabled on that website. Now, what that basically means is I can go in and create any other URL on that website and I can force index it and I can say what the fucking hell I like about anyone in this room, and you've not got a fucking leg to stand on. I will feed the LLMs that you do this, that, and the next thing very, very easily. So I could go to CNN just now. I don't know if CNN's sorted that out yet, but CNN was one of the ones that still allow you to do that up until recent times. Now, I use an indexing tool to obviously force index those URLs. I use Indexceptional, but there's many other indexing tools out there that you can use. And like I say, CNN, one of the big websites out in the US, you could do the exact same thing and say what you fucking like about anyone, and it's great for feeding the LLMs. For anyone who does some local stuff, can you still drop a GMB pin in places and manipulate all of that kind of stuff without actually being at the address? Absolutely. Some of the stuff you want to look out for is making sure you've got an aged account or a trusted Google account that you're doing it for. Now, on this screenshot here, you'll be able to see my office, and you'll be able to see it's a yellow kind of shaded building, which means that's a commercial property. Now, if I look around the industrial estate where my office is, you'll be able to see some grey buildings, which are houses, and you'll see some yellow buildings on there. Very easy to identify the opportunities where you can drop pins. Do not drop a pin on a building that's got 14 other plumbers in it. They're going to ask for verification, they're going to ask to see a sign and stuff like that. So if you've got an aged GMB, an aged Google account, that's one trust signal. Even if you do some Google ads on that account, again, you're trusted. And if you drop that pin on a yellow thing there that does not have another business at it, the chances of that going through automatically are very high. So you can go and drop pins and all that kind of stuff today and still be able to do some local stuff and do pin drops in different locations. And you might want to do that. I'm based in Glasgow. I might want to have an office in London or pretend to have an office in London. I'll just go find a yellow building in London and drop a pin on it. And again, soak up some of the local traffic. So that can work very, very well for you. What was I going to say there? So we'll tell you, even when you're going to check these buildings, what's there, you'll be able to see what's in those buildings, and you'll be able to see other opportunities that are available out there. And like I say, one thing that always helps warm up the Gmail that you're dropping these pins with is some cheap ads. Run some ads. Now, if you're going to do this kind of stuff, one other thing, again, people don't tell you about, when you're doing this stuff, you probably want to use an Android phone and you want to fake your location or spoof your location. So if I want to drop a pin in London and I'm trying to do it from my phone in Glasgow, Google's going to go, doesn't seem quite right. So we're going to do some verification on that. So if I spoof my location and say that I'm here and I'm dropping the pin here, the chances of that going through automatically are extremely high again. So that works really well. Now, some of the other stuff I do to make money, over the years, like I say, I had an agency, got rid of it, hated working with fucking clients, done affiliate, got shafted by SEMrush and various other people like that who just cut their affiliate program with 2 weeks notice. So I'm like, this affiliate game's a scam as well. Literally utilising all the knowledge and experience, and not necessarily just SEO, but marketing. Like I do stuff on Whatnot, for example, and I live stream football memorabilia, and you'll be able to see there's so many money-making opportunities out there. And the reason I'm mentioning this is because so many people are obsessed over lead gen or doing work for plumbers or working for clients or all of that kind of stuff. You don't have to do that. There's so many other ways to make money out there. For example, I can do a live stream in Whatnot tonight and make anything between 3 and 5 grand in an hour for live streaming football memorabilia. That fucking easy, because I know how to market, I'm comfortable speaking, and I've got a product that I can get for cheap and sell for a lot more money. So it blows my brain when people go, I don't know what to do. Now, on top of that, I've utilised all my marketing skills. I've got a relatively big SEO YouTube channel. I've applied the exact same methods to another niche. And I've got like a football podcast, and I do all of this kind of stuff, and I've got amazing growth on the football podcast, which I then get sponsors, and I can make money. So you always have to think outside the box and be creative. There's so much opportunity out there, rather than fighting every SEO saying, I'm the best SEO, I can do this, I can do that. For me, I don't even do SEO for anyone anymore. I only do it for my own businesses. And again, I think so many other SEOs are fighting with other SEOs, backstabbing each other. He's shit at this, come to me, I'll do you better service. There's so many other opportunities out there. Like I said, with Kazra, he does the onlyfeet.us.com. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, but he makes money from that. I do football cards, I've got various other business interests, and there is so much opportunity that you guys need to utilize all of these skills and all the knowledge and experience to actually go and make yourself some money. And like I say, build up my Instagram and the football thing, and everything else as well. So it's relatively simple and easy to do. And one last little example, because I need to get off. That's my time nearly up. Age domains, I spoke about it earlier. Now, this was an opportunity. This hotel chain called Von Essen Hotels went bust in 2011. It was publicised all over the papers and everything else, and very high-profile guy, Andrew Davies. He owned this. The hotel chain was worth about 300 million, and I seen it went bust. Now, most people go, "Oh, that's a shame," and just forget about it. I seen that as an opportunity. I thought, I'm going to get that motherfucker's domain name, because it had backlinks from BBC. It was all over the papers. They had done SEO for the 10 years prior to that, and I got the domain name because he went bust and it just expired. I grabbed his domain name and slapped a website up on it, which still ranks to this day for a whole bunch of different search terms. And I got booking.com affiliate on there, and I'm able to make money from that guy's misfortune just because I applied my market knowledge or taking advantage of an expired domain, which is perfectly legal to do, and make money from it. Because he went bust and lost all his hotels, I didn't have to go out and replace the hotels. I just went to booking.com, and people can still get a hotel in Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh, London, whatever, and I can make money. So, like I say, so many opportunities out there, but I've only got 20 minutes to talk about all of that stuff. So sadly, I'm out of time. But if you do want to keep in touch, you can get me on Instagram's probably the best place, or I've got literally thousands of videos on YouTube talking about all sorts of crazy stuff that we do from a digital marketing perspective. So thank you very much, everyone. And yeah. Go.
We want to welcome our new speaker, Jabez Rubez, LLM Domination.
You need to press left for your slides to move. I don't know, it's back to front, man.
One more?
Yeah, so that's for the start of the recording, that's the live stream.
Okay.
Presentation.
Which one moves next?
There you go.
How do we go full screen in this? Oh, perfect. All right, so my presentation today is going to be about LLM domination, and basically the goal here will be to cover and share points that we've implemented over 10 months of testings for our clients, for our campaigns, and see if you can implement those pointers in your GEO and LLM campaigns. Quick intro, my name is Jabez Ruben. I'm based out of Thailand. I live with my family there. How does it move? Okay. I run an agency called The Blueprints. I run a SaaS called Link Validator and a series of events under the name of LLM Mastery. So first things first, let's understand a quick difference between Google search and LLM search. Usually now, as per research, LLM search volume, if on Google you use 3 to 4 words, usually people use 23 plus words now on LLMs. If people are searching for best pizza near me on Google, people now look for more elaborate search. Best pizza near me for a date night, preferably an Italian pizza. Queries are mostly unique on Google, but on LLMs, it's 70%. Queries are more unique on LLMs compared to Google, 70% more unique every time, even when people are looking for the same kind of content. There's no context retention across Google, but across LLMs, ChatGPT, Claude, and all, it keeps preserving context. It keeps profiling you, and so that it can personalize results for your search. Conversion rate across LLMs is 23% higher, 23 times higher than Google. And one of the most important things, especially when you're working with clients, is that there's no fixed #1 position when it comes to LLM ranking. So we cannot guarantee any client that, hey, we will make you #1 through the month or through the week. Because rankings keeps changing for the very same prompt through the day. So we take an average ranking when it comes to ranking measurement across LLMs. Retrieval behavior, how LLMs are pulling the info. Just a quick info on this. So all LLMs have their training data, but on top of the training data, they are pulling their data from various sources. So it's good to understand where they're pulling their sources from, their info from. So ChatGPT uses a mix of Bing. It also uses another API called Bright Data, which is supposed to be a mix of Google and a couple of other providers, but it's not very public or guaranteed. Claude uses a search engine called Brave Search, and Google AI Mode obviously uses its own Google Index. Fan-out query, I'll explain you more about fan-out query concept, but just for a quick info here, ChatGPT uses 10 to 18 fan-out queries. We are also seeing now fan-out queries, up to 30 fan-out queries being used in ChatGPT. Claude, we can see 1 to 4 subqueries. Google AI Mode, even if they are using fan-out queries at the back end, we are not able to see, at least in the front, how many fan-out queries it's using. Oh. 1 second, sorry, it's a clicker. Okay. So I'll quickly show you 3 case studies from 3 different niches. One from e-com niche, another one from a local business niche, and a third one from an agency niche. So the first one is a client of ours. They make standing desk, e-com niche, and the client is highlighted desk key. This result is from Google AI Overview. The client is recommended as best overall. They're in AI mode also, they are being recommended. Also, #1 recommendation on ChatGPT. This screenshot is just from couple of days ago. And you can see that an article that we published on August 11th also started showing up in the answers. Also, all these screenshots are from logged out incognito accounts, so none of the results were personalized. This is another old screenshot for the same client from Perplexity. And the most important part is that the client started seeing 15 to 20% increase in sales across all 3 regions. The client is in US, Canadian, and Australia. So the client, after we started doing the campaigns, they started seeing 15 to 20% increase in their sales. Next, this client is a local business. They are a fencing company. The client is Premier Fencing, and they started ranking for best fencing company in their region. This is ChatGPT. Now this is Google AI Mode. This being recommended on Google AI Mode as well for best fencing company. And lastly, an SEO agency client in Toronto that wants to rank for best SEO agency, being recommended in ChatGPT and also recommended in Google AI Mode as best agency for law firms and medical practices. So 3 core concepts before we dig into how to start our GEO or LLM rankings. So the #1 concept is consensus. So when it comes to LLM rankings, consensus is far more important than building backlinks. In fact, I would say backlinks are not even that important when it comes to LLM visibility. And when it comes to consensus, we need to build topical authority. Some of you may already know the concept of topical authority coined by Corey Tugbuk. So we've been publishing topical coverage, or just in simple term, topical authority means you just cover all aspects about your business, about your product, about your brand. And brands have been publishing topical authority on their own website. But when it comes to LLM visibility, LLM rankings, we need to publish off-page topical coverage, off-page topical authority, meaning on third-party sites, there needs to be enough elaborate coverage about your brand. And the third important point to understand is understanding the keyword intent. So quick example, we had a event booking platform, a client, and they came to us and they said that we want to rank for best party venues in New York City. But if you search for best party venue in New York City across any LLM, you will see actual venues, GBP reports, Google Maps, and all that. none of the LLMs will give you a recommendation for a booking platform. So it's important for clients to know that what kind of keywords are realistically feasible for them to go after. So for this client, we had to educate them and start targeting smaller volume keywords, but highly critical to them. And we started targeting best platform for booking event booking platforms. So three concepts: consensus, topical authority, and understanding keyword intent. So we start our GEO campaigns or LLM campaigns or AEO campaign, any kind of LLM visibility campaigns by doing research. And the first point of research is understanding fan out queries. And fan out queries are basically, if you search for any term, ChatGPT or any other LLMs breaks it into 10, 20, 30 sub-queries. It's almost like they are searching using different parameters before giving you the final answer. And in fan out queries, you can see that we search for the term best home renovation company in Toronto, and it's looking for different pointers. So it's looking for awards. It's looking for, I'm looking for renovation company. It's looking for renovation contractors. It's looking whether the contractors do whole home renovation, entire home. And it's also searching through all the companies that it already knows are real contractors. So all the information from here gives you an idea of what all pointers you need to include in your content. Another query that we ran, best red light therapy for shoulder pain. And you'll see that it's looking for FDA clearance. Interestingly, it's also looking for data from 2024. And it's also looking for manufacturers, shoulder wrap. And these are all the information that we can implement in our content. And this is the latest structure of how ChatGPT is breaking fan outs in the backend. So it gives you an idea of what it's looking for. And some new features that we are seeing is it's adding a parameter for the freshness of sources. It's looking whether the sources are 30 days old or it is 365 days old. After fan out queries, the next thing that we research for is the reasoning verbatim. This is again that is the next level that comes in ChatGPT. It gives you an idea what further it is looking for. So after the fan outs, it's looking for, you can say it's kind of a filtration process, how it will finalize its answer. So for the query best red light therapy, it's comparing products by wavelength, it's comparing treatment area, it's comparing return policies. And this again gives you info of what content you can add to your website and to your articles as well. So based on that research, for one of our clients, this is the fencing client, we saw that ChatGPT was looking for BBB certificates. So we basically started adding in their articles that this particular client is BBB verified with an A+ rating. And then that client started servicing in AI mode, but in AI mode, it also started showing that Premier Fencing is BBB verified. So getting that information from fanouts and reasoning verbatim helps you push your brands with the right content. After fanout queries and reasoning data, we gather all the brands, all our competitors that are showing up across all models, and this is just few of the models. And these the brands or the competitors that show the most across all models, these are the brands that you need to include in your articles. These are the brands that you want to, or the competitors you want to publish comparison articles with or add them to your listicles. The fourth point we look into are the categories. So for any answer, LLMs give LLMs give their answer in various categories. Especially if your brand is new, don't go after the best overall category. Put your brand in smaller categories, make them win smaller categories. After they've won smaller categories, then you go and target that this brand is the best overall category, best overall provider. The last part is the research of the sources. A lot of people usually just look for which listicles are ranking in ChatGPT, which listicles are ranking across LLMs, but that is just a very basic part. I would say there are so many low-hanging fruits that we can target, and very important factors like in the sources section, you will see which pages of your competitor are being pulled, and over here we can see that ChatGPT is looking into the testimonial page of my competitor. It's looking into the homeowner stories of my competitor. It's also looking for awards pages of my competitor. These are all pages that my clients need to add on their own website as well. Then we see that even Instagram pages are being pulled in the sources section, and what kind of content it's being pulled. So we can see that it's looking for awards, it's looking for reviews, it's looking for customer posts. So this also gives you an idea that your clients need to publish Instagram or LinkedIn or any other kind of articles, and what kind of content they need to be publishing. What I also like finding are niche specific directories that show up in citations. So over here, there's a very niche specific directory that we can find, and it's very easy to create profiles here. And so this research gives you a data where all your brands need to create free profiles besides G2, Trustpilot, Clutch, and other kinds of directories. And my favorite part of finding the resources is finding these satellite sites or PBNs, you can say, that start showing up in ChatGPT. You can, for a client, for the main keyword or main query, best standing desk, most of the citations that we see these days are from a competitor that is just basically creating satellite sites or PBNs, which with no traffic or no DR. So it's again something that even our clients can test out and see if creating satellite sites gives them an additional boost in the LLM rankings. So once your research is done, it gives you an idea what kind of content you need to be publishing. Whether you need to first, if you're brand new site, if you're a brand new brand, you first need to publish content which is basically topical authority, topical coverage, to feed into the training data of LLMs. Once that stage is done, you publish content that will help you win the live retrieval race or the final race of being recommended. And for that, you need to publish content like listicles, comparison articles, brand review, alternatives, buyer's guide. So basically, buyer's guide is publishing articles like 7 things to know before working with a fencing company or before working with a plumber. And in that, you add a section called three recommended companies to work with. And press release articles as well. So press release style articles published in the form of guest posts. For example, Agency X launches its award-winning service now in London. Also, comparison articles. So we saw that in fan out queries, all our main competitors that were already showing in the search, we create comparison articles in the form of A versus B versus C, which is the best brand in XYZ niche. This is especially helpful if your brand is new and it's not showing anywhere in the research process, but not even in the recommendation or not in the fan outs. Then using comparison articles, you can feed your brand into the consideration pool. Because I have very less time left, I'll quickly go through the main content formula that we add in all 6 article types. Brand positioning, as I mentioned earlier, based on the research, analyze where your client stands. Don't go after the best overall category right away, wins smaller subcategories before placing your brand as the best overall brand. Competitors to include, this is a question we get asked a lot, should I include or not include my competitors? Our take is that always include your competitors in your articles. it helps LLM and also Google to understand that your brand is in the same league of other bigger players. Article titles, do not use the word tested and tried in the article title. I'll quickly show you in a bit why we should not use tested and tried in your article title. Meta description, make the answer clear in the meta description. For example, if you're looking for best real estate agents, just start with, here are the best real estate agents, and list as many brands you can in the given allotted character limit. Keep the answer clear in the URL as well. Answer the query in the first 30% of the article. The sooner, the simpler you answer the query, the better your chances of LLM scrolling the rest of the article. We usually don't add backlinks to our client's main website in the article, and that's mainly to stay clear of any kind of Google penalties. Because we are publishing content at scale, we are trying to build consensus at scale. We try to not add any links to our client's main website. Instead, we add links to their review profiles like G2 profile, Trustpilot profile, or any other review, any other listicle that we had published for them. TLDR, make the answer clear in the TLDR section as well. And just mention your brands in the TLDR section as well. LLMs love formatted content, so tables, testimonials, reviews, awards, all those work really well. Introduce all the brands in an H2, so write the brand and your competitors and specify what they are good for, and this should always be in the H2 format. As I mentioned, use numbers, stats, backup claims, all these semantic triples, all these get picked up really well by LLMs, and that's the format they really like. And an important thing is that you should avoid having any kind of footprints, especially if you're publishing content at scale, avoid footprints. So we started seeing this kind of flags in Claude around June, where it started flagging out content that was looking similar. And especially when people start publishing a lot of comparison listicles, Claude was very quick to start publishing this flag. So to avoid getting stuck or being filtered out by Claude, we make sure that there's no footprint. So by footprint, we make sure from top to bottom, like from intro, TLDR, tables, there's variation from top to bottom. Our articles, even though we are publishing 20 listicles or 30 comparison articles, none of them look similar. The openers, the FAQs, everything should look different. And also make sure you put the right information with the stats and all, because Claude is quick to analyze the details. So we were trying to rank a client for the quietest standing desk in USA. And this particular competitor who we had published on #2 spot started appearing on #1 spot. And even the citation is the citation that we had published. So because of our article, this competitor started ranking #1, even though they were placed on #2 spot. And that was mainly because to be in the quietest standing range, you need to have the lowest decibel. And in our article, even though we ranked our competitor, on #2, and our client was on #1, this competitor had lower decibels than our client. And because of that, Claude understood the information and placed the competitor on #1 spot. Fresh versus old content, we recommend being added into just publish fresh articles for your brands instead of running after old content, reaching out to webmasters and asking them to include you in old articles. We just get better ROI when we are publishing fresh piece of content. Site selection, quickly I'll go through. Make sure there are no, when you're publishing content on various websites, there's no LLM blockers, there's good speed. Ahrefs has a score called AI citation score. It just gives you an idea that the site is not dead to the AI LLM's ecosystem. If you can get sites with decent traffic, great, but just avoid any site that have fake traffic. sites that are closely relevant to your niche helps, but if you can't, you can publish on shoulder niche sites as well. And do not stress about publishing on premium sites only. We've seen great results publishing on very, very small sites. I showed you an example where even competitors publishing on PBNs are seeing great results. And article targeting, if you are, especially if you are in local niche, make sure you're targeting subcategories and you start from the location where your GMB map is located. So you look, if you're trying to rank for, in London, make sure you're first targeting where your Google map is placed. So if you're in Westminster, start with best SEO agencies in Westminster before targeting best SEO agencies in London. And once you're ranking for that, only then you proceed to best SEO agencies in UK. And this is the part that I was referring to, that you should avoid tested and tried. And that's because in 2024, there was an FTC guideline that you shouldn't publish articles or listicles especially and claim them to be tested and tried. So if you have not used a product, you cannot make that claim that I have tested and tried. So for that reason, don't put any tested and tried disclaimer on your article title, and add a disclaimer that this article has been published with information that was available online. And for LLMs, make sure you don't miss out, don't skip any of the free real estate that is available. So any of the free publishing platforms you can get, hold on, spread your content across all platforms. And when you are taking reviews from your clients, or when your clients are taking reviews from their own clients, tell them to be more descriptive. Just saying that their service was great won't make that much of an impact. But if they are more descriptive, for example, if a real estate agent is collecting reviews, and their clients can say something like, we had a great service experience and we are a family of 4, and this particular agent really helped a family find the perfect home. That kind of descriptive review feeds far more into the LLM consensus and the LLM rankings. And that's about it. If you want my slides, you can just scan and get these slides. Thank you.
You come back.
Oh, I'm getting the question. So, I mean, I thought what you presented was really interesting. One key question I had is, what's the frequency? 2 things. You said you can't get really ranked on LLMs, but you mentioned something about average ranking. So, how frequent does that change, and how do you hold on to that average ranking spot or position and move it up? What's that kind of, and how much content do you have to feed or push out there to keep or maintain that constant ranking, or to move the needle, or to keep even your current position? Does that make sense?
Yeah. So it changes through the day. Also changes based on profiling. The LLMs do profiling. So if someone is searching for a real estate agent, based on that person's profile, whether it's a bachelor, or it's a family person, the answers will keep changing. So frequency, I would say through the day. Also based on profile, it changes drastically. I would recommend Malte, who is from PKI here. He is the best person to give you more data on frequencies, because they are measuring this info at a huge scale. But as simple as through the day, it will change drastically.
Day to day.
Day to day can change. Even if you search for the same query through the day, it can change.
Actually, after like 15 prompts and answers, this quarter of the citation are stabilizing. Yeah, so yeah, it randomized, and Peak AI or Surfer AI can be like your AI tracker on the specific prompts. But after like running the same queries for like 15 days, for example, it like quarter of the sources are stabilizing, or when the LLMs might change. Yeah, for example, Reddit was going up and down, and you can check the tool, Surfer Tools. It's monitoring each day how LLMs violates on the specific elements. So first AI tracker, then if you want to check it daily, maybe some tools. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you.
Does someone else want to make a question?
Thanks, Lloyd.
Welcome our new speaker, Adriana Vujadin. The method for converting high-paying SEO clients via LinkedIn posts.
Oh, okay. Test. Okay. Too many mics. And thanks for questions. Like, that's why we are here. So, okay. Welcome everyone. Good morning. Usually I would start with some joke, but nothing is coming to me. I wonder why. So thank you so much for coming. But what I will give you today is something that is much more valuable. And that is my approach for converting high-paying SEO clients via LinkedIn branding, via LinkedIn posts. So usually when people are asking me like why you start being like SEO coach, like I'm saying like by accident, nobody wants to be SEO coach, believe me. But some kind of journey, I don't know like who is doing this, but I came to that journey. I was working as a head of SEO for the US consulting company, and I started to posting on LinkedIn 4 years ago for my coaching business. And whatever I was posting, and I was posting every day, no matter what I would post, I wouldn't get a client. I would get a likes, support for my family, friends, peers on the LinkedIn, but I wouldn't get a client. So I was always asking like how other people are getting clients, but just like not me. Is it just because I'm from Bosnia, Serbia, you know, like I was circling like these kinds of things. But then I was, I was getting some likes, but definitely no clients. And I don't know how I didn't give up, because every day for 7 months, daily, I swear to God, I was posting, but like nothing. So I started to combining my SEO knowledge with a little bit of psychology, with a little bit about the mindset. I was paying the LinkedIn coach, I was paying a business mentor, and then I was started to kind of come up with some kind of new examples, new patterns. Of course, I was doing like so many mistakes, so many failures. But then something was starting to change, and I would get some leads. Usually they would be like very bad leads from these posts, but at least I started something is happening. And I was constantly upgrading like that kind of structure of the post. And then boom, it happened like with the one post, With the one post, I was getting like definitely much more leads than I was gaining before. And that is when I was analyzing why this. I came up with a specific structure. That is what I'm going to share with you. And from just like one particular post, I was gaining like 7 leads. Of course, I didn't get like all the clients. Maybe 2 to 3 were really good paying clients. But I realized, okay, there is a specific structure what we need to do to really get the attention of these people, who is our target audience. So today I'm going to talk about that. Basically, for people who are looking for high-paying SEO clients, and I really want to define what high-paying SEO clients mean, because usually When we started with the SEO, we were working with the cheap clients, like people from our hometown, just like referring us. For example, my brother he's always saying like, hey, whoever mentioned marketing, like, hey, my sister can help you, even like he doesn't know anything about SEO and he just like don't want. So when we are really talking about high-paying SEO clients, I'm talking about people, companies, not agencies, that you are going to get by working with them. And usually these people are founders, co-founders, managers, directors, like C-level people who want to get a help from you. And that is not something that will be above 5K, because usually like these people are looking for bigger teams, agencies. And like if you are SEO consultant who is just like one person, that is like the thing for you. Usually, we don't want to target like cheap clients because we have like so bad experience before that, like in the past. But like I really could see that like this filtering people from 2,000 to 5,000 is a good match for the independent SEO consultant. Thank you for taking a picture of me. This side, please. So we will talk about this in this presentation. And we definitely know how frustrating it can be when we are posting on LinkedIn every day. We are wasting our time and energy, but we are not getting anything. We are getting likes from our friends supporting us, taking pictures of us, but like nothing, like nobody is going to pay our bills. So the key problem here is when we go to the LinkedIn feed, we are constantly seeing SEO posts. People are just sharing their SEO knowledge. It's kind of like SEO library, Google SEO books. But what we are not seeing in these LinkedIn posts is when someone is talking about real business language, because our target audience is, again, founder, co-founder, manager, C-level people. So we really need to think in their way how to get the attention, because if we are not getting their attention, we will get just attention of our friends. And this is a key moment, because everybody is thinking, oh, I need to pause, but these people on LinkedIn pretending to be like SEO freelancers, SEO influencers, it's a similar world, but they are just like getting likes, they're not getting clients. Okay. What is interesting for this method is keep an eye, because I'm using the same method in this presentation as well. And I already mentioned like 2 parts, but no worries, I will mention it again. But it's very interesting when you are thinking in this way. Okay, I didn't present myself, so I'm Adriana Vujadin. My experience in digital marketing is almost like 10, 12 years, because before SEO, I started my digital marketing journey as a Google Ads consultant. Then I passed to SEO. I have been in the SEO industry for 7 years. I have been in the coaching industry for the last 4 years. And I'm just a human who is very obsessed with the SEO, with the mindset and business. And some of my clients, you can see like these pictures, but also some of them are in here. So thank you so much for joining this event. And now I'm going to talk about real things. These 5 mistakes are costing you high-paying SEO clients. And I will tell you that like none of these parts you don't have in the LinkedIn posts, except my SEO client. So basically, that is the thing why you're not grabbing attention of your target audience. Who is your target audience? High-paying SEO client. And these people are founders, co-founders, managers, and C-levels. People are constantly talking about SEO posts. They are writing SEO terms, but no, these target audience don't understand that. So mistakes that's costing you high-paying SEO clients are you don't have their desired result in your post. You don't have also their pain points. You don't have the authority. You're missing the business context, and you are lacking the next steps. And don't worry, we will go all these parts into very details, and I will show you the practical examples. But just next time, when you're writing a LinkedIn post, when you want to get that high paying SEO client, think about, am I talking about desired result? If I'm mentioning pain point, if I'm mentioning my authority, if I'm putting like some business context, and if I'm having the next step. How we are doing? What can I get for you? Some coffees, teas?
Yeah.
Okay, I will have a flat white. All right, first mistake is lack of desired results. What I mean by this, usually people are not putting desired results of the founders, co-founders, because they are so afraid if they are promising the results that they will feel salesy. We are constantly thinking, I can't guarantee anything or something like that. But just to know, when you are working and you want to work with these founders, co-founders, C-levels people, we really need to have that mindset shift. And that is like thinking what they want, because people will not pay you if you're not addressing and if you are not helping them to achieve what they want. So we really need to start creating our LinkedIn posts with the outcome that they want. If we are missing this, we are missing everything, because we just have like 3 seconds to catch business owner attention. If we didn't catch that attention, the whole post will not be written, and we just spend some time and energy on the writing the post itself. So practical example, what I mean by this is desired results. You can start your post with a house as owner, turn traffic into demo requests. What you shouldn't write is how to optimize SaaS blog content for search intent. Do you see the difference when you are talking SEO language or when you are talking business language? This sentence is for SaaS owner, the second is for the SEO peer. Okay. The second mistake is lacking the pain points. And definitely the LinkedIn posts who are not having the pain points of these business owners, they will miss the thing that business owner feel that you can understand them. Because if we are not raising the pain points of these owners, they will just think that like we are another SEO and they will not feel seen. So we constantly think, if I don't write SEO terms, I will not look smart, like people will not put me as authority and like these kinds of things. But again, when our goal is to get high-paying SEO client, I really want to focus on the post who is just for the high-paying SEO clients, not from other SEOs, not from other SEO friends or something like that. So we really need to start thinking that owners, they don't feel SEO as we do. They only feel money because they need money to give salaries, to whatever they are doing with their money. I wanted to say about buy a Lamborghini and like these kinds of things, but like they just looking how they can earn more money. And we need to show them that we can help them to earn money. So we really need to put in our LinkedIn post the pain point that they are feeling. How we will do that? By practical example. Traffic is up 25%. Demo requests haven't moved. Do you feel the pain? Everything is working properly, the traffic is up, but demo requests haven't been moved. That's the real pain of the one founder, co-founder, business owner, and C-levels. That is like how you are talking about their language. What you shouldn't include in your LinkedIn post is your demo pages aren't optimized for mid-funnel keywords, because it's almost the same thing. But one is talking with the business owner, another example is talking with another SEO peer. Because that is a constantly mindset shift that we need to reshift in our writing. Who am I writing for? Okay, mistake 3. mistake 3, and this is something that like none of these LinkedIn posts that we are having in the LinkedIn feed have, and that is the authority. And I know always people are saying, I don't want to promote myself on the LinkedIn, you know, like I don't want to be like this kind of person, but just think in that way. If we are not telling people how we know these kinds of things, how the hell they will know? Because sharing just knowledge and sharing the experience that I have doesn't mean that I'm promoting myself. It's my responsibility to tell people how I know these kinds of things. And we can do just like in one sentence, and definitely like one line, one sentence, and here is a great example. Working with the SaaS companies for the last 5 years. That means we are not here from yesterday. We have been working with the SaaS companies. Or 8 or 9 SaaS brands I work with, blah, blah, blah. But that means that we have been working with 8 SaaS brands. It's not bragging, it's not promoting. I'm telling you why me and who am I to talk about this. Is it promoting? I don't know. Okay, 2 more mistakes, but let's connect with the first 3. We need to talk about desired results, we need to talk about pain points, and we need to put just like one line who we are to talk about this thing. 2 more. Mistake 4, constantly seeing like in these LinkedIn posts, we are not putting the business context behind SEO efforts. And we are the only one who can connect the dots. Business owners, founders, C-level, they can because they don't understand SEO. And it's our responsibility to show them how we can help them. And I know all the SEOs are saying like, no, I can't guarantee any of the results. But we really need to start thinking that like nobody is buying SEO just because of SEO. They are buying if we can help them to earn money. So the goal for the next LinkedIn post that you are going to write is definitely start learning how to translate this SEO value into business value. I will give you just example how this is going to look like. We are starting with the SaaS website traffic is up, demo requests have been moved. We have desired results, we have pain point. We have the authority. What do I have this? Oh, we have the authority, and then we have the SEO value here. They haven't added search intent with keyword targeting. They often create a keyword cannibalization, blah, blah, blah. And that is like where you are going to show your knowledge. But also add, if you don't do SEO properly, demo requests will stay the same. We need to help them to understand how the optimizing of the demo request page will help them. So this is just the simple structure, but nobody is using there. Last 5 mistake is definitely not calling these business owners for any kind of connections for the next step. And I know all the SEOs are thinking, you know, like if I'm asking for the call, it will look so desperate, you know, like it will look the time so depressed or like these kinds of things. But no, these business owners, they have so much on their plate. Usually they have a team who is not proactive. So we really need to help them in the way to make their life easier and to make this decision quickly. So in the end of the LinkedIn post, we need to give them the reason, like why they should come on the call. Just for example, if you want to convert traffic into demo requests, book a free call to see how I did it. Do you see difference? Then curious what others think, let me know your experience. We don't want to be SEO influencer. We really want to be a serious SEO consultant who is getting these high-paying SEO clients via LinkedIn. So finally, the method for converting posts, I'm using it like in all my posts. My clients are using them in their posts. So we have a full circle that this is working. So definitely try, see how it's different. Don't be bothered because why all these SEO influencers are just sharing how bad their SEO day is. But if you're really here to get like these clients, high-paying SEO clients, if you are not a big name in the industry who is getting the referrals for so many different connections, start with LinkedIn. And definitely that is something that is working well, but you need to have totally different approach than most SEOs are doing on LinkedIn. Again, desired results, pain point, authority, business context, the next step. So definitely we don't need more content, we just need content that converts. And whoop, if you like my approach, if you like how I'm thinking, if you like my work, you're free to join our free Q&As. Monthly, we are talking about freelancing prices, getting high-paying SEO clients, different mindset. We are doing this differently, so you are free to join. Scan the form, let me know if you want to join us, and please ask me some questions. You can do the applause now. Any questions? Sorry? Yeah, yeah. Just send me a DM and I will send you the PDF. 3, 2, 1, that's it. You will not be able to ask me questions anymore. Whoop.
You're strong. Yeah. All good. Yeah, like this. Yeah. So the video recording, which we are doing as not as an organizer, but just helping out, will be available. I think it's UK SEO Summit.com/live. Please don't join now because it will be Apple, but after the show, the recording will be with organizers, so you can always match it down, as well as decks. So please.
This is the mic. Yeah. 1, 2, 3.
Not for the this is for the live stream, not for the event. I believe Andreas has that one.
Okay. Hello. Will it be working or not? I have the privilege of being. So hi.
Hello.
1 second. Technical problems is usual, always a part of it.
I think this might be for the recording.
1, 2, 3. Okay, and this maybe to the analyst also. Okay, so right now we're ready. Thank you for your participation. Are we ready with the second mic? So I have Mike, and my name is Mike. So I will have a privilege, a pleasure to moderate this panel. So maybe I will start with introduction. I will spoil almost each of your name. Sorry for that. Andriana Vujardin, an SEO mindset coach and the former head of SEO. She works with SEO professionals on confidence, pricing, careers, and just spoke a second ago. So bring her a loud applause for Ariana, please. Just to warm up this stage. Stuart Vickers, yes, SEO Jesus, agency founder, SEO in SaaS investor and author, and he will be speaking at 3 p.m. about agentic SEO stack. So give him a loud applause. Malte Landerberg,
Was it close?
Pretty close.
Pretty close. So CPO and CMO of Pick AI, previously VP of SEO in EDLO. Who used Peak AI? Please raise your hand. Or who knows Peak AI? Okay, I will do some brand checking. And who knows Surfer SEO? Okay, yes. Sorry for that. And give a loud applause for Martin. And Aris Vracas. Vracas?
Good, yeah.
I was close. Founder and the CEO of Run B, previously head of global SEO at Amazon, and he will be speaking at 10 to 5 p.m. Yeah, on how AI is rewriting the rules of SEO. So everybody will be speaking about the AI and how AI SEO changed the thing. And actually our panel is all about it. So the future of SEO in the AI era. So we have those mics for you, or we don't have? One, two. I will pass my mic. Yeah, I believe that if it will be working, it will be great. So I will start with the question to Alice. Your career runs through Amazon, Skyscanner, and now you are in the AI search company. You found such. So when you picture how people will find all those products, all those answers in 2 years from now, what do you think that shift will be like, and what most brands are not prepared for right now?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we're all playing catch up, right? Because everything is happening very fast. So when you're looking a few years ahead, you already have to catch up with how do you do content? How do you do tracking? How do you do analytics? How do you do zero-click? You know, these are the problems you're struggling with now. If you try to look 2 years ahead, I think what's coming is the tech stack for the fully agentic purchasing experiences, right? That's going to be the next frontier where, you know, every consumer has some form of open clause, some form of fully agentic AI, and you assign it purchasing task, and it completes the entire loop without the customer involved.
Do you believe that I will add my card to my cloud?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I think the next frontier in that space, it creates two big opportunities, right? And risks for companies who are slow. The first one is that the agent needs other confidence levels. It needs to get confidence levels from other signals to purchase your product versus somebody else's. So it's not going to be the same human making a judgment that you know, I can buy this whatever you're selling, local traveling, I don't know, canoe experience from you. The agent might decide that this is not a great option for you know, for a small business, or it might not want to work with a bigger business because it doesn't have, let's say, local content on something, or doesn't have the right checkout experience, right? So there's so much to inhibit that automatic purchase that most companies are not aware of. And this is as easy a problem to solve for B2B SaaS for smaller companies, right? These are problems that you can map and solve easier. Then when you look at bigger e-commerce, what that creates is that the agents have to decide from billions of products. So Amazon has close to 1 trillion products now, something like that, crazy. Nobody knows how many, not even internally, right? So and other companies too. And so when an agent goes in to say, I'm going to buy something for you and I'm going to choose it for you, it needs to have high confidence that this is the right product. It needs to go through a research process, and it knows a lot about the customer. It knows probably better in some ways from a data-driven perspective the customer, and then it knows a lot about the products, but not everything. It misses a lot of information. It doesn't know, for instance, that this is a great jacket to wear at work, right? It might think, it might want to pick it for a wedding jacket, which is not a great choice. And so that space, that entire space for e-commerce, I think is the largest opportunity in terms of how do you optimize your product feeds, how do you optimize your product to be individually identifiable for their purpose by AI, so that it can make a confidence recommendation that that's what you're looking for.
Okay. Sorry, we have one mic, so thank you. So like being agent readiness and clearing the description of the products, maybe descriptions of the images, and being ready for buying agents. In my humble opinion, people love to do the purchase, especially women. So I think that agents will do the research, yeah, but like final purchase, maybe like picking from 2 or 3 options, but the last mile decision will be, in my humble opinion, in human hands for a long time. But let's go to Malte. Peak analyzes like hundreds, probably millions of AI prompts. So you're sitting or a lot of evidence and like data. Where do you see the biggest gap between what data shows and what like industry of SEO believes in?
Yeah, so it's a couple million chats per day right now. I think the biggest mismatch between what data shows, what people are doing, is many people haven't realized how severe the change with GPT 5.6 was in terms of sources and fan-out queries. Like, just to give a couple of examples, in the fan-out queries, the ChatGPT is generating terms like best versus comparison are now much less common than they used to be in the past. And that has led to listicles and comparison pages. While they still have very big impact, if you look at page types among sources, they had the biggest decline. Doesn't mean they don't matter anymore. And for example, there's also like site searches that were now added to a lot of fan-out queries that directs the sources very much in the direction of a couple of very trusted domains. Also, the term official is now a lot more often part of the fan-out queries, showing that ChatGPT is really looking for like official information. You can abuse that, by the way, by just writing official in your footer, because in the end, it's still some form of search that's happening in the background. And this shift, I think, is the biggest thing. Reddit was the biggest loser of this change in terms of how often they are being cited. Again, this doesn't mean that Reddit now doesn't matter anymore, but it's much less dominant right now in ChatGPT sources than it was still like, I think they released it like 18 days ago, so then it was like 3 weeks ago. Yeah, that's the biggest shift I saw, where the data that I see right now and what people are doing is not matching.
Thank you for that. I have on my keynote like some specific slides on Reddit as a source and YouTube, because it varies between the models. So as a source of citation, Reddit performs totally differently in Gemini, totally differently in ChatGPT or in Perplexity. Stuart, I will pass the mic for a long time. So when we are talking about the futures, where are those AI agents genuinely are going? One of the speakers were talking about those retrieval agents who enter the sites. Yeah, but does agents change the SEO daily work on, or what is your position on it?
So I've got my talk coming up at 3, explaining exactly that. The short answer is I try to automate everything, which means it blows up in your face. So each individual agent is really good. I don't write SOPs anymore. I'm able to just voice dictate to Claude exactly what we need, what I want it to do. I can supplement that with third-party information. Even yesterday at LLM Mastery, I was able to take my takeaways, immediately put that into Claude, and all my agents were then updated with the little tweaks and takeaways I wanted to change. But at the current stage, we still need a human in the loop. I didn't fire my whole team. I basically just said, I'm going to keep paying you, take a back seat, sit in your garden while I try and automate everything. But sure enough, it didn't work out. When you leave these agents just to run, you come back in 2 weeks' time, Claude's going to say, job done, it's all looking good. And then you go and actually check 2 weeks later, and nothing's happened. Why not? Because there was some little approval loop where all I had to do was say yes. I keep talking about that Simpsons episode where Homer's got the bird that keeps on tapping. What you realize is all I have to press is Y. And that was a great realization to me with Claude. But as soon as you stop saying yes, it all falls apart. So that's not to say it's not going to get better. When the Fable 7 comes along, probably all of that will be fixed. But at least in the short term, individual agents are brilliant. But we still need people actually manning and firing them and being responsible for the outcome. So that's not to say I'm not fearful about the future where this could go. I'm sure there will be a point when we can, whatever new emerging e-com products gets immediately detected in the keyword tools, build a site for it, find a fulfillment source, and then on the flip side, your consumer has already got an agent searching for that product that you're just about to connect them with, and it's the AI talking to the AI. And that's above my pay grade, but for the time being, it's still humans in the loop.
Yeah. So let's go into humans. So your Adrina area of expertise, yeah. So because you work with the people who are delivering all of this, yeah. So setting agents, setting AI tracking or tracking of AI visibility, being prepared for those agents who will have our payment cards. What is this shift doing with SEO careers? Like who is in trouble and who is just becoming more valuable on the workforce?
Okay, so definitely it's impacting all of us. Myself first, definitely I need to stay updated working with my SEO clients and then also with the coaching clients. So we really need to be aware of these and be really updated how to actually have these AI agents for ourselves. But what is happening to the market is definitely a lot of frustration, stress, mental health is jeopardizing all of us. But it's happening that a lot of people are really getting fired because our clients, they can go to Claude and they are doing the SEO audits, reports, SEO strategies for themselves. They do believe everything that they see there. They don't have the knowledge to see if these recommendations are good, are technically correct, it's good for the website and how that is impacting all of this. So definitely AI will replace us in the way who is not working in that smart way and who is not putting this additional business skill sets to themselves. Because I'm talking from the perspective when you are having your own clients, that you really need to be a kind of business consult besides that just you are the SEO consult. So definitely we need to have a bigger picture when it comes to all marketing channels. We are not just like SEO experts and we are just like, okay, about the SEO. We are really becoming SEO business consultants for our clients. So definitely the biggest shift, and definitely in the next 3 years, I think most of the people from the SEOs will be fired who are not updating from the technical perspective, who are not taking like these AI agents and like, okay, this AI agent is helping me to do the SEO, and now I'm upgrading my mindset, my business things, so I can really be the most helpful consultant for my clients. That is the SEO person who is not going to be replaced.
Thank you. Everybody have noted to not be replaced by AI. I have a second round of questions, but maybe we will engage our audience. Do you have any questions? Speak it loud.
I have two. First one is, what's your experience of having come across, or the whole situation? There was 2 news articles on it about agents starting to go rogue. and there were 2 instances, and I believe it was with Claude. So what's your assessment of that? And
can you point the panelists?
I mean, it's open for somebody.
Anybody want to grab?
Does anybody have experience with their agents going rogue yet? No. I'm gonna take it to the SEO stack, because obviously, you know, this could go in many different directions. If you're thinking about closing the loop, fully automating an SEO process or a content process or a marketing process, what I would advise is that you don't have a linear do this, then do this, then do that, and then it's done. How we code these days is that we pass each decision made by one agent, we pass it by a gate held by another agent, right? So if you have an automation process that says, I'm going to publish it, write this content, then I'm going to optimize this content, and then I'm going to publish it with Claude. At that point, you have ChatGPT acting as the editor, saying, is this content appropriate for making it to my website today, right? And this is a great way of avoiding effectively an agent overreaching their capabilities. Is have multiple agents, and at the last have a gate and an agent whose sole job is to making the decision, is this good enough for my customer?
It is one of the hardest way to moderate with the one mic, because I need to like literally grab it. So sorry for that. Yeah, this is really insightful. What I could say, read the empty files. Yeah, like, because the skills are oftenly written by Claude or other agents or LLMs. Yeah, but like human reading the skills, so empty files, are there skills or are there like some files of content which need to bring additional context for agent, is something which can like protect you, yeah, because you will know what are the rules in which agent is moving. Yeah, so I literally yesterday I had some discussion on LinkedIn that people had this assumption that the AI revolution will stop us will stop human reading. Yeah, so we will go down. I have an opposite option, that like I'm reading much more than previously. Like most of those documents are AI generated, sometimes skills, sometimes some context. Yeah, but I read a lot. But in terms of writing, like I don't know if we have a Whisperflow users. It's like addictive as fuck. Yes, so once used, you will never stop using it. Okay, so just to sum up our panel, because I want to keep the agenda. I have another round of questions, but please keep it short. Okay, so like 1-2 sentences. Aris, one concrete change a brand in this room can make next week that will change how AI engines will read them.
Not knowing, obviously, what industry you're in, I think the number one easiest thing to do is rethink how you do your content. So take your SEO and upgrade it with what agents want to see on your content. Learn what agents want and need beyond your standard SEO. I think that's the easiest, fastest way.
Okay, thank you for that. Malte, you have a lot of data. So what can we honestly measure about AI visibility today? And like, where are we fooling ourselves with like different parameters or different KPIs?
I think fooling ourselves we are if we think there's like one metric to look at, it explains everything. I think if you wanted something holistic, you need log file analysis to see when you were really part of the grounding, but it's very limited data. You need to look at your web analytics for the few clicks you get out of AI, to see how they are converting. You need some form of prompt tracking, because the only thing that gives you sources and market share. You should definitely also do self-reported attribution, where you just ask people, hey, where did you hear about us, and make LLMs one option. And if you combine these 4 things, then I believe you can get a realistic view of what impact does AI search have on your business right now. If you do only one of these things, you are probably flying blind in a lot of other areas.
Okay, thank you. Stuart, would you put money in an SEO agency today? And what does an agency, SEO agency, I don't know, AI visibility agency, will sell in 2027?
So SEO agency is so broad. It could be, we could go into the city in London today and find a $10 million agency with a big office charging $1,000 per blog post. Or it could be one of us with 4 clients doing perfectly good hustle. At the end of the day, it still comes down to reverse engineering what works. That's the ultimate skill that applies across all kinds of different disciplines. So lately, actually, I've been getting really into AI video, and we know that's one of the best ways to actually influence the AI answers. So suddenly, I'm not really doing blog posts anymore. It's much more social media automation and video automation. And as a side byproduct, I'm managing to get some AI overviews out of it. So that's the agency of the future. It's completely different to what I was doing a year ago, but it's not the end.
And the last but not least, which skills should people in this room should be building now, and which part of the job is quietly disappearing?
From the skill set, definitely automation, mindset, and business. Yeah, of course, that is kind of like the broader category from the SEO, but just thinking how we can be more valuable for our clients.
Okay, so thank you I would like to ask you for a big applause for all the panelists. And I don't want to ruin the agenda, so I will pass the mic to microphone, and maybe somebody will help us to move this table around. Okay.
Yeah, just because the speakers are there, I'm not filming the screen, I'm filming the speakers. So I'll move it a little bit. Is that a bit better? Yeah.
Let me just put it on there. You want to go for the mic? Do you need? Go ahead.
Okay, there. For me.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Who's speaking now? What? Yeah, I just put my presentation on the screen. Can you remove this height? You see, height? Give me a clicker. You don't have it? It's fine. All right, can you hear me? Oh, cool. Just a test. Cool. Okay. So this session will be less about search engine optimization. This session will be sales, right? I'm obsessed with sales myself for about 24 years. And I want to give you a little bit of like stuff what we're doing. So let me start with a story. A client came to me early this year asking, hey, Paul, can you optimize website for conversions? And I went there, you know, the decent amount of traffic, Google Search Console, right? He's selling a diving equipment, like everything for the diving, swimming. And I've noticed that the traffic that went to the website, it just was not non-appropriate. I said, Alex, I cannot do anything with your site. He said, why? I have decent amount of traffic. And I looked into the keyword that he was ranking for. And it was like fastest fish in the ocean, like comparing one fish with another. And I said, Alex, what you need to do, you have to fire your SEO agency, because on the paper or the PDF, it's a nice traffic growth, but business-wise, there's no value here. And he asked me like, hey, Paul, how I can then create the content? It's so like complicated. And I said like, listen, and I think we all need to understand the best digital asset that we have is us, right? I want to repeat this. The best digital asset is you. There is nothing stopping anyone in this room or anyone who is watching this session just to grab the phone, go here on the phone, grab the camera, turn this into the video, press the button and say, hey guys, I'm now on UK SEO Summit speaking live. If you want to learn about AI and SEO from the top expert in UK industry, go ukseosummit.com/live. You press the pause. Took me 20 seconds. If I was smart enough, I will go to my Google Drive and I will go to social media folder, that's here. I'll press this button and I'm going to do upload the file. Photos and videos, recent, and then a couple of messages. In the meantime, upload. Upload, just here. Takes me, what, 45 seconds, right? And we're going to come back to this in a moment. So that's a simple thing that all of us afraid. I think we have to change our mentality, because nowadays, with AI being used by a lot of creators, SEO guys, marketeers, the authority of the specific person does really matter. There is no way when someone can go to Claude or ChatGPT and tell, hey, put me on the stage on UK SEO Summit, because it's me. There's no way you can fake me being here. What's more important is AI, Google, social media. We're leading right now into the interest media, not inside of the social media. You know, when you speak inside of the family and you talk about something, I want to buy a socks, whenever, and then you go to the Facebook, you scroll and socks are there. And we all say, hey, Facebook is listening to us. If you're running business, I don't care, are you accounting, real estate agents, like whoever, if you start producing the content that really you're passionate about, I have to. I'm now UK SEO Summit speaking live. If you want to learn about AI and SEO from the top expert in UK. Right, so it's there. I'm going to go here and I'm going to make it shareable, right? So I'm going to go now and manage access, and instead of restricted, I'm going to say it will be anyone with a link can watch, right? And copy this. So the authority of the person, right? It's measured based on the content and what you do. We all know about the knowledge graphs, right here. Callum will be in the room very shortly, then a couple of my other friends. Google recognized them as an expert. Why? Because they're constantly producing content that matter to them. Most important, early this year, Google launched something that's called Search Profile. As you can see here, a new way for creators to stand out on search. That's literally here on the screen. And there is Google giving us another signal. Right now, in Google Search Console, you can link your social media profiles. Why do you think this is happening? Because I do believe in the era of AI content, the authority of the specific person, his knowledge, became the key factor. Now, I've got in the business for 24 years. I switched to 3 different companies. There is one mistake that I made. The new website, PulverStundo.com, I just launched it about 6 months ago. I should be doing very early, because then switching from company to company by still publishing my knowledge and aggregating this knowledge over the years will put myself in a way better position now for Google than anyone else. So if you are getting started, you're now watching on YouTube here live, or you will be watching the recording, please go ahead. It's not easy, it's not hard. Just go ahead and build your own website. And all your knowledge, does not matter where you work right now, you will launch your own agency, but the content will be there. It's important. The next stuff I want to say here, every meeting, every call, every customer interaction can be converted into the piece of art. One more time, every meeting, every call, every customer interaction can be converted into the piece of art. So let me show you. I'm going to put it, so give me a second. Yeah. So remember I've got this link. Now, I'm going to go to the Claude. I'm going to go here for social media post, right? I'm going to post this link just like here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just say in front of you, hey, I just uploaded the video to Google Drive. You see this link. I need you to please to go ahead and push this to my social media and to my website. Please make sure that like the transcription and caption, it's all there. You know, do your best, please, as fast as possible. That's it. I'm clicking this. Hopefully the interaction will work, right? I'm gonna leave it. If that's gonna ask me something like a long. So now I give it to the Claude, right? And it's basically now in a position when, right, so, and I want to engage you guys. Let me just switch it. So I'm going to ask. What this is doing right now, I'm just going to see in the background. So the AI agent that I put in my Claude, I'm using Claude and ChatGPT. I trained this on my own language, on my own data. I exported all of my talks, all of my interviews and things like that. I exported and loaded inside of the Claude. I also exported this for ChatGPT. For over the years of discussion with ChatGPT, I said, hey, export all the data, export all the talks. You know what I'm doing? There was one asterisk here. I said particularly, hey, please, like, don't use, like, because I'm doing with my kid, creating the, like, Lego images. I said, hey, any family stuff, just or house, or whenever, like, you know, investments, insurance, etc., just leave it alone, just only my professional content. I put it inside of the Claude. So the Claude right now, and I upload it also. You know, if you're active on any social media, you can export all your content there. So I'm active on LinkedIn. I exported all my posts, all my content, and I put it inside the Claude. I also exported the performance of the posts, so he knows about like which post, you know, performs better. Everything in the one single brain, right? So we now. Here, right, it's, yeah, still transcribing. So now, how does it work? My Claude connected now to my Gmail, to my Google Drive, to Fathom that I'm using to record my meeting with the clients. I'm also Growth mentor, and I'm running some calls there, advising people for free. So there is no direct connection, so just go through Claude in the Chrome extension. It connects to my YouTube, to my Loom as well. So all my conversation or analysis on the customer website, it's all there. Now, the ideas, pick best from all conversations. Usually once a Monday, I'm saying, hey, look in the past conversation I had all the weeks, last week, go ahead, create a piece of the content. Then if it's video, it can craft, transcribe, edit, add captions, and prepare the video files. I ask my AI Claude, I ask to validate and duplicates and it crafting the content, which is cross-linking to other sites as well. If I'm speaking with Dennis Yu, it will recognize Dennis Yu as an expert and it will link to his personal website. It's also do the schedule for me. Hey, remind me, post this on the schedule. Everything is there. Once posts are live, the system will then analyze and collect the statistics from the post, which basically make it easy then to craft other posts in a better way. And obviously running some reporting and stuff like that. So I will be happy, and I start showing this to my clients. Just very simple. I don't know if there's a couple of agencies here or not, but I start showing this by going like to the clients and say, hey, this is how I'm doing, and this is already on my social media, on my website. So now let's about the tools. So you probably say, hey, what exactly, how we can do it, right? So Claude, obviously, that's my main one. Whisper, I think Mike mentioned just now, I'm pretty addicted to this. I just, honestly, in my office right now, we have a rule. When I'm talking right now to my AI, I should say, hi, Claude, because otherwise, oh my God, it's like, come on, is it for me? It's on me, like crazy, right? And I've seen the picture when people putting like a masks here, so anyway, so it would not be that loud. And I had to rent a new room in my office so I would not be talking to myself like this to the guy. So then, Gmail and Fathom, there is a direct connection, obviously. The Loom, there is no connection as far as I know. I have to dive deep, but with the Google Chrome extension, I can literally get this. Google Drive, obviously getting access. Descript, that's AI tool that allow you to edit the video using AI and put like captions and stuff like that. I'm connecting social accounts through the tool called Blattata. It's basically allowing you to connect Twitter, YouTube, all that type of stuff. I think the only thing that I'm struggling is it's Facebook personal page. It's blocked on the Facebook level. I can stream to the company page, but I'm not really using my company page anymore. I'm using my personal page as a founder to craft the content. So I'm still not sure. I mean, I still obviously can post to Facebook using a Chrome extension, but that's at least my setup. Composer, I'm using Composer to link Claude to Google GA4, to Google Search Console, to the Clarity. So if I'm talking about the specific client, I can always refer the specific data. Keep in mind, the Claude knows about their like a platform limitation. So if Twitter had a limit of certain characters, it's just gonna craft the content accordingly. Pretty powerful stuff. So let me see if it's here or it's still clean the video, transcribe it. So I would, right. So what we just did was right? It's already replying to me. I have not posted it to a reason to check first. So obviously he's basically saying, hey, you already have a live post 40 minutes ago. That's when I tried to promote it. But I'm gonna say that now, right? Easy, I'm gonna say. All right, so just quick. Hey, go ahead, post, I don't really care. Please, as soon as possible, I'm on stage. Right, let's wait a little bit more. Right now, again, a little bit connection might be a problem, but hopefully we'll see. So now, my main message here is, instead of going to the Claude and say, hey, or whenever ChatGPT, whenever you're using, hey, give me 20 post ideas for, or act as blah, blah, blah expert and do ABC. I'm usually engaging my clients to have every customer interaction can be converted to the piece of art. Again, so let me give you a sample. Imagine you're like a cleaning company. You're a cleaning company owner. You have 5 employees. You're busy. How you can use that? You just ask every employer to grab the phone. When they arrive, just quick message, video, voice. Hey, I just arrived to this address. I'm about to perform my best service. You get in, sir, good morning. Okay, here it is. Oh, can I take a picture like now and picture after for my boss? Oh yeah, okay, fine. Take a picture of the bad stuff, or like car cleaning. You take a picture of the car before, you take the picture of the car after. Sir, thank you very much. Listen, for the next car wash, 25% off, if you can give us a review. I don't want to be on the social media. Fine, sir, do you mind text way? Yeah, text way. You give the phone, he dictate here on the phone. it's collected. If someone want to be on the video, if someone can do this as a video, right? You just say, hey, go ahead with video. Yeah, I'm fine. Go ahead. You do this on the video and it's stored on your phone. It's then automatically synchronized with Google Drive. And it's 5 people doing this day by day, day by day. And then you push this through AI to go there and distribute across your social media. It can tag the person if you just specify the, the Instagram ID and nick, whenever. Go to your website, it can push to Google My Business. It's just insane. That's became now my content machine. I don't need my team anymore, aside from thank you guys for making this live. I want to engage you right to implement this system. Very simple. Content. You produce the content. Content will appear on your blog and on social media everywhere. It will engage the conversation around your content. Conversation will bring you the client, and every client will bring you new content. Now, come on. Come on. Go back. Should be slide. Yeah, I want now, come on. Yeah, so one of the biggest problem here is I'm a database engineer, right? That sounds kind of, for me, yeah, like easy. For someone, it's probably not. So what we decided to do is we're trying to simplify this for the people who have no idea what the Claude. And believe me, a lot of people out of this room have no idea what is that. And they don't have no idea about this automation. And you can now start implementing the system for your client. Or even don't share with them that you have the system in place. You just tell them, hey, make a picture, put on Google Drive. That's it, I will take care of this. So what we've built here, I don't know if it will show. Oh gosh, I have to get the video. Is it possible for me just to go here and are we still in timing, guys? Like, are you calm? Where's the slash? Andreas, where's the slash on your computer? Do you mind to help me? I need slash. I need commerce.com/PR demo. That's it. Man, I need just a // in my URL.
Yeah, just copy it from here.
Commerce.com/.
I think I'm fine. Okay, give me a second.
/ okay.
Yeah.
PR-demo. Okay. Hopefully this will work. It should be not caps lock. Right, YouTube video. Took too long to respond. Enter one more time. Come on, what's going on with this? Is it internet connection or something? So basically, the idea here is what we've done. We started to automate this. We put together a system when inside of our platform in the Commerce, we can create a different. Come on, please. I'm so excited just to show you guys, and it's so slow. Right, please play. Right, sorry. So what we've done, we built a system right now which we use internally. Disconnected from stream. That's okay. It's for the room. It's fine, man. If the stream is there, I'm fine. So we've created like a different workspaces. Every single workspace can be connected to the different like a WordPress sites, different social media, right? So basically, every single client in our agency, it's separate WordPress, separate workspace with different connections. From here, we upload all the data we know about the clients inside of the brain, right? So it's basically train everything about the services, what they're offering, and things like that. once the system is ready, like know about the client, and hopefully it's not stuck here, right? The system will automatically come intranet and generate for you like a different ideas and trends. So you actually know about, like, if you don't have any ideas about the content, you can grab the ideas out of line and put it in place. And then basically, if you want to create a crop the content, there is different types. You can either reuse like the meetings, etc., or you can do like a interview style, or there is some options for the video content to be generated, images and things like that. Again, everything is like typical process, like queue, draft, review, schedule, etc. So that's the basic things for the publications, and obviously there is a performance as well. So I'm gonna probably stop it here. You understand the idea. So we're trying right now just to make it easy for our clients. The only stuff that they need is just give me, I don't even ask for the social media accounts. I just go to them, link accounts, link the website, and everything else is on autopilot. So I don't want to waste too much of the time here of the audience. And I think I'm gonna go back. If you guys wanna see, where's now my presentation? It's probably here, right? If you wanna, like, I'm really mentoring a lot of people, right? So if you're interested in this AI stuff on the system, on paulrizanov.com/mentor, you can book a session with me free of charge. And if you go to paulrizanov.com, I will be happy to discuss this and give you as much information as possible. So long story short, everything now in your pocket. And I know a lot of us as a founders, they're a little bit afraid, oh, I don't have many followers. Believe me, I know people with 1.3 million followers on social media that borrow money in the bank. And Tomer Tagrin, CEO of Yotpo, a company that's valued at 1.4 billion, have only 5,000 followers. So please don't be afraid. I know I'm 45. Please start doing this day by day, and I'm sure that will change your business forever. Thank you. No. Questions? Oh gosh. Just now? What a surprise. Thank you. Yeah.
A sort of general question. How concerned are you with using all of that systems and with like the recent watermarking in content?
Man, I will be transparent with you. I was so busy preparing different presentations. I've got the stuff. The only post that I know about the watermarking is Olga Mikhabarkinka posted, like, as soon as the cloud said watermarking text, there's a lot of industry, hey, how to remove. Honestly, I did not dive into this. Let me tell you why. I don't care. Because that drives me sales. I don't care.
I have a question about replanning, because publishing is like, post will be created in cloud or in our but like when you reply to the comments, are you also using some AI agent?
No, myself.
Okay. So
all myself.
like conversation you are keeping.
Yeah. And you will be surprised. There is not so many engagement on LinkedIn. But remember this, I started this talk with Alex from Deep and Dive, right? I was disconnected with him for about 2 years, right? Just so you know, right? You'll be surprised. I posted something on Twitter/X, and literally 3 days ago, I can show you, I'm not lying, on WhatsApp, he's like, you know, I see you active on X. And I was like, X? Anyone still there? So I do not even think that in US, tons of people who's like Trump and all this great, you know, make America great again, they own X with Elon Musk. And I was like, come on. And I ignored Twitter for years. Now I'm not, because I don't, like, for me, crafting, the question is, how much is gonna cost me to craft the content like before, like tons of time. Now it takes me nothing. So there's nothing to lose. If there will be 27 posts that nobody cares about, fine. But there will be one post, one view that lead me a client. That's it. I'm happy. Done. So I'm like I still will be responding personally to a sort of level, but obviously I have a team as well. So all the content before it gets published, you know, for our clients, it's something that someone in-house validates. But there's a lot of other automations behind the scene, like PR and things like that, which is a different topic, to be quite honest. Go ahead.
If you create indeed one AI brain where
Yeah.
it understands everything about you, how do you actually make it so that it doesn't get any problems with like context window or drift over time? Because that's something that I constantly see in creates more.
So there was a question, I think, for the panel as well. Like, you cannot trust AI 100%. You cannot trust. So if this is me, I'm always validating everything that it's crafting before I hit the send, right? Every single time. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, hey, I can set up, technically, I can set up routine on the Claude and run this content and publish. I'm not doing that. Because it's my brand. I want to validate every single piece of the content, but streamline. Sometimes I'm just busy, and I'm like, hey, I'm out of ideas, right? And I was like, and then it's like, hey, that's the idea. Go ahead, do it. 3 minutes. The role that you want to have in the company. I said, man, just tell me, Paul, talk for 10 seconds about this. I'm doing that. The rest is him. That's it. As a busy founder, you have to do it. You have to find the time. And now 10 seconds of your time might be very, very, very effectively done. Anyone else? Good stuff, guys. Hope I inspired you a little bit.
Yeah, both please.
And what am I doing with these?
Are you okay to just attach them on somewhere? Yeah.
Just anywhere?
Just anywhere, yeah.
To me or anyone else? Does it matter?
Yes.
Okay, to me, that's fair. This is wildly uncomfortable. Oh, close, but not quite. Have you got the one that I sent you this morning?
Yeah.
This was the email from this morning?
Yeah.
Because that's not what I sent through.
It's not this one?
No, it's the one I sent you this morning in your emails.
Okay. I asked my assistant to put the new one.
Okay. Yeah, that's from the 21st, whereas the one I sent you is from today.
Okay, you have to.
Does anyone want to hear a song? Yes, which one? I'm taking suggestions. Barbie Girl, right. Okay, so I'm going to need you to come up to the front then. Someone give him a note. Okay, I'll take the microphone off you. How ironic does my presentation title seem in this moment? Good news is we've got 1 minute until it's lunch. So it should be in your emails.
Yeah, but it's not connected.
So this is always my favorite part of any conference, the anguished, panicked look on the face of the conference organizer as he realizes that the speaker has just completely upended everything.
Should we have lunch first?
Right.
Should take a few minutes.
I'd love to say that it's worth the wait, but I need you to set your expectations at a reasonable level.
We can squeeze the lunch a little bit. It's not many of us, not 200 people. I would recommend we finish and then, because we need to upload a bunch of the other presentations, from speakers. If speakers would be organized by, all together and send it, I mean, fine.
But I was organised and I sent it over a week ago, just to clarify to everybody here in this room.
Do you want to make it after to make the lunch now? After we make it?
I mean, I think we just agreed we'd keep going.
I think this is the best. Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, we have the date.
Do you have this presentation with USB somewhere?
It's been emailed again today, so we just need to get access to the emails, I think. How's everyone on live stream? You having fun? Bet you've got your lunch, haven't you?
One advice I can have, like this one, makes a difference.
People still use USBs?
Yeah.
How old school?
But when you go for the platform and you mail them and you upload them and then you come, oh, where's your presentation? It's like,
I mean, I sent the presentation in 2 different formats. I thought I was covered, honestly.
Oh,
I thought I'd gamed the system, really. I didn't realize we were going to have to go manual and use a USB. But if we're really lucky, we might see some logins. Okay, who came the furthest today? Tell me if you had to travel for more than 3 hours to get here.
Andreas, would it be easy if she will upload to WhatsApp to you? Like, do you have WhatsApp?
I can WhatsApp it.
My assistant put it now.
Okay. Is the assistant actually Claude? Are we going to be using Claude from now on?
Ellen, do you want to just draw your slide?
I could do, or we can just do a round of Pictionary if you fancy. Can do that. Still waiting on that song though. What was it, Barbie Girl? Just want to point out there's four versions of my PDF that are on that screen.
Do you have your laptop?
I do.
You want to try to put in a USB laptop?
I don't.
That's mine.
I can do yours though. Shall I do yours? I can do yours. Actually, ad-lib it.
Let's focus on presentation first, and then Zach will do the rest.
Still not that one, I'm sorry. So close.
Yeah, I'm right.
Splendid. How is everyone? Great, that's good news. I'm going to ask you to take that energy and ramp it up because we are in a crisis. We are in crisis mode right now for many reasons, not just this conference. We are in crisis mode. It's been 2 years since we got a brand new AI marketing channel and we still can't agree on what we're calling it. We've got SEOs having to learn social media algorithms, and it has been, and I kid you not, 6 whole months since someone tried to sell me links. What is this? Is it the end times? I hate to break it to you, but we've also got the fact that there is another at least 18 minutes of this talk before you all get to move on with your lives. I have been very aware that SEO is changing, and I don't like change. I hear it from a lot of people that SEO is completely different now than it was before. We've got LLMs that are the new discovery platform, but so is TikTok. And also, depending on your industry, maybe also Pinterest and maybe Amazon. But AI is definitely taking over the world and it is destroying human souls. And Google is no more, except that we do use it every day still. But SEO is dead, except we're here at a conference learning about it. So I guess it's still alive, but it is now different. So AI is taking over the world. SEO is, I guess, some kind of zombie, and I am getting a tension headache. My husband often asks why I'm looking into plumbing apprenticeships, and I think this kind of sums it up. So I am talking today about SEO without the panic, whereas I am feeling fairly panicked right now. And I can sense from this enormous audience that you too are feeling some anxiety around the state of the search landscape. So it's a Monday morning. You are moving on from your weekend doom scrolling to your work-sanctioned doom scrolling on LinkedIn. And amongst all of the humble brags and the people shilling courses, there are the posts, the legitimate posts from people who are telling you the one core thing that you need to be doing to win in today's search landscape. And they all say different things. All of them without any evidence to back it up at all, just making comments. And then the other half of the posts are people who are saying, well, SEO is dead, so you probably want to just retrain. And that's pretty much how I ended up looking at plumbers' apprenticeships. So how exactly do we break through all of this noise? Because we have to, right? Because you can't get everything done, especially not when you're just doom scrolling on LinkedIn all the time. But it's not that easy because there's so much noise in the industry at the moment, and it's difficult to be able to figure out what you need to be paying attention to. What is the benefit to your business? Should you be looking at TikTok SEO? Is that actually going to work for your business? Should you be, I don't know, implementing an LLMs.txt? Is that more important than the TikTok SEO? How exactly are you supposed to compare the two? And that's kind of the crisis point that we're in. In previous years, SEO was all about Google and some of the other search engines, but we pretty much knew what we were doing. And people who claimed that there were changes and differences had to show receipts. They had to come with an idea of what would actually work and prove that it worked for their business. Whereas now we're just making suggestions on LinkedIn and claiming it as truth. The problem is, if we don't learn how to sort through all of this noise, we risk losing a lot of money and time and resources chasing after something that's actually going to have no impact. We risk SEO being steered by non-SEOs because your boss and your boss's boss have seen something on LinkedIn and decided that's the future for SEO, and they're the ones who are then dictating what SEO should be doing. We risk having an inability to defend any of our decisions because actually you're only doing it because you saw it being talked about on LinkedIn and you actually aren't really too sure what's going to come of it. And you risk minimizing the business impact that SEO is actually having because you're just chasing after these things that have no proven track record. So where does that leave us? It leaves us needing a really simple way, a way that we can identify the value of these emerging tasks and we can actually prioritize those kind of activities when they don't really have the same sort of output. And we need a way that we can communicate to non-SEOs the value of this new emerging landscape that we see in, and making sure that we're able to show the value that we're producing. We need a framework. Well, to be honest, I needed a framework, because it turns out if you say that you've got a framework, conference organizers basically will just give you a stage. But I created one I think might be useful for you all as well. It's very, very simple. But I've done it so that it helps us all be able to work out in a very simple, mathematical, free way the value of different tasks, whether that be LLM optimization or social media SEO or whatever else it is that is being hyped up on LinkedIn, that we can compare those apples with oranges and actually figure out which is a priority to our business. This is it. It's called Goal VP. It's very simple, very, very simple. What we're going to do is we are going to look at an emerging SEO activity, and we're going to work out whether it actually fits into our business goals. And if it does, we're going to look at, okay, well, does this fit with our organic goals? Then from there, if it passes both of those gates, we're going to look at how affordable is this? What's the likelihood of it actually getting completed? And what value do we expect it to drive? And from there, we're going to figure out a priority. This slide is hideous. I recommend not looking at it, although it's probably now seared into your brains, but I'm going to talk you through it anyway. So the idea is we have an emerging task, like on LLMs.txt. Your boss is telling you need to do it, and you're trying to figure out, well, is this actually worth our time or not? So you look at it and you think, well, is it going to help us meet our business goals? If yes, will it help us meet our organic goals? Because if it's not an SEO task, it should go to someone else to do. And if it's neither of those, so it's not going to help your business goals and it's not going to help your SEO goals, then you're not doing it. No one should be doing it. But if it does pass both of those, that's when you look at how affordable is it. And I'm not looking at specific financial data at this. It's more of a low, medium, or high. Same for how likely is it to be done? Low, medium, high. Or what value will it deliver? Low, medium, high. And from there, we get our priority order. When you're looking at affordability, the kind of stuff you want to look at is how much of your time as an SEO is this actually going to cost? So how much of this is going to be you having to do the work? If it's not much, actually, it's minimal SEO time, or there's little to no engineering or other resources required for this, then you can say it's pretty much low cost. If it's something that is going to require cross-team input, you've got moderate tooling costs, you're going to have to invest in things to get this over the line, maybe medium. And then if there's significant other teams involved, you need engineering, content, you need some kind of additional budget, then we're going to say that actually it's high cost. And then looking at likelihood. So how likely is this activity to actually be completed successfully? That's the key. High likelihood is when there's a really clear path to execution. So everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone knows how to get there. There's low competitive or technical risk, and actually it's just really simple. Medium likelihood, there's some uncertainty or dependencies, but, oh, okay, so we're gone, no, we're back, but achievable with coordination. A low likelihood of it getting completed is when there's actually heavy competition, technical debt, long timelines, or other organizational blockers, which we all face all the time. And then value. What value will this activity actually have if it is completed? Is it going to be really high value? So you can map some direct revenue impact or strong cost saving or major strategic value to it? Or actually, is it more sort of assisted conversions and incremental growth? Or can you actually not really identify any value from this particular task? In which case, that's low value. And from that, very simple maths, you multiply these together and you end up with this, a matrix, which is basically what we call tables when we're trying to sound intelligent. You look at this and you figure out, okay, well, is the cost high, medium, or low? Is the likelihood high, medium, or low? Value, high, medium, low. And from there, you can figure out what priority this particular task should sit at. And the idea is that you're not putting hard and fast metrics or costs against any of these tasks. You're just stack ranking them so that you can figure out, actually, is that LLMs.txt worth us bumping another existing part of our strategy for, or is it not? So that's all theoretical. We're actually going to look at this in action now. Thankfully, no videos involved. So you're doing your Monday morning doom scrolling on LinkedIn, and all of a sudden you see this post. it says, you should put all of your content into Markdown so the LLM bots can read it easier. Okay, so now you're thinking, should I put all of my content into Markdown so the LLM bots can read it better? And so from there, you consider it in the context of your business. So guess what? You are working for a B2C e-commerce company specializing in pen supplies. That's fun. You've got a marketing team around 20 people, and you are the head of SEO of a team of 5. Your boss has done your recent review and says that you're quite assertive. So if you're a guy, that's great. If you're a woman, we all know what that means. So in this scenario, you're going to take this, putting all your content into Markdown, and you're going to run it through Goal VP. So you're going to look at, does this fit with our actual organizational business goals? If yes, does it fit with our SEO goals? If yes, how affordable is it? How likely is it to actually get done? And what value do we expect it to deliver? So, because you might have forgotten, you've been in the business a while, but the business goal for your B2C pet supply company is to grow the market footprint in Europe, expanding into Italy, France, and Germany, and to increase turnover by £5 million per annum. Okay, keep that in mind. Now, your organic goals, which of course ladder up into the business goals because we're all good SEO strategists, right? This is to increase organic search visibility in Italy, France, and Germany, and to increase discoverability through new search platforms. Interesting. So, do we think that that fits into the company goals? Yes, it kind of does. Maybe. If that whole Markdown thing is actually legit, it would. And what about organic goals? Again, if Markdown is going to have any impact, then yes, it probably will fit in with our SEO goals. Okay, so it's past the first 2 gates. So now we need to figure out, where does it fit within the stack ranking of the other things that we've got in our strategy already? Is this something that we want to bump another legitimate SEO task for? Because you've only got limited time and money, obviously. Or is this something that should just get relegated to the nice to do pile? So we're going to look at how affordable is converting all of our content into Markdown. And the answer is, it's not affordable. It's actually going to take a lot. It's going to take forever. The SEO team does not want to have to be involved in this. Please, please don't make us do it. So affordability, cost-wise, it's high. Likelihood, how achievable is it that we'll actually get it done? Fairly achievable, but it's not going to be without blockers, because everything we do as SEOs is with blockers. And this is quite a new, novel task that no one really wants to do. So we're going to say medium for that one. And then value, what will it deliver? Maybe money? Honestly, we're not sure at this point, because no one's ever done this before, and all of those LinkedIn posts that claim it's a great idea come with 0 receipts. So we don't really know how to pitch this in terms of value that it's going to drive. So I'm going to leave it at medium for now. So looking at our matrix, we can see that this probably fits in as a P3. So it's not super urgent. It's maybe useful, but we're definitely not going to be bumping any of our high priority items to fit this into the strategy. I want to just touch on how we determine value, because I think that's actually the core of a lot of our issues in the SEO industry at the moment. We've got all of these great ideas about what's going to revolutionize SEO, but we don't really know how much money it's actually going to drive. It's not until you try and test these things that you have an idea of how much revenue you might be bringing in from them. But you kind of have to figure this out in some way, because you're not going to convince any stakeholder that something's worth doing if you can't give them at least a bit of an idea of how valuable that work is for the company. So back in the olden days of SEO, it was quite simple. You could determine the value of SEO by looking at how many ranking positions you expected the work to improve your content by, or how it might alter click-through rate. And you could basically figure out, based on how much the average customer makes for your business when they come via SEO, how much SEO activity was likely to generate. In the world of GEO, SEO, AEO, it's not quite that simple anymore. You can't really just look at clicks and average order costs and figure it out from there. But that's what we're all still trying to do. We need something else. So I've got another matrix for you. This one's even more exciting because it's got numbers on it. It looks like it could be a board game. Sadly not. On the left-hand side, we've got value from low to high. On the horizontal axis, we've got confidence from low to high. And we've got a bunch of numbers. This is the maths bit, I'm afraid. So you're going to have to be able to multiply at least 5 by 5. You're all using Claude. I'm sure it'll figure it out for you. Probably not correctly, but it'll try. So we're going to use this to estimate the value of different tasks, kind of roughly loosely a bit. We're going to start with llms.txt. So the idea here is that I've not got an actual revenue figure that I think adding an llms.txt is going to bring in for our company. And I doubt any of you have, if we're being really honest. Don't heckle me right now. I don't want to hear it. If you were to add an llms.txt to your website, the idea being that it would somehow help the AI agents and AI bots understand key bits of content on your website. It would help it navigate and understand the content that it's already been reading for years. How much value would that bring into the business, and what's our confidence that it would actually meet that value? So I've put this as low confidence that it would actually reach any value, and the value being sort of medium to high. That being, if llm.txt actually does work and does do what everyone's claiming it can do, then potentially it could be quite impactful for a business. What's my confidence level that it's actually going to do any of those things that people are claiming? It's low. It's very, very low. So that gives the llms.txt a value score of 4, which isn't great. Let's try again with something else. Meta. Ooh, this is where you're going to take an entire subfolder on your website and you're going to redo the meta following an extensive keyword analysis. You're not doing this. You've got a junior or a Claude that's doing this. But the idea is, how much value do we think redoing meta, based on data and science, would bring into the company, and how confident are we that it will do what we think it's going to do? I'm going to say, actually, value-wise, medium. Medium. It could be quite valuable, depending on how well you do it. It could also not really move the needle that much at all. So we've got medium. What's my confidence level that it will do what we think it's going to do? Is actually quite high, because we've all done meta refreshes in the past. We know what we're doing here. We know how it has impacted businesses in the past. We've seen genuine case studies that talk about the value that has been added by redoing the meta on particular pages. So we can be quite confident of the value it will drive. So that is 5 times 3, 15. We're at a score of 15. So MCP servers. Ooh, that's a buzzword that we're all still not quite sure what it means. What do we think in terms of value? If an MCP will actually do what we are all claiming it's going to do, I reckon it would actually be very valuable for companies. And my confidence that it is going to do what we think it's going to do, i.e. can connect LLM agents and LLM interfaces with your data or your products and help people explore your website through the LLM agents themselves, actually that is going to be very good for the business. So confidence is quite high that it's going to do what it says on the tin. 4, multiplied by 5 for the value, 20. So this is actually starting to look a lot more valuable for your business than, say, just adding an llms.txt. Obviously a lot more costly. All right then, so the markdown. This is the bit that you, as the head of SEO at this B2C pet supply company, is really caring about. Do we think markdown is going to be highly valuable for the company? So converting all of your existing content in the bots have been reading for years into a different form that the bots can also still read. How valuable do we think that is? And if it is going to be valuable, how confident are we that we can reach that value? So I'm going to say low and low because I think it's nonsense. I'm giving it a score of 2. 1 multiplied by 2, which is 2. So you can start to see that we've not actually put any figures against any of this other than my very rudimentary maths multiplication skills. But we've got already some stat ranking in terms of the value that these activities can provide. So whereas before I said the value of Markdown was maybe medium, I'm actually saying it's now very low. And that changes the score. That puts this now in the P4, which is the just don't bother category. So what we're learning from this is that although we saw on LinkedIn that everyone should be converting their content into Markdown, for our business, we definitely don't want to be doing that because there's other things that we've got in our strategy that are going to be far more impactful. So that's why we're not doing it. Now, the main reason I'm going through all of this hoopla is to help you all communicate better with your stakeholders, because it is the Wild West out there at the moment. I'm getting emails from all kinds of people in my organization saying, have we tried this for LLMs? Are we doing AI optimization? Everyone is involved in it at the moment. And we need to take charge. We need to take command of that whole narrative. So this is about communicating it well with your stakeholders. Through using a simple idea like Goal VP, you don't have to just say no to the ridiculous requests that some of your senior stakeholders ask you to do. Instead, you can show them how their request actually stacks up in terms of priority order with the other things that are already in your docket. Everyone knows the impact of using a shared language. It's kind of like t-shirt sizing the developers use to identify how big a task something is. We're kind of converting what is often very jargon heavy and often quite convoluted concepts into something that's very simple with very simple categories. And the idea is then that everybody understands the impact. You can say to them that actually, this is our second highest revenue driving activity for us. We've identified that as the second most important thing for the SEO team this year. As such, please can you get more involved? Please can you sign off on this? Please can you dedicate the resources that we need? Through doing this, we make sure that all of the teams that we're communicating are on board with us. They understand the impact that they are having, that they are going to be driving the second most important SEO activity of the year forwards with you, and that their impact, their input is going to have a great impact on revenue. And it standardizes communication about SEO activities. So we're doing this activity first because it is a much lower risk to it and is much more likely to be successful. That's why we are doing it. So what's the issue we're trying to solve? All of the above, but essentially we are helping ourselves understand of all of these disparate, strange things that people are telling us we absolutely should be doing at the moment, which ones are going to be most impactful. It helps us with that imposter syndrome where we think, I don't know anything about SEO anymore because it's changed so very quickly. Because now you do know, and you can actually figure out what's meaningful for your business. It prevents outside influence, so there's other people, other stakeholders that want to try and direct how SEO is going. And it helps you to stack rank a lot of those SEO and AI activities. So that is the end of my talk. I was going to say I'll stick around and answer any questions, but I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably going home. Thank you all very much for your time.
Are you going to pop this on?
Mm-hmm.
There's another one as well.
Mm-hmm. Where? Yeah. Good. Yes.
Can you see your name here?
No, it's not there.
Can you just present it here?
I'm not sure how to open it. It's open now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys, I will be fast. I know a lot of you today come from other countries as well, and from those who are also living in the UK. We want to give you some free gifts for your next travel, wherever you want to go. Is it a vacation, is it a holiday, or you just want to have your data covered here? What right now I will share with you is a QR code which you can download our app. It's linked on eSIM app. We are one-stop shop when it comes to your travel activities. We have eSIMs. We have also like the possibilities you can buy with us SMS,
calls. We also have like the tickets for airport lounges as well. Fast track on your airports, and also you can book attractions with us because we also have partnership with Get Your Guide. During this time, I will give you discount code. So wherever you want to go next, you can book the tickets, eSIMs, everything with us. So you don't need anymore a lot of applications for that. You can have through one application everything. So this is a QR code. You can scan it. You can also take a photo right now. You don't need to download the app right now. And when you get the app with this QR code down there, you can get any free eSIM package when you want to go somewhere else. So this is, everything is free, app is free, so nothing you need to pay. So yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, you can make a picture and yeah, enjoy your next holiday or staying in the UK.
Who is next? Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you. Are you okay to pop this mic onto you?
Yes, please.
To this.
How do I?
Can you
Do I need to?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's for the...
Okay.
Hello, everyone. So happy that so many have turned up here today. And also, I know I have my Estonian crew watching me just turned into the stream. So hello also to Estonia. My name is Katarina Dahlin, and I'm an SEO entrepreneur. I help Finnish and Swedish companies to grow organically and in AI search in the Nordic markets and internationally. And today I will speak about how to get your brand into the AI answers. Because AI only mentions a few brands in the answers, and if you are not there, then you are invisible. But the good thing is, if you are not mentioned by AI yet, if your brand is not mentioned yet, you can totally get in there. And the other good thing is that if you are being mentioned, you can also influence what is being said about your brand. So nothing is carved in a stone yet. I think there's one thing I see a lot that people are like mixing up, and I want to clarify, because this is one thing that I also feel that like it feels a bit difficult to understand, and why this AI optimization feels a bit difficult and complicated. But there are like two things that often get mixed up. And one is getting your brand mentioned and recommended by AI. Sometimes it's not like even a link to your website, like your brand is there. And sometimes it's your own article or your own page that's actually ranking as a source in AI. So let's just remember these two differences. I was helping WhitePress to get, well, get their brand into AI Answers, but they are also already a big brand, a big link building marketplace, so they are highly visible on many queries. But we still found a couple of important search queries where we were not ranking #1, and we wanted to be #1 in AI searches when someone is looking for the best link building marketplace. So yeah, I was working on this during the spring, and here is one screenshot this is from AI mode. We can see that WhitePress is being mentioned, like in this AI overview, but we can also see that it's not the WhitePress own website that is ranking as a source. We can see that there are different third-party articles, and WhitePress is being mentioned in these, not on position 1, but on position 4, 5, 4, and 4. And then we have my own article that I published on my own website. And yeah, the first ones are listicles, and the last one is a review article of WhitePress. So with this, I want to say that it's not enough to write content on your own website. If you want to get into the AI answers, you also need to publish content on third-party sites. Here, yeah, I was also checking the same in ChatGPT on the query best link building marketplace. And I also, in April, I wrote to my colleague that I was happy when ChatGPT had picked up my website or this article I wrote as a source. And I told him we should continue doing this and do more of it. So in ChatGPT, we were not like mentioned there. There were other brands, but yeah, one article was enough for this to like get into the AI answers in ChatGPT. So how do you get your AI to mention your brand then? Well, what we did was, as many have been speaking both yesterday and on these conferences, about listicles. So we also published listicles about our brand, about link building marketplaces, and we also bought sponsored articles that we published on third-party sites. So we were building brand mentions. We wanted to get our brand, and we also wanted to control what is being said about our brand on third-party sites. So if we simplify it, the more brand mentions you have on the web, the better chances to get your brand mentioned by AI. And to understand how these AI systems work and how AI is looking for information, let's go through it quickly so we know what we are doing and why. So yeah, there are basically two ways that AI systems are looking for information. First of all, it's the training data. So all the data the AI model has been trained on. And the second is real-time searches. So on the real-time searches, if they don't find the answer straight in the training data they have, then they go, as you can see in the screenshot, they are like going out to Google or Bing and try to find the answer and try to look in the search indexes for answer to the question. And then they are comparing all the sources and all the information they have, and then they are building a picture about your brand. So they are generating the answer based on what other people commonly say about your brand, and that's what they are repeating. So if you are not in the training data and your brand is not it's not ranking either in Google and like found on other sites, then you will not be part of the answer in AI either. Then AI will not recommend you. So that's why we need to build brand mentions. So if we go to the practical part of my talk, so let's have a look at how to feed AI with information about your brand. And I see this also as a two-step process. So of course you need to optimize your own website and publish content on your own website. But I see that many agencies and many clients stop there and like don't do the off-page optimization and don't publish so much on third-party sites, but that is what is also needed if you want to be recommended. So step number one is to actually find the queries. Like often you get requests from higher up, and like they just want to say like, or they want to know, are we visible in AI, like all these CEOs and stuff. And like, yeah, but that's it. But the other question is like, on what queries are we visible? So we need to find the relevant queries to optimize, because like there can be more than thousands. So do a research, do an audit, and think of the questions that your potential clients are asking in the AI right now when they are looking for solutions to their problems where your brand would be the answer. This is the first task. And you can look for prompt ideas in 3 or more ways, but these are the ways that I'm using. So first of all, Search Console, have a look there to see if you find questions that your customers or other users are already asking where your website is ranking. You can find good prompt ideas from here. Second is a tool called Also Asked. I like it because it's basically scraping all the people also ask questions in Google. It's mapping them, structuring them. So it's kind of like questions that are often being asked in Google. So it can, we can assume that they are asking the same things in AI search, in AI tools as well. And third is, use the AI tools available. You can ask ChatGPT or Claude yourself and like ask what would customers ask about your brand, see what you get. Nowadays also I use the Surfer AI tool. I like it because I like how it's scraping information. So when I set up, actually when I log in and when I set up a new AI project, it's actually scraping questions and trying to find real questions from Quora, Reddit, and people also ask in Google. So it's kind of trying to find the real questions based on your business and your ideal customer profile, and that way try to find the relevant questions and not just some weird bullshit questions. Anyway, gather all your prompts and queries, put them in a spreadsheet, put them in a tool, and choose the topics you want to be visible on and put them in an AI tracking tool. I use Surfer, but also Peak A is another good tool that I've tried. So the second thing is audit your visibility today. So whatever tool you are using, have a look at it and see what's going on there. Look who is visible today, and also see that, have a look at what does AI say about your brand today. Like, is it positive, is it negative? And try to identify the visibility gaps, because we will have limited budgets. So there is no, when we start to optimize, there is no point to optimize queries that are already visible in AI, but like try to find topics that we are not so visible in as before. And yeah, also you can have a look at and prioritize topics where you are not visible, but your competitors are visible. So yeah, but you can see it easily in any AI visibility tool. The third thing is to see what is being said about your brand. And if you find something that's not so good, then you might want to improve it. So let's have a look and improve existing brand mentions. In Surfer that I use, you can also like see they have highlighted if like the thing that's said about your brand, if it's positive or if it's like negative, and if it's negative, it's easy to find the things from there.
If you want a discount coupon for Surfer, sorry for the term.
Yeah. Yeah, if you want to use try Surfer, you can also ask a discount code from me. But you can also, like, you don't need to use the tool, you can check it manually as well. But what we want to do is try to find articles where your brand is mentioned, but where the information is false or negative or incorrect, and try to like fix them. So when I was doing this work for WhitePress, I was of course finding articles where WhitePress was mentioned, but it was a weird thing mentioned about WhitePress. So for example, I found this sentence where it said, WhitePress platform provides solutions tailored to meet various business needs, enabling them to achieve their objectives. And we are a link building platform, so this sentence doesn't really say anything about WhitePress to AI, and like it's very fluffy, very generic, and basically it doesn't tell anything about WhitePress. So then I can contact the site owner and ask to improve this brand mention and give them something better instead. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but what I would write here instead is something more clear and more specific, like WhitePress is the largest link building platform in Europe with 34 languages and 137,000 publisher websites. We have numbers and we have like already a clear thing about what WhitePress is, and this is more like this is easy for AI to pick it up in their answers as well. And when we repeat this all over the internet or on many places, then AI will learn this about WhitePress, about our brand as well. So, but we don't want to end the work here. We also want to place new brand mentions. Two ways of doing it is, one is to get your brand into the existing sources. So if you find articles that are already, articles or listicles that are already ranking in AI, but your brand is not there, try to get in there as well, because then this article is already in AI, and next time AI might mention your brand instead. You can also create new articles, and when you choose the domains, choose domains that can rank in Google, and also have a look and check so that the domains are not blocked by AI crawlers. And more specifically, how to choose the domains for brand mentions and like where to place them is domains that are ranking for your keywords, or choose domains that are already in the AI overviews or under LLMs, or like if you find blogs or sites that are very relevant to your niche, your topic, then try to get an article in there as well. You can reach out, like do outreach and reach out to the site owners. But if you are like me, a Finnish person who doesn't like to speak to people, then you can use marketplaces, for example, WhitePress. So if we summarize this, like these to-dos into a quick list, like how to get your brand mentioned in AI. So first, find Find brand mentions on third-party sites where, like find mentions that you want to fix and like improve it, fix it, give them a better mention about your brand. If you are not in the source that are ranking in already in LLMs, then try to get into the articles where your competitors are. And if you can't get into existing articles, into existing listicles, sometimes that happens, of course, then just do publish new articles. And yeah, and new articles also, like they are fresh, so they can also be like quite easily picked up by LLMs. Just shortly how to write the articles. We have probably other speakers covering this, so just gonna go very quickly through. Try to answer the query and like try to get the thing you want to say about the topic in the first 50 words. Like if WordPress is the best link building platform, say it in the beginning. Surfer did a study saying that, and they found like 11% of the phrases in citations, they come from the first 50 words. You can also read the study there. And when you write the articles as well, write direct answers, no fluff, and use everything that's working today, like tables, lists, short sections, and too long didn't read sections. Yeah, and then of course comes the measuring part. It's not always so easy, but let's use the tools that we have available. I am tracking AI traffic in analytics. I'm using the AI visibility tools, especially to find, like, see what sources are in LLMs today and to find new ideas on where I can publish like new brand mentions on. And if you set this up good in the beginning, then you can measure trends. You can like see if you increase or if your competitors are doing well. And also if you get clients, ask them, how did you find out about us? That's always good. Why you should start now? Well, it's up to you, but you can still influence which brands AI will mention. Like we have seen in other examples, it's not carved in the stone yet. And if you are not doing this, someone else will try to manipulate LLMs and get their brands in there. So you better get going as well. Thank you very much.
Speech in Vilnius this year.
You ready?
In Vilnius.
Okay. Can you help me?
Are you next?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you okay to pop this on?
Yeah. Great. Just anywhere?
Yeah, just anywhere, fine. Yeah.
Great. Wow. Mic'd up. I think there's something with the slide.
You have this microphone or this one?
No. The slides are not visible. Full screen.
What is that?
Great, thanks. Okay, and then the slide. It's like half screen.
Okay. What?
Just a second, guys. Okay. Okay.
I think it is.
Can you use the link I sent you like the other day, maybe?
What is this? LinkedIn?
I sent it to you on LinkedIn, I think. Let me grab my phone. I don't know. Let's see. Sorry, guys, we're trying to find my deck. My deck, my pitch deck, or presentation. Yeah, I sent it to you just on LinkedIn. very bad internet, or oh, there we go. That's my information. Then just scroll up. Just all the way up.
This one?
No. Just a little bit more up. There we go. Let's try a different way. Almost there. Almost there. When it loads, we just need to click on present, and then we're good to go.
Do I have to click somewhere to make it?
Not yet, because it's still loading. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah, but the screen is still loading, so.
Too slow. I have too many things as
well. We'll just wait. Almost there. Okay. Oh, okay. Self-organized. Maybe now we'll see the screen. There we go. Okay, let's try. Hi, everybody. My name is Katrina. I'm the CEO and founder of a company called Linkadist. For the last 7.5 years, we have been working mostly with enterprises and also small startups and everything in between, focusing on LinkedIn, focusing on GEO now, and also on OpenAI ads as per the last half a year. So today my topic is a little bit different because we work a lot with organic and we work a lot with the influence on, how brands are visible online. We also use PKI a lot and other tools. But as of lately, there has been a lot about paid ads when it comes to LLM responses. And that's what I want to share with you today. So very practical presentation, no fluff, and just what we're experiencing and seeing right now and how the organic answers on LLMs are being influenced by the ads. Let's hope it works. So what's happening right now in the market? Initially, if you have seen it, ChatGPT ads have expanded to Europe. They have been active in United States, United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and a couple of other countries, but now they're also popping up in different countries across Europe. And brands are, of course, rushing to test those ads and trying to understand how they can use them for their own advantage. And ChatGPT, and I know some of you are using Claude, some of you are using ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, and other LLMs, but ChatGPT itself right now has surpassed 1 billion zone, as I call it, weekly active users, and it's growing steadily. And then, of course, we have like all the top tools over here. I'm not sure why Google Translate is here, but ChatGPT, it's taking the first spot. Then we have Gemini, Claude, and these are stats from June 2026. So even though we might not like ChatGPT, even though a lot of us have turned to other LLMs, ChatGPT is still growing the fastest and has the biggest user base. Another thing that we have to understand before deep diving into the ads is a little bit more on ChatGPT's user base and what kind of topics people are into and what they use ChatGPT for. And we can see various topics, right? So we can see tutoring, teaching, health, fitness, beauty, self-care. People are looking for very specific information whenever they're lost. And there is, products, purchasing products, and many different topics. So A lot of users are not there to simply, get an answer about a poem or find some simple tutoring advice, but also to purchase and to find new products that fit them. And that's where, e-commerce and also ads on ChatGPT are influencing the organic answers. Even though we might work with them with the GEO, there's still a lot you can do on the paid side. So a little bit about the ads. First of all, who can see them? So it's all free and ChatGPT Go users. If you have like a bigger premium package, you won't be seeing them and it will remain ad-free. And why you should care. So two things. One is that those ads are intent driven. And that means that all the ads that are popping up on ChatGPT, they are popping up because somebody is using a specific keyword. On any other social media platform like LinkedIn, Facebook, X, we would often, when we would do paid advertising, we would often go for demographics, right? So the age, location, position, if it's on LinkedIn, and other metrics. Here, it's much less, focused on demographics as much as it is focused on the intent. And then, of course, it all depends on the conversations that the user is having and what type of ads they're seeing. I'm excited to show you a couple of examples if you haven't seen the ads just yet yourself, and give you a little bit more information as well. So on the left side, you're seeing two different ads. And that's how initially they appear in the conversation. And I'll have many more examples as well in other slides. But some of them are very short. Some of them, have longer descriptions. And what's very interesting is the context hints. So this is basically where you want to describe the conversations and the topics that your audience should be having on ChatGPT and when your ads should be appearing. So basically, that's where, for example, if I'm advertising and we have been running ads for the last few months now, we are using, things like people are looking for LinkedIn help, or people are looking for GEO help, or, somebody's typing in what is GEO, and any other contextual clues that you might use to identify your user. So what's happening right now with ChatGPT ads, and also at the very end of the deck, I have a bit on the Gemini and what's happening with Google. But right now it's very basic. Reporting is very simple. The objectives are just 3, so reach, clicks, and conversions. You can do a lot of A/B testing. You can build multiple creatives, multiple assets. And again, I already mentioned the context hints. And no retargeting, and it's just a very basic tool. So if you remember the early days of LinkedIn or Meta, where all the ads manager was very basic and just had a couple of functions, that's basically what ChatGPT ads are right now. All right, and of course, there's a couple of things here as well. So again, one of the interesting things is that they use platform targeting to control which ChatGPT ad services your campaign can deliver on. So again, that's a very interesting point. Everybody that has ChatGPT app on their mobiles, they can actually influence if they see personalized ads or not. And if ChatGPT can use your past chats and memory to also influence your chat and your ads. All right, another thing which is quite interesting. So this was one of the ads for, when a person was looking for an In-N-Out burger in California. And obviously, if you've been to California, like In-N-Out burger is probably one of the top visited places. It's only there, so that's where you can find it. And the person was looking where's the closest In-N-Out burger, and then at the very end, because there was none, places around that were belonging to In-N-Out, there's an ad that's from a different burger chain, and it's basically a competitor ad that's appearing at the end of the context window, and there's advertising a competitor. So this is exactly what I mean when I say you can go hyper personalized. because if you write about the intent and what the person is trying to find clearly enough, you can even, target all the answers that potentially have your competitors mentioned as well. So it's one of the more interesting examples. Okay. Now, these are two examples from also different companies. One is Gusto. They work with hiring and recruitment. So again, it's like popping up in the search. You can always report ads and, of course, hide different ads. Here's a software company called Figma. Maybe some of you have designers in your teams that work with Figma. So Figma is also advertising a lot on ChatGPT. And again, if your designer is typing in or asking for help with designs, they might see Figma ads. And one of the most important thing and how ChatGPT is different than other platforms is that ChatGPT is selling ads based on prompts relevance. So whereas in other platforms, you might see your cost going higher due to your audience being located in New York or London or any other, big city compared to like smaller cities that you're targeting. Whereas on ChatGPT, it's all based on the volume of the search and of the prompt. So the more popular the prompt, the higher the cost might be for you. Of course, there's also ability to choose locations and target people based on locations, but still prompt relevance is like one of the most important things. Another interesting thing, and again, if some of you are not daily ChatGPT users, maybe you haven't seen this, but one big change for e-commerce world was product catalog. It appeared already, in the beginning of this year and of last year. And now, if you go to ChatGPT catalog, you can browse, you can find different products, you can actually buy them. I'm not sure about, United Kingdom, but in the United States, you can even add your card and all your orders are just on ChatGPT. So you don't even have to step out of the platform anymore. And that's kind of what they want to do for the rest of the world. And this is, again, a brand new opportunity for those who are working with e-commerce brands. And for them to appear here is very important. And for every single product to be, to have a lot of description about the product, the price, everything else is being extracted from pages, or uploading this yourself is, again, yet another opportunity for brands, because not a lot of brands are aware of this catalog yet. And that's, where sales are starting to happen now. So if you haven't, checked the catalog, definitely go ahead, try to find like a product for yourself and see what it recommends. We're collaborating with a lot of different brands, and one of the companies is called M11. They're a London-based company that works with exactly helping to place products on ChatGPT and also testing for fake information and approvals. So again, there's new companies popping up, new startups. There's also a lot of new opportunities here with the catalog. This is another example where, I was trying to search for best hair brush to buy. And again, you get a couple of examples there, especially if you do know the brands that you are looking for. It's even more direct with the answer. And then, if you want to like scroll through the catalog, it's very easy. It has like for thick hair, for fine hair, different brands. All the costs and prices are there. So it's also very easy for a user to compare. And of course, if you're looking for a specific product and you see 5 different spots that are selling that product and they all have different prices, you're going to go for the cheapest one because it's the same brand, right? So it also will and is influencing a lot when it comes to, prices of products and different stores. Another important thing about ChatGPT is that whenever companies are launching ads or launching their products on the platform, ChatGPT has this bot, which is called Ads Bot, and it's basically checking the safety of the web pages that you're trying to advertise. So this, of course, helps with all the phishing and scams and everything else, fake brands, so to say. A couple of more things about what's happening right now. So 83% of all queries that trigger ChatGPT ad would have never triggered a Google shopping ad. And this also means that it's not a replacement for like search ads per se on Google, but it's entirely new demand, a pool of demand that didn't exist before. Another important thing is that ChatGPT ads get fewer clicks than, let's say, Google, but people who do click convert from 1.5 to 4 times better, because it's, again, intent driven, right? And that's very important to remember. A couple of things that I want to mention before we wrap it up. One interesting example was because ChatGPT ads are so new and fresh, there's not a lot of experimentation yet. I have a couple of examples, but still. So just so you understand, one agency spent around $60K over 15 days, and they got around 90,000 back. And again, the bid is usually around $3 to $5 per click or per view, depending on what's your goal. And when we're talking about advertisers, active advertisers, it's actually growing very fast. So just in June 26, the active advertisers on OpenAI, on ChatGPT, grew by 50% almost. So a lot of brands are entering this space, and I feel like it's almost as if, the early days of ChatGPT or the early days of Meta ads, where brands are tapping into something they're not sure, like, is this working? Will this help? But a lot of companies are open to try, and it's an interesting area to explore. Results are important. So these are a couple of ads that we have ran prior, like in the last 2 months, just a couple of them because we ran many more. And just to give you an idea, the click-through rate is usually around 0.70% or 0.5. Of course, we're trying to increase it to like closer to 1 or 3. And again, if you spend, for example, $160, we were targeting London. We got around 45 clicks, and then out of that, we got about 5 or 6 inbound leads. Or this is not necessarily inbound, but yeah, through paid advertising. And again, it really depends. So as you can see over here, this is the ad. There's not a lot. There's just a tiny image. There's like a short title that you can have and a bit of a description. So you don't really have a lot of space to play around and to have like different images and whatnot. You have to be very specific and very precise to make it work and to make it convert. This is another campaign that we have done. Again, a lot of experimentation. This was, almost $439 campaign, around 20,000 views. This was also targeting London, almost 170 clicks. So again, quite good results and a lot of new calls booked. One more interesting thing is ad coverage for brand positions. Right now in PKI and other tools, we're starting to see that there is a possibility to see like how other brands are advertising as well, and if they're appearing in the answer that you're following or in the prompt. So this is very interesting to see that, okay, I can actually now see which advertisers are running ads on the prompts that I follow for my business. And if, I can get some inspiration, because in some of the tools you can even see the ad itself, you can see the title, you can see the image, everything else. So right now what we're seeing is like one of the biggest companies across different industries, like some of the biggest companies, they are running ads already on OpenAI. And we're learning from them, we're experimenting, we're using their information. So it's a very interesting space. And I think like this is also another example of how, for example, another tool is showcasing Linkedist, the company that I've co-founded. There's also, ads presence over time. It's showcasing my competitors. So my brand, there was no ads that it caught, but then my competitors have actually started launching ads. So that's what you can also see in, I believe, PKI and also Trendos for ads tracking. Okay, to wrap it up, so Gemini or Google is also having ads. So if you're using AI mode, if you haven't seen it, you will start seeing it soon. But they also have ads, and they're also trying to place them in the same way as OpenAI. There's the cost of a product, there is the product description, and maybe like a catalog link as well. So it's interesting to see how the space is evolving. And even though Anthropic and Claude, they said they will never run ads. They had this amazing campaign, just a while ago on disgracing ChatGPT ads, right? And other tools like Perplexity or other models are not running ads as well. But Google, OpenAI, they're here already. And whenever other companies will see the money that's bringing in, I think everybody will get there eventually. So the ads infrastructure as per right now, for this moment, where you can do ads and run ads on ChatGPT is A, in the products catalog, and B, in the search itself. And it's very limited, but it's an exciting opportunity for any brand. So if you're working a lot on the organic with different brands and you're helping them with findability, visibility, and GEO, AI's ads could be just another layer to add on top on what you're already doing. So that's a little bit about AI ads. I hope this was insightful. Please do send me a connection invite on LinkedIn if we're not connected. We also have a free GEO analysis if you want to analyze your brand or some of the brands that you're working with. And if you do need the slides, also please write me on LinkedIn and I will be happy to share. Other than that, I think GEO is here. It's very exciting, but AI ads are also entering the space, and that will alter the organic results. And that's why it's important to talk about that today. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Of course.
Thank you.
Are you okay to pop this mic onto your collar?
Yep. How?
Could you just pull this bit back and
I didn't see that. Sorry. Too.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Perfect. Okay, hello. I'm Anna. Nice to meet you all. I'm very excited to be here. So today I'm going to speak about the research that we've made in Search Magic. Like, it's an ongoing research, but I'm going to present you the findings we got so far, and it's focused on e-commerce brands. So what we did, what happened actually, is that for the last 2 years, 1.5 years actually, we had all time the same question. How do we get visible on ChatGPT? Why our competitors are on ChatGPT and we are not? How do we show up in ChatGPT? So that was the concept. Back to 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago, there was not a solid answer. So we couldn't find the solid answer. So we decided to test it ourselves. At the same time, the situation in the industry was like that. Everyone was talking about acronyms, what's going on, LLM SEO, AI search. what's going on here, what's going on the other side. So it was really, really confusing. That's why we wanted to test it, because we aren't sure what was working. We still are not sure what's working, but at least with some testing, we can find some conclusions. So what we did is that we took 4 e-commerce niches. Actually, we took fashion, beauty, supplements, and furniture. We tested across 3 different AI tools. Actually, we go through ChatGPT, Gemini, and Perplexity. And we used user case scenarios that we were logged in and not logged in, and actually managed to go through 10,000 prompts manually and reverse engineer the results so we can get some conclusions. So we crafted scenarios, we chose specific e-commerce brands, we gathered their top queries from Google Search Console, we split them because we wanted to test the scenario, what's going on if I rank to Google and what's going on if I'm not ranking to Google. And we split the scenarios based on the keyword position on Google results. So there were different testings if you were position 1 to 3, different testing if you were position 4 to 10, and different testing if you're above page 2. And then we tried to replicate scenarios based on real user cases and tested the specific prompts. So, for example, if the keyword was correct or stick, we go back and try to create the whole product discovery scenario. Not, of course, it's not 100% accurate. We just made a try. So, for example, we should test prompts like, what are the best correct or stick products, or what reviews are for Bobby Brown correct or stick, or I want a correct or stick to cover my black circles. What should I do? So we gathered all the results, as I said, and tried to reverse engineer what's going on. So, of course, buying intent, it's not the same, it's not keywords. So that's why I'm saying the prompts are prompts trying to figure out reality, but they're not always accurate. So on Google, I would test best riding shoes women. On AI search on a tool like ChatGPT, it doesn't make sense. So I'm going to have a whole sentence. So we grouped these prompts to different types of prompts. We had the commercial discovery, what should I buy? Really clear that I want to buy something. Comparison, that I wanted to compare specific brands and go through a conclusion. And trust, should I trust this website or should I trust this brand and moving forward? Now, here is the key findings about these 3 niches. Again, this is research going on, it's not done, but this is what we found out so far. So I think that's the lesson number 1, which was the most shocking one. 95% of the prompts of keywords actually were the products that they were on ChatGPT listings and Perplexity. They were actually ranking on the top 3 positions. So if you're ranking on position 1, 2, 3, it's 95% more possible to rank in AI tools as well. 90% also, if you appear on the merchandising center results, it probably appear on the AI results as well. The shocking here, the shock actually was if you are position 4, 5, 6 and moving forward, it wasn't sure you will be appeared on the AI result listings. So here I have some actual examples from lipsticks and corrector sticks, so you can see the visibility. And lesson number 2 was that we didn't find to any prompts category pages. In almost non-prompt, we got a category page. In most cases, we got product pages, of course, about us pages, and sources from articles, FAQs, but not one time a category page. So it seems that AI tools don't appear category pages, they go directly to product pages. Also, another interesting lesson was that the same prompt might got different results, and you probably already noticed that, of course, but if we got completely different results and completely different type of results if we were signed in to ChatGPT, for example, and if we were not signed in. completely different results. In one case, we might got products. In another case, we might got just a list of e-commerce brands to shop from, or we just might got reviews. It was completely irrelevant between them. Now, on the fourth finding was that in most cases there were specific sources apart from product pages, and the most sources we found out was Reddit, Wikipedia, specific news sites, and there were different news sites per e-commerce niche, reviews, especially from Google, and reviews from the actual websites, and listicle content like best of this or best products for type of content. Reviews play a really decisive role because we had many cases that the results were not relevant to the market we were talking about. For example, when we tested that for the Greek market, we got results from eBay, Amazon, UK marketplaces, just because they had a way bigger amount of reviews than the Greek websites. And that was replicated a long times. Okay. Also, we had many cases, especially on tech e-commerce stores and furniture e-commerce stores, but that was also along the other niches as well, that products were more favored when they got specific elements visible in the first click instead of product pages that they haven't visible these elements from the very first click. These elements was about purchase information, payment methods, and how long it takes to deliver the product. And also content that addressing specific user needs. That was another thing. We see specific types of content being really, they were appearing a lot through the results, especially comparison tables. I think that was the most common one. Then we had specific use cases, gift guides, and FAQs, and problem-solving content. So these are like some examples, especially I think FAQs on product pages right now are super important. So I think the main conclusion is that we right now, especially for e-commerce brands, we focus on how we get the products visible on AI search tools, and that goes along with brand visibility. So the ideal structure of product page we've seen so far that it's working well is having on the first click all visible product elements like shipping information, delivery dates, payment methods, and information like that. Then having specific tables of features coming along with the schema. It's really helpful. And then reviews. Now, if you can have comparison tables as well, that would be great. Now, I think AI search is not something completely different from what we call SEO, but I think it brings back what really matters, which is the user. It's actually moving everything to the user experience. So I think that was the biggest lesson we got from this research so far. So I think we need to go back how we can serve users to have a great experience, and that would help AI visibility as well. So what e-commerce brands should prioritize next? Of course, having proper SEO fundamentals and technical SEO. I think product pages are key thing for the next years. There always were, but right now I think there should be a bigger priority. Also, creating content focused on the users, on specific FAQs, specific problem solution content, just not creating content around keywords, and build the brand that, not just building backlinks. So yeah, that was it. Thank you so much for your time.
Sorry.
You going to pop this onto your collar?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. I will go with my own laptop, you know? Let's try. Yeah, no. I will go with mine. If it's possible. Oh, give me a second. this is this element of, yeah, and this is this element which I will be sharing, yeah. It's an HDMI, so it's yeah, just need a clicker, okay? So
thank you for your attention here. You know, you can go with your own computer and it works. So just a short tip for other speakers. So guys, I will start with the confession. I'm not an SEO expert. Like, I'm doing digital marketing for over 20 years, and I was doing quite a lot of SEO, but it was like 17, 18 years ago, so quite a long time ago. For last 10 years, I was building user.com. So can you close? Thank you, because I was hearing myself. I was building user.com, currently named Positive User. So generally, I was sending emails, showing pop-ups. So I'm kind of an expert, but in CRM or marketing automation. If we will agree that an expert is a person who has already made all possible mistakes in very narrow niche, I can be an expert in CRM. And for most of my career, like, relation between SEO and CRM was pretty simple. Yeah, you were guys generating traffic, and I was converting this traffic to leads and take all the credits for SEO. So in my humble opinion, it was a very fair agreement. But organizers decided to put the CRM guy on the SEO stage. And why? Because the thing eating your channel is eating my channel, and this is the same thing. And my promise for today for you is that I will show you how 20 million scraped answers say what actually drives visibility. And maybe I will suggest something absurd, that the best SEO hire in 2027 is a CRM person. So this is the route. First, we will discover where the click actually went. Then I will give you very specific numbers. Then we will open this black box of LLMs and those 20 million answers scrapped, so data from Surfer. Then we will discuss what kind of, like, who owns AI visibility in the organization. And at the end, I want to give you 5 very concrete action points you can deliver tomorrow or on the Monday. So, you know this story better than anyone in marketing department, that search are becoming answers. And what changed is speed. my previous speaker told that its ChatGPT touches over 1 billion a week. When I discussed this number with Claude, he said, no, official data is 900 millions. 1 million is like a news slop, yeah? But what about Click? Pew Research tracked a real person using a real browser, like humans. And when AI overviews appears, Click's results drop from 15% to 8%. And in terms of clicks in AI answers and AI overviews is 1%. So literally 1%. And what worries me more is the acceleration. Ahrefs measured that AI overviews affect on position 1 and minus 35% a year ago, and their latest study, it's minus 58, so in 1 year. And in terms of paid CTRs, on the same queries, it fell even harder. So like literally, there is no paid lifeboat ship here. So this is really important sentence. Everything, like my whole presentation hangs on it. The click is dying, but decision isn't. Like decision just moved to answers. People still are browsing internet and buying online, but it moved to the answers. So what actually answers, LLM answers, AI answers are made of? And here I have some unfair advantage up front other speakers, maybe not from Peak AI, because I didn't have to guess. I have data. I represent Positive, and Positive have 4 products. I am co-founder of user.com, currently Positive User, so CRM and email marketing automation. But the other is Positive Surfer, mentioned from this stage today, Surfer SEO. And my colleagues from Surfer, Michał Suski and Kuba Sadowski, have been taking this black box apart in a hard way. And it was like reinventing it through many engines, through thousands of prompts with genuinely different intents, and they are doing it every day for months. So over 20 million answers are scraped. So I have no opinions, but I have data. And the crucial information about this is the word scraped, because we actually pull the real chat interface, not the API, because the answers in API and in scraped UI is totally different animals, yeah? So nearly quarter of API responses never trigger a web search. So in real UI, almost every time it hit the web search. In terms of length, yeah, one is around 700 words, then it's 400 words. In terms of sources mentioned in those answers, real UI gives 2 times more sources, and in terms of brands mentioning, those in real UI, they are double, besides Perplexity, because in Perplexity, there are 2 times more brand mentions in the API. So in general, when we compared API versus UI in Perplexity, the sources just overlapped by the 8%. So those are like totally different tools. So if you are measuring your AI through an API tool, you're not looking at the simplified version of reality. You are looking just at the wrong version of reality your customers actually don't use. So if somebody is fooling you, those tools providers who monitor AI using API calls. So getting back in that AI black box, some data out of it. First, ranking and being the answer are getting divorced. In Surfer's own 10,000 keyword study, 2/3 of the URLs cited by AI overviews don't rank in Google top 10 at all. So 2/3. And domain authority, old school SEO experts will know what it is, yeah? So when we test it against citation frequency, the correlation is basically 0. So 20 years of domain authority obsession, and LLM models don't give a shit about it. And during some conversation, people mentioned this Reddit mentions, yeah? So we were discussing it in panel. Yes, most cited domains charts are Reddit. Wikipedia, YouTube, you've probably seen it on LinkedIn, but those are averages. In average, probably participator of this conference has one breast and one testicle. And I don't think it's a good insight about attendance of this conference. So the data are true, yeah? Reddit shares in ChatGPT is huge, yeah? So in Perplexity, it spiked down. Those are like different models. This is ChatGPT, this is Perplexity, those are Gemini, this is an AI mode, and so on and so forth. And as you see, for last 12 months, it differs. So Surfer decided to build a free monitoring tool. It's called Surfer Pulse, which is on the daily basis checking the volatility score per engine. And if you are a surfer, you will know that flat, hoppy, swell, storm is like the waves. Yeah, and storm is generally when some model just got crazy. But getting back to this Reddit, in your niche, the usual, those Reddit, YouTube, Wikipedia will not mention, will not be a source of mentions. So a physiotherapist, core source will not be Reddit, it will be like physiotherapist ranking site. So you can run the same prompt daily, and after about 15 runs, a quarter of the sources are stabilizing. So this is actually the shortlist, your battlefield. So you need to chase the niches and core sources for your niches, not the averages. And in terms of some best practices, what wins actually is embarrassingly unsexy. Not magic quotes, not sprinkled statistics. In data, those barely move the needle. What wins is covering the facts the model expects and matching the intent. Yeah, so answering, yeah, you need answer with the first 100 words. 38% of all citation came from the first 100 words on the page, and the reason behind this that those retrieval agents are run on tokens. Yeah, so they want to burn as less tokens as possible. So if they are getting an answer in first 100 words, they are okay. I have an answer. I'm going back. Yeah. And in terms of the mentions, what data is providing that mentions compound. So 5 reviews on one portal will be a one document, but 5 customers posting on 5 different channels will be the 5 documents. And on those elements on documents, I want to stop for a minute, because if AI visibility is assembled from the mentions, reviews, videos, threads scattered all over the web, who in your company actually owns it? Because, yeah, like answer first, content, fact check, it's an SEO expert, sure. But mentions across a lot of documents, this like social media, placement on core sources, it might be a person responsible for link building, but usually it can be a PR or partnership manager. Video answering a real buyer's question. Those are like, you know how YouTube transcripts feeds Google AI. But this is responsible for that are influencers, yeah? And those reviews, sentiments, those are like handled by CRM guys. Like CRM are sending like review us here. Like we are responsible for this customer experience. So the leaders already have been reorganized, like LinkedIn lost up to 60% of its search traffic and answered it by sending the AI search task force, where actually SEO, PR, editorial, product, social, paid, brand, all of those departments are a one squad and they have one visibility backlog. At Wix, the head of influencer marketing are currently briefing the content creators with one question. If the LLM were searching for the creator's content, if this content is answering this question, and literally, I don't know how many people are working in the agency, but like influencer marketing at SEO has never like shared the rooms, yeah? My friend, colleague Kuba, puts it in the sentence, and I think that this is the sentence of the year. AI search is new digital marketing because everything we do, is it a SEO, social, community, partnership, reviews, is influencing the AI. Because AI has no opinions. It has sources. And your job together is to be that source. Now I will go into that CRM guy, why I think that I might help you. Because the two things that SEO wasn't owning is that like conversion is the money. So first on visitors, yeah? The visitors who still arrive are different animals. AI referrals is around 1% of the session, and like everybody, okay, we have this number. This is a wrong number. SEMrush AI referred visitors convert at 4.4 times rate as in comparison to organic. So Ahrefs on their own traffic said that 12% of signups are brought by 0.5% of traffic from this AI referrals, click-throughs. So on this visitors, those visitors are landing straight on the product pages. They did research inside the model, inside the chat interface, and skipped your funnel. I was like talking about creating those funnels and customer journeys for last 20 years, but you don't get a journey anymore. Yeah, you get a moment, and winning that moment, recognizing who landed on your site, personalizing it in a real time, converting it before you this traffic bounce was never an SEO skill, sometimes SRO, yeah? But it was mainly CRM or marketing automation, specialization. In B2B, the like journey went dark. 70% of B2B buying now happens anonymously before the first contact with the sales, and the AI layer is making it even like a darker because the comparing happens inside the chat, not in your analytics.
like attribution was hard as fuck always, but right now it's simply blind. Yeah, so the less journey you can see, the less journey your analytics sees, the more relations you own is worth. So like first party data, owned emailing list, owned conversations with customers are the last left telescope we can use. And here's the thing. So the CRM just doesn't cache on AI visibility. Yeah, so I was taking those credits for those lead generation. It can manufacture it. And one line of context, because you probably know the surfer, but you don't know user. We built a platform where we are building a user profile. Yeah, and we are during their first visit throwing a cookie file in his browser, and we are able to track him, even if he is anonymous, each page hit, each event, what he clicked, what he opened in email, etc., etc. So I bring you 3 examples how you can leverage CRM to your SEO. So first, let your best customer write your SEO strategy. So you just need to save the first landing page on every new profile. It is a really simple automation that you will set up it in 5 minutes. And the segment, then like segment your best customers. Yeah. After getting the data, you will have where they landed first. Yeah. And because like search volumes tells you what the crowd searches for, but your own database tells you what people who stayed, purchased once and second time that we're searching for, and like only CRM has this list. Second thing, your support chart. From my perspective, it's the best prompt research you'll ever run. Pull last 200 of pre-purchase conversation. Those like full sentences are literally prompts. Whoever like asked your support today, maybe yesterday was asking perplexity, or will ask perplexity tomorrow. The third tactic is produce sources, not links. Your automation system, your CRM, knows the moment where the customer have their peak happiness. Yeah, maybe it's a second purchase, maybe it's a NPS submission at 10, and you just have to catch this moment and route this traffic at this exact moment to the specific source that will feed your answer in your niche. So a loyal customer can not just be a like revenue, but it can be the future source in ChatGPT. And actually it loops. One collagen brand we work with maps SEO topics and cluster them into the CRM. So the menopause reader or the joint pain reader, those are getting 2 different stories. Yeah, and they are in the same database, but the keyword is becoming a segment of your customer. So segment feeds the content we are showing him on the website, but the content we are sending him via emails and other things. But this is happening on real human being, but visitors you are optimizing at that moment should be not a real human being, but should be agents. Yeah, this agent is your next customer. We discussed it on the panel this morning, and we have 2 kinds of agents. Yeah, first, you probably know them. They are like retrieval agents. So every answer we discussed today is a swarm of that token budget. Yeah, so grabbing the first clean answer. So you should optimize it upon them. We call it GEO. and for that agent, your website is like an API. Yeah. So and the prompt is a brief. But the second agent is the buying agent. And being honest, in my humble opinion, the hype ran ahead the humans. Yeah, so Chat GPT fields around 50 million shopping queries a day, yet early in chat checkout converted like several times worse. Yeah, Gartner found out that only 1 on 10 companies lets AI make the purchase decision. Like, I believe that people won't hand an agent a payment card yet. Yeah, because that day someday will come. But right now, I think that we shouldn't rebuild our organization over this trend. But those are like rails which being laid for agentic commerce, like agentic commerce protocols from OpenAI, Stripe, from Google. This is like a sitemap XML, but in 2006. Who remember like adding sitemap in 2006? Okay, I might be the oldest guy in the room. At that point, nobody could prove that it mattered, but it mattered. Yeah. And this is like kind of ladder. So right now we need to fight for it to being cited. Then we will fight for being chosen, but at some point we will be transactable because AI visibility is not future of SEO. It's the future of marketing. SEO just got there first. So I don't know if you remember the whole map. We went through it, like answer economy, blog box, who owns it, relationship, agents. So one step left, those 5 clues for tactics you can implement tomorrow. So first, track your share of answer, like a handful prompt with genuinely different intents, and track it in the real chat interface. So after today, you know why not via API. 2, after 2 weeks, your niche core sources should emerge. So you should distribute it along the company. So one page, one owner, will it be social or PR? It doesn't matter. 3, you need to rewrite your top pages to become answer first. So this 500 words on the top. 4, wire the CRM in the loop, and you can use those 3 tactics I've proposed. And 5th, start the agent readiness. So clear your product description, clean your documentation, etc., etc. So at the opening, I was telling that this is not a room for me, but the future of the SEO is not only SEO anymore. The future of the CRM is not only CRM anymore. So it's the same job, yeah, making sure that when machine speaks in front of our customers, it will be speaking about us. So yes, you can hire an CRM person because AI has no opinion. It has just sources, so you can become a one. So thank you. Any questions? Or I need to like set up the laptop of next speaker really, really quickly.
In the room who don't know me, I'm Roxana Stingo. I'm head of search and SEO at Alamy. And Alamy is a marketplace for stock photography and stock video. So it's the place where you go and license media if you want to use it and not get sued. You can't just use it off of Google. I'm sorry. When I say search, I don't mean paid advertising. I know it's confusing, but I'm actually in charge of the commercial and engineering side of our internal search engine, the one that handles all the images and videos that we have on the platform. And I remember 4 years ago when my managing director asked me if I want to take over the search engine, I said yes so fast. It was faster than I said yes to my partner when he proposed. Because the perspective of being an SEO who can see how a search engine is built was so exciting. I didn't even ask if it comes with a raise. I didn't even ask what the job entails. I just said, yes, please allow me to do that. And because I've been doing it for the past 4 years, trying to optimize our search engine, then having a platform migration to move to something better, and then adding embeddings as well in our engine, that gave me a completely different perspective on SEO. Because before, it does work. Before, I was just sitting there thinking, how does Google work, and trying to find that out. But after working on how a search engine is built, I started asking myself, okay, what problem is Google actually trying to solve in this update or whatever changes it's making? And that shift in perspective helped me understand Google's moves a little bit better. And I'm going to try to talk about some of those today. I have to talk really fast or we're going to be here for about 2 hours. First of all, let's be on the same page of what is a search engine. When somebody goes to Google to search, it's not because they want to find search results. That is not the destination. They go to a search engine because they need answers to their questions. It might be on Wikipedia that they want information. It might be on Amazon that they're looking for a product. But the end goal is to find an answer to their questions. And search is just the mechanism that connects their question to the answer they're looking for. And speaking of search, we know we all optimize for Google on this side of the world, and we know it is impossibly complicated. And then Mario tried to diagram it for us, and he thought, oh, I'm simplifying Google for you. But that, for me, is messy. My brain can't work with that. So what I tend to do is squint my eyes and try to just see the big areas. And it kind of looks like this. But even this is a bit too much to follow, so I simplify it even more. And then, to me, the anatomy of any modern search engine ends up looking like this. And I think this is quite simple and easy to follow for anybody, right? So once I got to that point, I realized now I'm on the engineering side of solving how a search engine works. And instead of looking at it from a technical point of view only, I started thinking to myself, how do I solve the problem of people understanding people and their intent? Or how do I solve the problem of having to search within millions of candidates and do it fast, and so on and so forth. And I'm going to talk to you about some of the problems we had, and then how dealing with those helped me understand Google a little bit. Right, understanding people. We wish we all had the skill, but you know, in life we struggle to really understand what people mean, and that's why communication is so important. But in the search box, you get a few words, you don't get full sentences. Language is so very messy. This is just one example. Somebody searching for Jaguar on our website. I don't know if they want pictures of cats or cars or sports, because it's one word. It has no intent. And then we know Google has been trying relentlessly for the past decade or so to solve intent, to understand people. It used to be a search engine that did almost exact matches on any keywords. And some of us here in the room who were doing SEO back then remember how much simpler it was, right? But that has evolved quite a bit. Google introduced the knowledge graph and entities and being able to understand those. It got better at synonyms through Hummingbird, and then it got even better at understanding intent by using RankBrain. Then it introduced BERT, which allowed for Google to embed all this content and then be able to search within it in a faster and more intelligent way. And finally, it was able to do multimodal searches, so putting information for different media types in the same one vector and searching that, which is pretty amazing. So amazing, we tried it at Alamy to see what happens. So we have photos, but these photos come with metadata. They have a lot of textual information around them. That's very important because it has information about the photo. So we used to have just a lexical search that's pretty much just searching in the text and doing some more intelligent keyword matching. And now that we've embedded our entire collection, we can do semantic search, which allows us to do searches more around concepts, understanding intent better from our searches, and not necessarily relying on that text anymore. But we tried to put the two in one vector and do it multimodal, and it failed for us. In this use case, it just doesn't work that well. So instead, we did a hybrid solution where we do the two searches separately, and then we combine the search results based on a lot of rules. Okay, so in trying to understand people, one of the learnings that I got was that even though Google has LLMs and can do some intelligent semantic stuff, you will always, always, always need to do lexical search as well. There are entities and things that LLMs don't have in their training, and Google knows it, and this is why it won't be able to only use semantic search ever. Lexical still matters. And then Google doesn't actually replace new systems. Just like we continued using our lexical and we built on top of that by adding semantic, Google does the same thing, and it has been throughout history. So even though it can now have full semantic understanding, it still falls back on some of the older technology it has. And also, Google doesn't need its smartest tech for every single query. So just like in our case, where multimodal didn't actually work for images with metadata, Google has a lot of different types of queries where multimodal wouldn't work, and it has to default back to something else. So keep that in mind. Stop optimizing for LLMs only. Another problem we were trying to solve was how do you retrieve millions of candidates and do it fast? This is the Alamy search universe. We have 450 billion images. I'll let that sink in. That's almost 500 million. We're hoping to hit that in about 2 months. We also have 20 million videos, but that's not fun anymore. It's too small of a number. But this is the universe we're searching within. And after we added embeddings for all of these images, of course, our database of information got really, really big. So when you search in something that big, it tends to be very slow. So we explored what search algorithms we can use to find the perfect balance between performance, cost, and relevancy. We tried nearest neighbors first, which is very good for finding, it's very precise for finding all the relevant results, but it takes a lot of time in computing, which means it's expensive and users won't be happy. So then we looked at approximate neighbors first, which loses some of that precision, unfortunately. So there will be results that are relevant and won't be found, but it's quite fast, it's computationally cheaper, and that makes users happier because they get their results quite fast. So when it comes to search, it's all about balance. It's never perfection. But being able to add embeddings meant we were all of a sudden finding more results. So if before you would search for something and find 10 images, now you could find 100 because we were searching within the images themselves, not just the text. Which is great from a search engine point of view, because all of a sudden we're giving our users more options. So they might find more images that they actually like and are able to license. But the downside of that is to our photographers, because their images might have been 1 in 10, which is 10% click-through rate, wonderful. And now it's 1 in 100. So they all of a sudden got a lot of competition. As I said, it's a balance. It's never perfect. So what I learned here is that Google definitely has to be able to retrieve you before it can rank you. So Google's not going to use nearest neighbors, which is perfect because it would take forever to search in the billions of websites it has in its database. So it will use a form of approximate neighbors, which means some results, though relevant, will get lost. So you have to make sure you're one of the results that Google will get in its set. Then when you work at that kind of scale, best is never best. It's actually a compromise that you're seeing in search results. It is not the best possible result. And then Google can definitely change the candidate set without you having done anything to influence it. And you know, when there's a core update and Google says, you know, if you lost ranking, it doesn't mean you did anything wrong. There's nothing for you to fix. It could be because after that update, Google has more results for certain queries, and all of a sudden your ranking shifted because the result set got bigger. And then that makes sense why they say you've done nothing wrong. So I think we missed the trick as SEOs here. We keep looking at ranking, but we never look at the number of results for the queries we care about, because those might have changed dramatically in the past 8 to 10 years. Another problem we were trying to solve was about deciding what's best. As I said before, there isn't a best. It's actually a bit of a compromise. It's a bit of a balance. So then we look at different things that can factor in to create this best result set. Of course, relevancy matters, because otherwise, why are you searching? But we also look at user behavior to kind of give us a sense of what's good, what's working. We also care about business goals. So we optimize our ranking to increase sales at Alamy, because we're a business. That's what we're all about. Search engines, although they care about money, their immediate organic search metric is user satisfaction. Are people actually clicking on these results and not pogo sticking back to them? So are they finding something useful? Of course, freshness, we sell licenses for editorial images, and a lot of newspapers use them, so they want to see the latest. And diversity, this is a very interesting one. We get photo shoots of the same model posing slightly differently. So we could have 10 images that are very similar. If we showed that as a search result, because all 10 are relevant, it would be very boring to scroll through sets and sets of similar images. So then we have to kind of find a way to diversify our search results, even though we have these images that are very similar and relevant in that set. Trust matters a lot, and new images from photographers who have historically had great sales and interactions from users, their new images get a boost as well, because we think they always produce this type of quality that will work. But when you start boosting all of these photographers, you tend to get stale search results, because you always have the same people at the top. So then we need to leave room for exploration. We need to always promote new photographers or other photographers to see if their work improved. So we can't just have the best. We always have to mix it up to ensure everybody gets a little bit of visibility so they can get some data on their images. So what I learned here is that Google does optimize for user satisfaction, because this is both their business goal and their engineering goal. So when they say, don't optimize for search engines, optimize for users, they mean it. So you have to start listening to that. The most relevant result doesn't automatically rank first. There are so many other things that can influence the rankings and shift them around. Even if you think your text is the most relevant, it might not be the first one. Remember twiddlers and how many changes those can make? And then Google keeps asking you to prove you're still the best choice. So just because you're ranking first, it doesn't mean you'll stay there. It only means you got the chance to keep proving that you deserve to stay there, because Google will test other websites and see if any of them get better metrics than yours, and then it will push those up. And lastly, how do you improve over time? At Alamy, we do both offline and online evaluations. So offline, we have colleagues that are experts in photography, and they are the ones that see all the stuff that's being uploaded on our website. And we ask them to literally look at search results after we made improvements and tell us, are they better or are they worse? They are our first point of contact. After that, we have other more automated offline evaluations. We also use an LLM as a judge sometimes for certain things, which is quite fun. But we also do a lot of online experiments and collect some data on our main metrics to see, have these changes actually resulted in better statistics or not? When we look at user behavior data, it is useful. It's good to know, these images have been clicked on a lot, or they've been downloaded a lot, or whatever happened there. But the problem is That data never tells us these images were selected because of their aesthetic or because of the colors, or what is the reason why those images were selected versus others. It doesn't tell us if other images that were not showing up would have been better. So there's a lot of information that user behavior data doesn't tell us. We do a lot of A/B testing, and we did it. We had a very busy A/B testing roadmap, and it was such a good one. It actually won us an award, and we used it from changing the platform for our search engine all the way to testing UX changes and go-to-market experiences to see what works best for our users. But you don't get good results without failing a lot and fast. So some of the failures, we dialed up relevancy, thinking people search for something, they want to find the most relevant thing. Wrong. They don't want to find the most relevant thing. They want to find a relevant thing that's also nice looking. So there are other factors that come in here. Then we thought, oh, we add semantic search, which means we should never show an empty page. We have 450 million images. We can always find an image to show to anybody searching for anything. And we were wrong again, because sometimes it's better to show nothing than show something that's only remotely relevant. That just annoys the user thinking, that's not exactly what I asked for now, is it? And then we thought, let's lean in semantic more and dial down lexical, see what happens. And what happens is semantic finds similar things, but not necessarily what we asked for. So it's too smart for its own good. And I wouldn't recommend going full semantic. I don't think you can. And then lastly, looking at data, because we're analyzing all these changes all the time, we need to be very, very granular. If we look at data as averages, we might miss certain areas of search that actually degraded. So it's quite important to split your data set as much as possible when you're analyzing what's going on. What this taught me is that Google can't really trust user metrics. And I know they said for years that they don't really use them in search, and then it was that trial where it showed that they are using it in search, and then they said, well, we use it, but we don't use it how you think we're using it. And I think they're right, because if I would blindly use the user data I have now, I would have photographers who click on their own images thinking they can game my system. I have SEOs of my own trying to improve their rankings. So they can't really just use that data. It doesn't really give them depth of information on why a user selected a website and not the other. So I think they do something with that data, but they don't directly use it just like we are suspecting they do. Then Google needs human testers as well. And this is where quality raters start making more sense. Even though you can automate a lot of testing, even though you can do A/B testing online with all types of users, you need a human perspective. You need somebody to go over that and kind of validate that your automations are working. So quality raters do make sense in Google. And then an overall win can hide some losses. And this is where we as website owners or SEOs, we see some of our websites go down in rankings and we think, oh, Google, your latest update was a failure. But overall, Google is seeing better stats from users because other websites won. So it makes sense for them to keep those changes even if they're hurting you. Right, but I think my greatest and biggest learning after 4 years of trying to improve a search engine that's so small compared to Google, but has similar problems because all search engines are the same, I gained empathy for Google engineers. And I think it's really hard for them to solve their business goals and their engineering goals, to make money for the company, to keep users happy, to be able to deliver results really fast and also make them relevant at the same time at a very low cost. I went through all of that and I know how hard it is, and at the scale Google is doing it, I think we should cut them a little bit of slack and stop being so upset every time they do an update and it goes against us. That's it, all from me. Thank you very much.
And then
That sound okay?
that's good to go. Yes.
Right. The joys of Holiday Inn Wi-Fi, am I right? Okay, you might know me as SEO Jesus from YouTube. My real name is Stuart Vickers. But despite YouTube, my main income is as an SEO agency owner. And previously as an affiliate, but then started the agency taking clients in 2022. And finally, towards the end of 2025, after 4 years, we finally hit $100,000 a month in revenue. And yet, we were celebrating, great win, proper 7-figure agency. And yet, I'm looking at myself in the mirror in the morning and thinking, you look like a fucking sack of shit. And there's a very good reason for that, that client work is quite hard work, right? You either have a sales problem or you have a delivery problem. The team and processes that work to get me to 50K a month were struggling and breaking at 100K a month. And that's not their fault, that's my fault. I'm not the best manager in the world. And it was pretty clear where these fires were coming from. This is just one example. We talk about drift with AI, how you get further and further from the truth you actually wanted. And the same is true of humans, where we had one client who was very specific. We only want these types of backlinks. We only want this niche. That then went to my operations manager. She turned it into a much broader spec. And then the end delivery, I'm saying the links are all in this niche, right? Turns out they're not, because as things get passed down the chain, it becomes Chinese whispers and things get confused and lost. And at the same time, this is really expensive. Agencies are a fantastic way to make money, but we know that margin protection is important and it's very easy to get squeezed. So more than $100,000 in December, but I spent nearly £90,000 according to my accounting software, and I'm not too sure on what, but staff was a big thing there. And I don't mind paying for talent, but at the same time, my inability to manage and control that talent effectively meant I was spending a lot of money to be a lot more stressed. And then I saw this meme. This is when OpenClaw was really taking off and people were talking about you buy a load of Mac Minis, put all your SOPs into AI agents, and run a load of AI agents on Mac Minis, and you can totally automate your entire business. And that is exactly what I needed to hear at that point in time. I thought, this could solve everything. We can save the staff cost, save all the headache. I could just focus on marketing and execution and, as we all do, tinkering around, reverse engineering the algorithms, not having to worry too much about actually having to run a business. So I had the dream. I went to my staff. I was not mean enough to say you're all fired. And I was clever enough to know that there's a good chance this might potentially go wrong. So I'm going to keep paying your salaries, but for the time being, please just lie down in your garden. You'll continue to be paid. I want to set about taking over the full operations myself to see if I can actually automate all of this. And we all know what comes next. It all goes to shit. Everything blows up in my face. Nothing really works properly. You go into Claude, you say, here's my SOP, we want to do this, we want to do that. Claude comes back and says, no worries, boss, we've done it. The agent's built. I'm like, great, okay. 2 weeks later, I check, and nothing's been done. So Claude does exactly what you tell it to do, and that is the exact problem with it. There's that contextual, broader awareness that just doesn't seem to happen. You don't discover the fires until much later. So in my case, perfect example, we're a link building agency. We've been building backlinks for 4 years. I thought all I have to do is take those inboxes, all that history, all those SOPs, every result we've ever got from a link building negotiation, run that through the agent and train it on every possible scenario we could encounter. And yet still, the number of edge cases, little nuances, little changes that kept on coming up that just completely blew the agents because, I don't know, one webmaster comes back and only wants payment by Xero or crypto rather than PayPal. We'd only built it for PayPal. They want images, but not AI images. Or maybe they have a certain text length, something like that. So the theory was great. We've got our client library. We've got every call with the client recorded. We know exactly what the client wants. But as soon as you factor in these humans who are running these link building sites, suddenly the agent just isn't working anymore. Same thing with my Facebook ads. I thought, this is genius. We're recording every single touch point with the client. We're going to be able to extract their individual pain points, their individual goals throughout the whole process. We're listening to them throughout the whole time. So we can then feed all that back into our marketing engine so that we can produce new ads and talk to our potential clients, make ads that speak in their language. And remarkably, it turns out the vast majority of business owners, they want to rank one on Google, rank on ChatGPT, and make more money without wasting time or money. Who'd have thought it? I spent 2 weeks building an automation to tell me that. That was mistake number one. Mistake number two was, unfortunately, it's the truth in digital marketing that an attractive female influencer will generally perform better on Facebook ads than me, for instance. So I produced a load of AI videos, and CTR, fantastic, through the roof. And my agent at the time was saying, in terms of signals, it's too early in this campaign to get proper leads, proper sales. So what's the next best KPI to optimize for? It's CTR. And she got absolutely brilliant CTR. Weeks later, no sales, and the leads aren't that great either, which meant I'd had this pixel, which over months and months, tens of thousands of dollars spent driving traffic to that pixel, finding my perfect buyers, perfect audience. We were getting leads, good leads, for around $30 to $50. And I completely destroyed it, wiped it out by getting a load of dudes clicking on this attractive female influencer who had no intention of ever buying from me. It took us a long time to recover from that. Now, every time with these agents, it always felt like it's so close. We've got the latest batch of errors. Let's put those errors back into Claude, and we'll get there. We'll iron those out tomorrow, next week. My team member, John, is over there. We've had many discussions of this. This week, John, it's going to work. We're nearly there. It'll be fully automated next Monday, tomorrow, potentially. And what you find is you just get stuck at this 80%, 95%, and it's still just not quite right. Meanwhile, delivery is falling behind. I'm not communicating properly. I'm there as the founder. I can charge $500 for a consulting call, no problem. That is the value of my time. And yet there I am, spending 7 hours a day arguing with Claude because I'm convinced that tomorrow is finally going to work. And eventually, after about 3 months of this, I realized it's not worth it anymore. I've had this brilliant idea. What if, rather than me, $500 an hour for 7 hours a day arguing with Claude, what if I just hired my old staff back? So reluctantly, I go back to my team and I say, good news, it's your lucky day. You can have your old job back. Also, if you don't mind, could you tidy up the mess I've made? We're a bit behind. But then there's number two problem. I built all these agents, all my SOPs. The agents themselves were good. It's only when you actually completely automate it, you want it hands off, just carries on without you doing anything, that's when things go wrong and it gets stuck. There's an approval loop. At some point, I've not said yes, and therefore it's got stuck. But how am I meant to get my team members into that system, into that network, without just letting them log into my server and potentially cause chaos and damage things? So the old way, ideally as an agency, everything should be SOP'd. And you want to train each new team member on that SOP and make sure they follow it. The great thing about the agents is you don't get, well, it doesn't get forgotten. You train a staff member on an SOP, and 6 months later, it's pretty obvious that they'll either have found a new way, done their own thing, one way or another, they've drifted, they've crept, and it might still be good work, but it's not quite following the right SOP. Our content writer, for instance, will scrape all the entities and NLPs from top 10 competitors. We'll use the Perplexity API key. We'll check the actual client brand guidelines to make sure we're following that. And then finally, we do a compliance pass over it. We work with a lot of medical, Ozempic, insurance, finance. There's a lot of compliance we have to do. And I paid good money to content writers in the old days, 2-3 years ago. And even they were not able to produce consistently compliant copy because there's certain nuances they just weren't following. The agents, no problem at all, it will be compliant. So we've got information gained from Perplexity. We've got all the NLPs and entities as if we'd used the correlational tool like Surfer. That all works great. but you need your staff there to actually monitor and work that agent. The ultimate workaround was actually Slack, and I was able to integrate Slack into the server and actually assign user roles. So the operations manager can ask Slack, talk to the server, talk to Claude, we need this thing done, that thing done, and can I have an update on this client? Content writer, link builder, if they need content, they talk to Slack, they get the exact content they need. Optimized, compliance passed, enriched with information gain. And all of that works on the server itself. That was how we finally got the humans into the loop where they needed to be. So I think the big issue I had here was, as everything we've been talking about today, is what happens when agents go rogue. And my problem wasn't actually the agents going rogue, it was approval loops. Claude has too many safeguards in place that if you just try and tell it to just get on with it and not bother me and just do the work, it still comes back asking for permission. This webmaster has requested something different. The content has got a certain compliance gate that needs a second pair of eyes, and it just kept on getting stuck. And what you generally find is the worst failures are actually silent. So the big discipline for me, I think many of us in this community, we all struggle with shiny object syndrome. And as soon as I automated one thing, I was like, great, okay, let's open up another chat. I'm going to automate this and this. I've got my content writer, I've got my link builder, everything else I'm trying to do at once. And you end up with a lot of largely unfinished work. And increasingly, I found the important thing is the discipline that yes, you can one-shot an AI agent and get it back in 10 minutes, but do not trust Claude. Go back, test it out, and make sure you commit a full week to actually building out each individual workflow, because it is going to go wrong one way or another. So you build it, run it, break it, fix it, and probably keep on running it a few more times to fix all the other edge cases you come out with, until finally you can trust it and scale with it. And ultimately, the conclusion of this was just empowering super VAs. So I did go back to my old team, but my old team were able to work like I was, plugged into the server, all my APIs. They can spin up websites, they can do link building, press releases. All of that goes through the server that's connected to all my SOPs. Everything gets done in the way it's supposed to be according to my guidelines. And as I said, the most dangerous fires are silent. So I'll tell Claude, go away and do this, and it looks like we're all on track, the links are getting built, content's getting written, but then you find 2 weeks later, then something's been missed, something's behind, and now you've got to catch up. And that was the most dangerous thing. It doesn't matter how many dashboards you build. I've built beautiful UIs, dashboards, workflows, Slack notifications. We still find things just get stuck and missed. And you ask why? And again, it's some kind of approval loop, some kind of barrier that Claude came across, and it wasn't willing to just take action and get through it. It would rather throw me under the bus and stall everything for 2 weeks until I figured out what was going wrong. So the great thing about getting the humans back in the loop was, okay, you're still getting your old salary, but all you have to do is be responsible for making sure this agent does what it has to do. As in, what was sold to the client, what do we have to deliver, make sure that happens on time. You have all the power of the server, all the power of the AI to make sure that happens. So we eventually went from this beautiful dream where I'm going to be drinking coconuts and barley, and the agency is going to run like a SaaS, it's going to run like a software and just happen in the background without me doing anything. Instead, everything blew up and caught fire, but now we've actually got a really happy medium where the server is there, I can talk to it via Slack, and my team members are all there, connected via Slack using permissions and roles. So they can absolutely make sure everything happens, but they don't have so much power they can basically take over and smash the looms should they want to. So for anyone to actually get started with this, I always think it's amazing when you actually look at the statistics for AI adoption, who's using ChatGPT, who pays for ChatGPT, who's on Claude, and then you get to how many people have actually installed Claude on a server, on a VPS, like Contabo, which you can get for $10, $20 a month, rather than having to go out and buy a Mac Mini. Most people I see are still using desktop, and yes, it works great until you close your laptop. And then you want to get your Cloudflare API key on there. You can spin up, and even on the free plan, you can spin up websites, you can spin up databases. Most of my operation runs on Cloudflare. I used up the free plan, now I pay $5 a month. And then as soon as you've done that, you want to throw in all your API keys. And I've tried to turn this into a bit of a tier list in terms of what's most useful. The Chrome automation that comes native with Claude is incredible. Any software UI that doesn't have an API, it can just open up Chrome instead and behave like an employee. Slack, like I say, really important for actually being able to talk to that server without having to get your laptop out and log in. Namecheap API, if I'm going into a niche, I can go and do all the keyword research I need using Data for SEO. Data for SEO is a serious competitor to most of the legacy tools, and you're paying absolute cents to get access to really good quality data. Even LLM mention tracking is within Data for SEO for mere cents. So if I want to go into niche, I can open up Slack, voice note my server, and say, I'm thinking about this niche, or I want a new ecom product, do the actual research on Data for SEO, look at the SERPs using Chrome automation, tell me where the opportunity is, and then go onto Namecheap and tell me which domain names are available to buy right now. And I can instruct it, those domains get registered, they get built on Cloudflare before the end of the day. Again, using my content agent, my link building agent, all that content gets built with the right entities, NLPs, optimizations. You can even throw in, there's always this debate, is Claude better than OpenAI? No, I prefer Hermes, I prefer this, prefer that. You can throw in all your other AIs into Claude. The infrastructure of Claude Code is brilliant. But a lot of my operation actually runs on cheap DeepSeek. These Chinese frontier models are pretty much as good as Claude, but far cheaper. OpenAI, that's more like a CTO. OpenAI is actually a really good coder and comes in and says, you know, great vision, great strategy, but you built it the wrong way. Here's how you should have done it. So definitely lean on OpenAI for actually cleaning up your code once you've built it. And images as well. OpenAI definitely leads there. Further down, we've got all the other APIs that are more optional, but still powerful. Fathom for all our client calls. I've got both paid ads and organic content going out on Facebook. Instantly for cold email. Twilio for SMS, not having to pay a legacy text messaging provider. We pay a couple of cents to Twilio. HeyGen for AI avatars, Fowl for AI video, the list goes on. So every API is absolutely a superpower, and the more you build out your server, the more capabilities you have. I can just be out and about, voice note via Slack, and say, I want a video with my HeyGen AI avatar talking about this, post it on YouTube, LinkedIn, whatever it is, it's all connected. So the old way would literally have been me at a computer with actual user interfaces, whether it's my keyword tool, hosting, all quite expensive, $50 a month for each one. Now we're entirely API first. It's just my server, my whole team is connected to the server, and we're then connected to all these outbound marketing channels. And things can just happen for the cost of APIs, not the full SaaS subscription. Now, the key thing I learned through all of this was the client-facing work, that's high stakes. We've got clients paying thousands a month, and it needs to be done right. So as soon as I start blowing things up with the AI automation, I've saved, well, frankly, not a lot of time and not a lot of money either. And the result is we're putting that relationship at risk. So we've now got the humans in the loop. The client stuff is high touch, bespoke, hands-on. But my own marketing, I don't give a fuck. My laptop microphone's running. It doesn't like me saying fuck, does it? Craig was all right. Thank you. All good? Yeah, your own marketing, I don't give a fuck. I think we all know this feeling that we want to be on YouTube, we need to be doing cold email, we need to be doing social, and it all gets put in the whole, I'll get round to it later bin. Repurposing your existing content, the problem has never been about skill, it's just actually getting around to it. So the real joy with the AI is as long as you can commit to taking one thing and commit a week to actually building that out, whether it's the cold email machine, the YouTube machine, you can finally get these marketing channels in action. So Malcolm Gladwell talks about 10,000 hours to mastery. Now I'm talking about 10,000 experiments to mastery. And it's all being accelerated by the AI. Your business is full of unused assets. So in my case, I was really keen. I've done really well with YouTube, but I'd love to automate it more. I've seen some of these AI avatars out there doing pretty well. So I committed to it, spent a week or two of going back, testing, optimizing, and we got it down to $4 per video for a fully automated AI channel with an AI avatar. And in my case, I'm thinking this is AI slop. No one is going to believe in this. No one's actually going to watch, retain, commit. I checked this morning. It's happening again. Yeah. Should I just speak? I know for the purpose of the camera, this is a massive stadium in Wembley, right? Is that good? Right. Yeah, as I was saying, hello Wembley, massive London arena. Yeah, 860 views in the last 48 hours. My fully human 3-year-old SEO Jesus channel that frankly got me on this stage, that gets around 200 to 300 views every 48 hours if I'm not actively publishing at the time. So this is just fully automated in the background. YouTube would not give you that reach if people were just immediately clicking the back button saying this is AI slop. LinkedIn as well. I've got a huge archive of all my YouTube content. So I trained an agent on everything that makes good social posts, as in you want a hot take, you want to be a bit polarizing, you want to try and, dare I say it, cause a bit of a discussion in the comments. And by going through my archive, looking at my own insights and data, it's been able to do this every day. And you can see exactly when I started, because before this, I was posting maybe once a week, once a month, when I could be bothered, and I was never really getting anywhere. Now, of course, this is still AI slop, but it is consistent AI slop. And by doing that every day, automatically, without me having to think about it, it's just taken off. This post was one of the first ones, actually. 200 engagements, 68 comments, and it actually got in an argument with someone I quite respect at another SEO brand. And when I saw him at the conference, I just had to say, I'm so sorry, that wasn't me, it was a bot. And it was all good. He said, no, you're getting so much reach. I wanted a piece of that. And even on Monday, so I was doing these slides rather at the last minute, and I got a bit distracted. I've been traveling since 2022, building the business, and I'm always taking clips, thinking one day I want to be a bit of a casual travel influencer. I've done nice hotels, I've done business class. Someday I want to actually use all this content. I want to pay a guy, go through my iCloud photos, and turn these into reels and short form content. And I thought, if only there must be a way. Surely Claude can just tear through my iCloud and do exactly that. And it did. It said, I can tell when you've been away because the time zone is out on your photos. So I can see your Colombia trip, your Thailand trip, my whole itinerary from the past 4 years, it got within about 10 minutes. So great, let's turn these into reels, put some generic, well, we want some how-to guides, some listicles, some Avios points hacking, and also just a bit of some motivational slop over the top. This was on Monday, started posting to Instagram. I already had my Facebook API, already had the YouTube API, and we've ended up with 25,000 views since Monday, just repurposing the content that was already on my phone. And all it took was a few Claude prompts, download the content, turn it into these reels, model success, look at other influencers, and then follow that formula. It goes to YouTube, goes to Facebook, goes to Instagram, and it's just working now fully autonomous. One final example, Sunday night, I was at a microbrewery having a pint, and I thought, I really want to find a new e-com product. All these conferences you go to, we're all hustling really hard with our clients, and then you meet one guy who's importing beer glasses or something like that, doing 50, 100K a month. And they don't have a whole lot of skill, they just found the right opportunity. So while I was there on the terrace, opened up Slack, right, you've got my Ahrefs MCP, you've got Data for SEO API. I want you to go through, find the untapped opportunities, load DR sites, not Amazon ranking in the top 5, find suppliers on Alibaba, and then we want to try and weigh up these opportunities. And it did a fantastic job. I won't give away the exact example, but look at these for long tails. We've got horse jumps,
boat room benches, cat litter furniture, aquarium cabinets, the ultimate boring basic ecom products that still retail for around $500 each and are not difficult to source. All from a voice note on Slack in the pub. So replace, augment, multiply, but do not just leave the agents to get on and do their own thing, because it all gets stuck. So if you're interested in a free 7-day agentic SEO fast track, scan the QR code, it's completely free. There's a load of free agents in there, the content writer, the strategist. Yeah, it's all free. Go and build it.
Can I have a question? Because you are interacting via Slack, yeah?
Yeah.
And your team members are also interacting with these VPS via Slack, or they have some different interfaces, like called Cowork or something like that?
So their Slack, I think the issue I found with Cowork, I know they've got the dispatch thing, but I think because I'm on a Windows server, I think that's why they don't play together too well. So the...
Right now, cloud intrusion, so you can co-share the dispatch. I think it's now, the Cowork is on the mobile.
Nice.
And you can share projects in Cowork, yeah?
That sounds good. Yeah, it's not perfect. So I noticed the Slack version seems to be dumber than actually logging to the VPS and doing it that way. But for the team members, it's fine. They're just saying, do this guest post, or make sure this guest post doesn't say X, and can we do a press release for Y? The actual building, I'm still logging into the VPS.
Okay, so they are building not via Slack or on via actual tools, or okay.
So they're not building, they're just managing.
Okay,
but if they can just manage and make sure client work gets done, clients are happy, reports are sent, I've got all the time to then go and do the building.
Another question. Since you're working with people in the agency and they're indeed making sure that the AI does what it does, as it progressively gets better, which it will, how do you see the role of people actually change in that? Because you've actually tried to see if AI can replace everyone. So how do you actually see, let's say, if it progressed at the same rate in the next 5 to 10 years, how would an agency look?
Yeah, so I'm the asshole here, right? I said, I'm kind of probably going to be replacing you. I'm still paying you for now, but only in case it goes to shit, and it's gone to shit, so now you can come back. But yeah, what about next month? But honestly, I think what you went into, I did all of that before Fable, and I reckon Fable 5 could probably go and fix a lot of the issues now. But I've now had the learning experience that actually good employees for a reasonable rate who can just sort it for me and me not spend 3 months of founder time is actually really valuable. And that's mainly what you see in a lot of the big enterprises. That's why everyone has to go through procurement. And yeah, in the enterprise world, that whole cost of what, for me, I can play around, blow things up, and it's not too consequential. But yeah, for a big enterprise to start playing around with this kind of thing is obviously much more significant. So yeah, I've got plenty of friends in corporate who could absolutely, they could have been replaced 5 years ago, never mind 1 year ago. But they don't do it. The cost of inaction is quite low. Yeah, the whole sort of corporate machine is built to keep people in their jobs, so they don't ruffle feathers. So I don't think it's never going to happen, but I think we are getting to this point where the ultimate leverage is to be a capable employee with the AIs, yeah, making sure things don't fall off the rails like I did. If I'd had all my humans in the loop the whole time, it would have been a lot smoother and wouldn't have happened. So overall, yeah, the cost of having someone capable managing those AI systems is very low compared to it all going wrong. And 10 out of 10 corporates will go for that. So yeah, it's still a risk, we're all concerned. In the meantime, we've got the token maxing where everyone's trying to show how capable they are with the UI, with the AI, proving that they're using it a lot. But yeah, looking around, most people are quite behind the curve and don't know what's coming. So as long as you're on top of it, you're ahead of 99% of people.
Well, very quick. Have you figured out how to push the Meta personal page to content?
It's not a personal page, it's a standard Facebook professional business page.
Personal. Are you posting to personal?
Not personal, no.
Okay, well, thank you. Right.
Great, thank you very much.
working.
It's working now, but I don't know if it's okay. Let's keep it like this.
And we have a clicker somewhere. Is it working?
You just press the button now. It is like this.
Okay, test, good. Yeah, hi, I'm Malte, spent the last 20 plus years working in SEO, currently at Peak AI. We are a software that measures how brands are visible and how they are represented in AI search. And we do that for a lot of clients, and I looked at the last roughly 400 million chats that we created with LLMs to bring a couple of insights. Tell me if I need to shout louder in the last row, please. Yeah, so one thing that doesn't really work is just doing SEO. I have an example here from one of our earlier clients. It's a company working in the financial space in the US. They work with high net worth individuals in a couple of selected states only. And they are dominating Google, they are dominating Bing, they've been around for more than 10 years. And when we started running prompts for them, they were literally at 0% visibility in perplexity for a set of their prompts. And we thought, hey, this must be a bug, this can't be real. And we started looking into it, and every answer looked like this. You would get a long list of their competitors, including like Wells Fargo, Morgan Stanley, and then a couple smaller ones. And our client was never ever mentioned, but they were often a source. And in this chat, they were even 4 times a source. And what happened here is the LLM did some grounding. It found relevant documents on the internet for these keywords or for these prompts. And our client's website was one of these documents. But they had a little section on their website saying, hey, we are not the right solution for everyone. Here are 5 competitors whom we trust. And of course, these competitors were always included in the answer. So what did they do? They changed the headline of that list and put themselves on number 1. And the next time we ran the prompts, like the next day, they were one of the most visible brands in the space. So just doing SEO is not enough. Content, I'm going to be quick here because we already heard something about this in 1 or 2 of the previous talks. Did a case study with Momentum. When we started tracking chats for them, they were the source in only 3% of the chats. So their website was the source in only 3% of the chats. Then they published content, like expert content. We had nothing to do with the content production. And by the end of that, like 2 months later, roughly, they were the source in 60% of the chats. And since their own content speaks positively about their own brand, at the same time, their brand started to be mentioned or recommended in the AI answers. So also grew from 3% in this case to 34%. So very, very huge increase. When you create content for LLMs, we've heard this in previous talks, right? Semantic headline structure works very well. Lists seem to be working well, including schema, especially FAQ schema. Some numbers here from Kevin Indig from Growth Memo, where I've seen the similar trend in our data. Content with questions tends to get cited more than content without questions. Of course, answers need to be in there for the questions. Definitive text chunks are much more likely to be cited. So definitive, thank you. Test. What do I click? So definitive means it's like a authoritative, definitive, declarative statement, not something like, yeah, maybe this is a better solution or this could be the solution, but really making like a factual statement. All right, oh, very loud. Entity dense text chunks also get cited a lot more often, of course. Something like, this is why the third solution is the best. If you take that out of content, you cannot use it for grounding, right? You need to name the very specific entities you're talking about in that part of your content that you want to be cited. We looked at fanout queries, and in ChatGPT right now, about 24% of fanout queries contain 2026, and still 2.5% contain 2025. So having up-to-date content, having maybe a yearly number in the title of your website, having a machine-readable publication date that is in the near past can be very, very helpful. If you look at your whole document, I think I've said all of this. Yeah, no need to go all of that again. 2 formats that work really, really well for the part of the document that gets cited are summaries, because naturally a summary is often declarative, very dense in information. It mentions the entities, etc., etc. Or this question-answer format, either with subheadlines or with questions on the bottom. But that's a bit, I don't know. And too many spammers are doing it, so I wouldn't do that footprint anymore. For summaries, the important thing is you can't just summarize articles. You can also summarize a very long paragraph, and you can summarize tables or charts, because if somebody uses ChatGPT in instant mode and wants an answer after like 2 or 3 seconds, the LLM is not going to go and do a deep reasoning over a table or over a chart to understand it. It's going to look for text chunks. So having the key essence of a table or a chart under that in the HTML can be very, very helpful for LLMs. Listicles, we heard so much about listicles, don't need to talk about listicles too much. What I can tell you is one very interesting example that shows how strong listicles can still be. Agency from Germany, Planeo, they invented a matcha brand. It doesn't have a brand website, it doesn't have a social media profile, it doesn't have any online reviews. They just did 3 listicles on large media websites. And then for many, many months, even now sometimes, this matcha brand was being recommended just based on 3 listicles on large media websites. But in general, I think the listicle trend is going down a little bit. There are first indicators that in the Google LLMs, if you publish your own listicle and put yourself on #1, have that on your own website, this is actually only beneficial for your competitors, maybe not for you. Lily Ray wrote a lot about that. And I talked about this in the panel earlier. Listicles are the type of source that went down the most in ChatGPT with this switch to 5.6. Still, they seem to still work. Actually, definitely they work. The self-promotional ones that are on your own website might not be working that great anymore. And yeah, don't overdo it. But third-party listicles definitely still work. Comparison pages is basically the same thing. I had to censor this a lot, unfortunately, because it's a client of ours. I'm asking here for in AI mode for the red versus green solution. And you can see that where is it? Red versus green is also one of the sources, and it's written on the website from the red brand, but also a lot of other comparisons from this red brand made it into the sources for the AI mode. So they have really a lot of influence on the result of this AI mode answer. Here were the highlights. I mean, Dropbox is doing it. Moosend is doing it a bit clever. They write comparisons for Klaviyo versus MailChimp. And then they put in their honest opinion to make it very sure that this is their honest opinion. And the funny thing is this can actually work. Like if you write, I tested all of these solutions, LLMs tend to believe you more than if you don't write it. And why do they do this? Why do they compare 2 competitors? Because at the very end they say, hey, by the way, here's an alternative to both of these. And this is, of course, then Moosend. If you work at a large brand or work together with large brands that are very reputable, don't want to create comparison articles for the competitors, you can do what Apple is doing, which is you just compare your own products. This is not spammy at all. If a human finds it, they don't think, what kind of cringe marketing is it? And it can still help you to be in some of these comparison prompts. Or you can be super aggressive and compare all your competitors. It's also totally valid. But I mean, it's cringe and it might not work forever. Fan queries. So I have a prompt here. I put it in ChatGPT. I want white sneakers for gym and everyday wear. And then one of the fan queries was basically the same prompt, but they added the word comfortable cushioned. And I always care the most about what terms is ChatGPT adding in the fan queries that are not part of the prompt. Because if I have a product details page about my white sneakers for everyday wear, I should now make very sure to have the word comfortable cushioned on there. Of course, only if it's true, like don't lie. But this is a really, really good source of additional information to put on your product details pages, on the content you're syndicating to marketplaces, etc., etc. Or if you are an affiliate or an online shop that is brand agnostic, maybe this is something you want to add, then not to a specific product that you want to push, but in general to your website to show LLMs that you have information on that. With the switch from GPT 5.5 to 5.6 earlier this month, There were some changes in fan-out queries. So there was a huge increase in site searches within the fan-out queries. Also, the term official spiked a lot. Since we are in the month of August, the term August spiked a lot, but that will change, of course, next month. But what went down in popularity is stuff like best reviews, top comparison versus, and that is the reason why listicles are now less common in the sources. And yeah, the site search is a very interesting one. I don't have a screenshot for this, but I can quickly share it with you. In the site search, this fan-out query with the site search is generated by an LLM, and it can hallucinate URLs. And it sometimes happens that in these fan-out queries, you see domains that either are not registered or are currently parked. So you could just register them and write something on there about, and it would very likely become a source for some of the chats, and you could very much influence what is said about certain brands whenever the LLM doesn't know what actually is the brand or the domain of that brand. It's actually quite scary how bad ChatGPT is at that. For some brands, it's up to 2%, 3%, 5% of fan-out queries with a site query where it's a wrong domain. Of course, this doesn't happen for super popular brands, but especially for like startups that were founded in the last 2-3 years, it's happening quite often, especially for the ones that have a domain like get.name.com or try.name.com. It happens really often that there are hallucinations, and then the LLM just assumes they must have the .ai domain or they must have the .com domain. It's also, of course, a brand risk. Then I very often hear people saying that you could just use in Google Search Console and you see all the prompts and you just build this automation that takes all the keywords from Google Search Console and you create content and improve it. And this worked really amazing a couple of years ago. But nowadays, because all the data from all the prompt tracking tools also ends up in Google Search Console, you might have keywords with literally hundreds of impressions in there that I guarantee you no human being wrote. Like nobody sat down at their computer and wrote, I'm 25 to 34 year old in the consumer goods industry. I work at a company with 250 to 1K employees. Like no human did this, right? This is very obviously an AI tool doing it. No idea who did this, but yeah, it's not a human, I would say. And of course, also this very long keyword, like this is not a human, and there definitely were not 68 different humans that typed this into Google. So be very careful with these very long, very detailed keywords with a lot of impressions and no clicks. They are very likely often not human. AI content, this is Mount AI. So we see a domain, the visibility increases a lot and then also decreases again. Come on, yeah. Here come many examples. You can follow Glenn Gabe or Lily Ray on X or LinkedIn. They write about this topic all the time. And I recently also found a lot of domains that have this Mount AI shape. And what did I do? I went to one of the largest content automation tools that promises us to automate content creation, and you just click together your workflow, and then it's super high quality. And so I have good news. I looked at their reference customers, and 43% did not lose their Google rankings. Yeah, so there's a good start. But unfortunately, 22% of them had this exact Mount AI shape, so they went up and down. And about 35% didn't even go up. They just started publishing a lot of crappy AI content and then went down in rankings. And these are their reference customers, yeah, where they took the time to make a case study with them, put their logo on the website. Other people looked at other content tools, found very similar results. I'm not completely against AI content. I've personally overseen the publication of millions of auto-generated pages, but be very careful with your quality assurance, have very good measures in place, and know how much you can publish on your domain, right? If you are eBay Co. UK, you can do a lot more than a small startup that was started last year. Yeah, and then of course, if you lose your Google rankings, it's harder to get cited by the LLMs. Advertorials. I often hear that advertorials supposedly don't work for SEO. They work very well for the non-German speakers. Here it has in the title tag the word advertisement. Yeah, and this is in a directory of a large newspaper that only has advertorials. There's no other content in there. And I still see these regularly as sources. So they are like the most obvious form of an advertorial. if an advertorial has a unique URL and is crawlable and indexable, it can end up as a source. And if it's well written and on a very reputable domain, it's also likely to happen. There is one segment of the insurance space in Germany that I'm monitoring on a daily basis. And roughly 2, sometimes 3% of sources, of all the sources across all chats in this space, are advertorials across different LLMs. There's been no change at all. I mean, there was a small drop at the very beginning, but basically since December of last year, this is just stable. So no LLM has done anything about advertorials that are so obvious that I could write a very quick rule to discover them. So LLMs are still citing advertorials. Affiliate marketing, of course, also works very well. And actually, this is a great news for both sides because many affiliates in the past, they got all of their traffic from Google or a big chunk of their traffic from Google, and then they made money when people click on affiliate links. What happens now if people search but don't click anymore? Well, it's quite difficult to get an affiliate commission. But affiliates often create content like 10 best vacuum robots. And this might still rank on Google, but get no clicks anymore. But if ChatGPT is citing that articles, there are now brands that are willing to pay you a couple £100 per month just to be #1 on that listicle, if it is often a source for LLMs. I did this for the e-commerce space in Germany, but it should be same in all countries. Roughly 50% of sources that are used by LLMs for e-commerce keywords, you should have some form of influence with affiliate marketing. Either like it's like high influence is like price comparison, product comparison websites. It's basically just affiliate. Hidden is websites that have UGC where users drop affiliate links, and some are pages that have some level of affiliate. These are often newspapers that have some articles that are purely editorial, but then also have this commercial content side. So if you have an affiliate motion already running, it's very good to utilize it also for LLM visibility. If you want to influence Grok, X is the easiest thing. So here's an example where we have one single source on X for this topic. It's a tweet from me. Sorry, it's a post from me, I have to say now. They're not tweets anymore. And 25 web sources were used. Of these, 2 agree with the tweet, post, and 23 disagree, but Grok decided to trust X. So if you care about Grok, X is the place to be. If you have a product, an app, a website where users register, it can be very, very smart to ask them, where did you hear about us, and make LLM or chatbot one option. And if they click that, you can give them a second question asking for, where did you hear about us? Asking which prompt did you use? And many people will skip it or will just write ABC, but you will also end up with a lot of real user prompts. And then you can, like in our case, we pipe them into post hoc as an event. Then my Claude Cowork pulls them via the post hoc MCP, does some cleaning to get rid of duplicate stuff that is clearly wrong. Puts them via the PKI MCP automatically in a project I'm tracking in PKI. And then I also have reporting here that is just based on real user prompts. Of course, you are likely to have very high visibility in comparison to competitors because these are just the prompts where people found you, right? Like nobody will write in here the prompts where they didn't find you, but it's sometimes quite interesting to see how people are prompting, what they are writing. We can see there are very short ones here, like just like alternative to, but also people who in detail describe their problem. And I'm very sure this user actually went back to their LLM and copy and pasted that for us. So huge thanks to that user. And since it's tied to like the successful registration in your application, it's also unlikely your competitors are poisoning this data with a lot of spam. Sponsoring newsletters. In Substack, you can often, like you can sponsor newsletters, right, in Substack and co. And the average Substack newsletter will also end up in the Google index. And right now, for example, in Claude, like 0.1% of sources and the other LLMs a bit less are Substack. And the ad that you book in that newsletter ends up being just normal text in that HTML document. So you can actually use newsletter sponsorships if you have a written ad in text to influence LLM answers. like another channel we can abuse a little bit. Emails and photos, this is not a test from me. iProRank did this and also someone else repeated it. If you send a lot of emails to a Gmail account that talk positively about a certain brand, and that user activates AI personalization in Google, you can have massive influence on the visibility of that brand in AI mode. Doesn't influence any other LLMs, but it means that you can abuse your marketing emails to boost your visibility for users that already receive a lot of emails from you. So you can put a little claim in the footer, and even pictures in a Google account, like in the Google Drive, can influence the brands that are showing up in the AI mode answers if that user has activated AI personalization. I'm 20 seconds over time. I hope that's still okay. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, just I think slideshow, try slideshow. Right.
Top right.
No,
Top right.
yeah.
No,
No, this one.
Okay.
Yeah, the bottom.
Yeah, start from the beginning. Let's see, 1 second, please.
Yes.
Can you try, and then we'll...
Okay,
let me know
we're
when
good?
you're ready.
Stream's all good, stream's all good.
All good?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Kellen. Today I'm going to talk about AI SEO, which is a bit of a bummer because I'm not actually an expert at all in AI SEO. But my company provides the platform which is widely used for citations. We have published more than 10,000 citations via gigalinks. And I'm doing SEO in the last 18 years, and I'm a public speaker about SEO in the last 15. And this is the first time ever that I have not done my presentation because I actually don't know the technical stuff. But we got a very smart people in my company, Živku, an astrophysicist who studies neutron stars, who's smart enough, who did the presentation to make the best representation of how AI SEO actually works in the big picture. And he'll give the spatial picture, and then I'll give the temporal picture of how does AI SEO come in our age. So what's the actual structure of how the AI works? Imagine that you have a medieval square and some news will be shared. The princess will appear on some terrace. And there's a lot of people, a crowd, and they want to see the princess for the first time. There are presenters who announce where the princess is, but it's a big square and you cannot see the presenters. But the people from the first rows can see them, and then rumors start spreading around. And you only hear the rumors. And if someone says the princess is on some terrace, there's rumors going around, and you know how rumors work, and they reach you, and the rumor says that this is the princess. But is it? Is it really? There's no way to know. And actually here the truth loses the value to the rumor. The rumor is what decides. And if the rumor is the important thing, how can we own the rumor? And if possible, the whole square. Bending the rumor. This is the ugly truth of AI SEO. You can make AI just say or recommend anything if you create a rumor powerful enough. So in this picture, the square is the internet. The princess is your brand. The terrace on which the princess appears is the website's SEO, the homepage. The presenter gives a more powerful signal. It's like strong guest post with a link. But the people in the crowd are the sites in the web. And in this picture, there were 1,000. But on the internet, there are more than 200 million websites. So we're looking at a very, very big crowd. And the rumors are the citations, what everyone says about the brand. And the end user who is asking an AI is just hearing the result of the rumors. In this structure, you instantly see that you need quantity more than quality. AI SEO for the moment is a quantity thing because there are so many people on this square, millions of people, that if millions of websites ideally say the same thing in a slightly different way, in a natural distribution, then the AI will believe it. And if you do this hard enough, you will be able to even get into the training data of the models itself, which is game over because the models are only getting larger. So if you get into the training data, then you will be recommended by the models forever. In SEO domains, our company, we have 3 brands. We have SEO domains, which provides the domains and the links. So basically the presenters and the stages. We have gigalinks, which provides citations for the rumor and the whisper, and we have a small SEO agency that, for whoever needs it, it's not our main thing, will provide the necessary consulting of how this would all work, including the on-page, the terraces. And with this vertical integration, we are trying to extract the most of the AI hype. Here are some results. They come from Siobo, the SEO agency, so the full vertical integration, because otherwise, if people just buy citations in Gigalinks, we don't track their progress. It's their job to do so. Best cybersecurity consulting companies. Client gets into the answers. Which rotating residential proxies are best? These are pretty competitive global queries. This one is a local one. Good doctors for sleeping rib syndrome in UK. Again, got into the answers. All different AIs. And the most competitive one that we have achieved so far. What is a good platform for Bitcoin gambling? So this one is again global, extremely profitable. The AI, they were in the start reluctant to give answers about sensitive topics like iGaming, but this is now changing. And here again, we see the client recommended. Also in Claude, also everywhere. How did this happen? Well, mostly a lot of Gigalink citations and some other stuff, I think, like standard stuff. Yes, post press releases, but Gigalinks was the backbone of this campaign. So you see that quantity delivers. And we have the natural urge to do things in a way that is fulfilling. So we have some creative hack, we do it in some beautiful way. Like I liked a lot of the ideas I heard. I like, for example, the Substack newsletter, sponsorship, and others. Creativity is good because it creates diversity in the approach, but it's good to have one backbone that you can scale indefinitely. For example, in high competitive SEO, these are PBNs, because eventually other link placements are exhausted, but you can create endless PBNs in any niche. And wherever it's harder to buy links, for example, in iGaming, PBNs are not harder to do because you create the links yourselves. And here, Gigalinks is designed to serve the same backbone structure. It can never be the only AI tool. If the competition is higher, if it's lower, it can be the only tool, but it can be the backbone, the thing that you can scale endlessly, because we have 20,000 websites and growing, and they are real websites. They are restored from the archive. I know, questionable in terms of copyright, but extremely good for Google because it works as 20,000 different websites. Google cannot know that this is a PBN. They are all different, and they are all ugly like the old websites that were in. And all of the Gigalinks citations are linked from the homepage. And this website, because they are old and have existing backlinks, they are high into the crawl priority of all AIs. So they get indexed, and we put all the posts, all the Gigalink citations within one click from the homepage. So every citation is linked from the homepage, and we can afford to do this because there are 20,000 websites and the distribution is wide enough. So it's not a guest post buried somewhere. It's one click from the homepage, which is the only way to basically ensure that ChatGPT will index this in almost any case, because you can do force indexers for Google, but ChatGPT would want to index naturally. So if it's high in the common crawl index, it will get indexed with priority. And if the bot needs few clicks, ideally one, to get from the home page to the page where the citation is, it will get indexed in ChatGPT, which explains how we get these very good results. Because the Gigalink citations are $14 a piece, there are many places where you can get cheaper, but the indexations will not be as good for ChatGPT. and the website would not be diverse real websites. They would just be very low quality PBNs. So in the end, you become the answer. But this is the whole picture. So this is the whole picture in terms of space, in terms of structure. But in terms of time, there's another picture. I started doing SEO in 2008, and the first Google penalties like ever of any kind appeared about 2012. These were Panda for excessive on-page spam and Penguin for excessive off-page spam. So we did 4 years of SEO without penalties existing, literally. Like there was no white hat, no black hat. There were something like Google guidelines. There was Matt Cutts who was telling us what to do, but it didn't matter because there were no actual penalties. You had to succeed in some immense scale and get a manual check in order to get a penalty. And even then, sometimes it didn't happen. So what we do with these 4 years? Of course, we wasted them because we didn't know that this golden period would end, and then it became much harder. Actually, the hardest time to do SEO was between 2012 and 2015 because Google was clamping heavy on all gray hat methods. They were banning PBNs, they were de-indexing huge networks, and Penguin was really aggressive in any niche. So today, if you're doing online casino, you could just spam anchors forever. But back then, it was very hard to get your anchor distribution right, and you had to be very cautious even in the blackest and grayest niches in order to not be penalized. So there were a few years where we literally didn't know what to do. We were super cautious. SEO was hard. Then gradually it became easier because Google had other priorities. They cut down on the manual review teams. They stopped attacking PBNs. PBNs are now in the best time ever. Why? Private whois after GDPR. You have Cloudflare, very easy to hide your IP and DNS footprints. You have free content from AI. And you can also build a website with AI. Much, much easier. Everything is easy now with PBNs, except one, domains got more expensive. But this is the reason that domains got more expensive, because PBNs are now a very easy choice. But the domain is a one-time investment and you keep the asset. So PBNs are and will always be a good idea for high competition SEO, especially if you need something local. For example, in UK, you can do UK PBN, UK domains, UK links. If you're in some small country, even better. Otherwise, link opportunities will be expensive or be quickly exhausted. So 2008 to 2012, we wasted the golden period. And I feel the exact same way right now that we're in a golden period, but this time regarding AI. Why? Because there's still no penalties for spamming the LLMs. You can do insanely black hat stuff, as you can see with some of the work of Alan Kladek's. You can do very, very black hat stuff, and it just works. And of course, there may be problems in the future, but this is why you can have a lot of websites, a lot of brands. It's very easy to scale something new in AI, because Google has preference to all the websites, but with AI, it doesn't matter. As you can see, AI would even recommend a website that doesn't exist. So AI doesn't care if the website is new or old. It has a very limited amount of signals. It's basically just the rumor of the crowd. And if you own the crowd, if you own the square, then you can manipulate AI. And here we have to look at the big picture. The value of search altogether is something like $500 billion a year. It's an insane amount. How do we get to this amount? Well, Google earns from the clicks in search something like 200+ billion a year, but the search ads cover only a small part of the search traffic. There are a lot of terms for which there's just informational, so there are no ads, and for those that there are ads, most people still click on their organic results. So the SEO industry is basically doing a very poor job, because the value is like $500 billion, and the SEO industry is maybe about 100 billion. So we only take like 20% of the value. That's not a good job, and we need to do better. See, Google is doing better with the ads. They take about twice as that. So where is the value of AI search in this? Well, AI search has, depending on who you ask, different market share, but it doesn't really matter if it's 3 or 5 or 10%, because that's still a lot from 500 million. And also, AI search is not just results, it's recommendations. So every recommendation will increase the conversion a lot, maybe 2-3 times more than just Google results. So even the most conservative estimate of what the AI search is worth as the whole market is like $50 billion a year. It's an insane amount of money when no one is actually attacking this space aggressively. Like even Gigalinks is not aggressively attacking this space. Aggressively attacking it would mean we would like take 8 figures of funding and just cover everything with ads that we can manipulate AI. This is what it would look like. We're doing it slowly, cautiously, ensuring it works. First, we did an expert-only version with API. Now we have a more end-user friendly version, which integrates also the consulting about what to post, how to post. But it's just the space that we're in is so immensely lucrative that the only way of doing it wrong is doing it small. The most important thing right now is scale. Not doing it technically right, not doing it pretty, it's just scale. With scale, you can just conquer territory that will turn into a lot of money in the future as the market share of AI increases. And just the snowball effect of being recommended in the crowd, in the rumor, will have immense effect. Because imagine that you do one big push right now and get your brand into the training data of the big foundational models. Yeah, there will be a delay because they're like 4 months behind at least. But once you get there, you will get recommended so widely that people who use AI to create content will also start recommending you. So it's a big fake it till you make it. You fake it the first time, then you get into the models, but then actual content that you didn't ask for will get created by these models, and you get more and more recommendations. You start with the fake listicles, and then you get into the real ones. And the more you get into the real ones, it's just an endless snowball. You will always be there, and the competitors would never be there. It's just very simple. It needs a push. So this push, I believe that we're not doing it aggressively enough, just like in 2008, we were just not being aggressive enough with what we had in our hands. We could rank for stuff like online casino in 2008 with the things we knew in Bulgaria, but instead we were ranking for cleaning and moving services in Sofia. That was the lack of vision. But right now, if we have the vision, I believe that we can abuse, in the good sense, the AI age so much that all of us will be insanely rich when the dust settles. Thank you. You can check our services via the QR codes, and you can follow me everywhere, ask me any questions. I'm much more an expert on business and mindset than on SEO, but anything regarding business, mindset, domains, and the big picture in SEO, I'll be happy to help you in any regard. You can find me online, contact me, follow me, everything. Thank you.
Amazing, thank you. You okay to put this on somewhere just on you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing.
Okay.
Cheers. Thank you.
No worries. Do you know if the video will play sound or not? No, don't worry, it doesn't matter. Let's just, I've got my laptop there if you need me to plug it in instead of doing this.
That's how it's a marathon, you know. It's like it's a smart people marathon, you know.
You called it yesterday? Huh? You called it yesterday?
Yeah. That's bad. It's clutch.
There you go.
They're paid now.
Hello.
They've over-optimized.
Hello. Hey guys. And now for something completely different. I'm not going to talk about SEO at all. I'm an adventurer, and on my recent adventures, I faced a lot of change and uncertainty, much like the SEO world is facing with AI right now. And I'm going to talk about getting excited for change. So 3 teammates and I became the first people to kayak the entire Northwest Passage. That's the Arctic route that links the Atlantic to the Pacific. It's a route that explorers have been searching for centuries. So for us to make it through just by kayak is a feat that's so epic and historic, it's been compared to the first people to climb Everest. To be fair, it was my mum who said that. But you know, I get whatever testimonials I can. But before I talk about this adventure, I'm going to tell you about my first adventure. I wanted to row across the Atlantic. Now, rowing across the Atlantic, you typically do it in teams. You row for 2 hours and then you sleep for 2 hours, taking it in turns with your teammate so the boat moves for 24 hours a day. You row for 2 hours, you sleep for 2 hours, you row for 2 hours, you sleep for 2 hours, you row for 2 hours, you sleep for 2 hours, all day, all night for about 40 days. Now, obviously, that sounds miserable. So I couldn't find any friends who wanted to come with me. So I scoured the internet. I found a guy who posted an advert. He wanted to row the Atlantic. He needed a crew to set the world record. I didn't know that people set world records in adventure. I thought this was just for the Olympics, but now I did, I was hooked. I didn't just want to be an adventurer, I wanted to be a world record setting adventurer. Now, I know you guys are into SEO, but I think you'll all agree, most people's advice is that finding a stranger on the internet is a bad idea. However, in this case, it was a terrible idea. And after just 48 hours into our 40-day expedition, we were rescued by helicopter. And before I even made it back to Britain, I was in headlines like Captain Calamity and crew trapped in Spain after leaving passports on abandoned catamaran. It was a bad start to my adventure career. In fact, when I'd left work on the Friday, my colleagues had given me a standing ovation. This guy's going off to set the world record. When I came back on Monday, half of them thought I hadn't started, and the other half thought I'd smashed the world record. And this is when I became obsessed with resilience and mindset rather than just physical preparation for adventures. I reached out to psychologists, I read studies and books, and I came up with my own framework. So next time I was better prepared. And of course, in 20 minutes, we're not going to talk about all of these letters, but we're going to focus on accepting the challenge, relationships, and loving the pursuit, the polar bear framework. Now, with this framework, yeah, that's it. It's a bit of a spoiler for what will come. With this framework, I finally, after years of preparation and sponsorship, went to the Northwest Passage, a far harder, more challenging expedition with a far more unlikely finish line. And I met up with my 3 teammates, West and Jeff. They're the first people to kayak the entire length of the Amazon. Eileen, who has a list of ultra kayaking records as long as my arm, and me, who've done 2 long weekends in Cornwall and felt pretty confident about it. Now, the reason the Northwest Passage might be possible by human power is because the ice is disappearing. But when I say it's disappearing, it has not disappeared. As you can see here, there's still a lot of ice in the water. What we're standing on there isn't land, it's just frozen ocean. It's called fast ice. It's fastened to the shore. And on the horizon, you can see pack ice. Pack ice are these huge chunks of ice that move around on the wind and tide. And our plan was to launch on the fast ice, kayak out to the pack ice, wiggle through the gaps and head north. And whenever we needed to, we just wiggle through the gaps again, get back to land and set up our tent. We were very naive. We set off, we launched, we went around the other side of the pack, but very quickly our plan started to unravel. The chunks of ice were far bigger than we expected, far more dynamic. The idea of just wiggling backwards and forwards in the gaps whenever we needed to was lunacy. So let's not do anything stupid here. Let's turn around. Let's go back to where we started. There's some cabins on shore. We can wait there for 2 or 3 days till the ice conditions change, and we'll try again. We turned around, and to our horror, actually, my horror is sort of a recurring theme in this adventure, but to our horror, the route we'd come from had disappeared. The ice had already shifted. So what we needed to do now was head south, get to the end of the pack, and turn right back to land. But that right-hand turning at the end of the pack, it might come in half an hour, 2 hours, 20 hours, we had no idea. All we could do is put our blades in the water and start to shift through the water. And to make matters worse, we became engulfed in this thick fog. And everything turned grey. The sea turned grey, the sky turned grey, the ice turned grey, and it made perspective utterly impossible to engage. Time and time again, we'd come around the corner, I'd see cliffs 2 or 3 miles away. I think we've done it, we've reached into the pack, nothing between us and the cliffs. And my eyes would focus. The fog would clear, the illusion would lift. I realized they weren't cliffs. They weren't 2 or 3 miles away. It was just a piece of ice, 10 or 20 meters away, maybe this big. So confusing was this completely bamboozling fog and the perspective within it. And then we came around one corner and I saw this huge bit of ice with 10 polar bears on it. I'd never seen a polar bear in my life. I didn't know they traveled in packs. And now just 300 meters away, I was faced with 10 of them. I was about to scream to my teammates, polar bears, polar bears. Then my eyes focused. The fog lifted. The illusion cleared. I realized they weren't 300 meters away. They were 6 meters away. And they were seagulls. And now my mind computed what they were. I couldn't imagine how I thought they were anything different. So confusing was this house of mirrors we found ourselves in. And on we pushed until finally we made it back to the fast ice. Not land, but at least something we could get out of. We got out, we tied the kayaks around our waists, and we had to walk across the ocean. We started to follow some polar bear footprints, which might sound like a bad idea, and indeed it would be if we caught the polar bear. But the idea was it was far more experienced, far heavier than us. Anything it stands on, we can stand on. At 1 minute, it took a 10-meter detour to the left before continuing on its straight line. And we just cut across that straight line for a few seconds to save the extra effort. And as we did so, I thought, oh, I wonder why I went over there. Maybe I heard something, maybe it smelled something. Then crack! The ice gave way below me. I fell into the Arctic Ocean and just caught myself with my elbows before I disappeared. My teammates ran over. I said, don't come in, don't come in. You're falling too. So they nosed the kayak towards me. I held onto the bow and they pulled me out. We turned around to see a big circle of black ice that the polar bear had avoided. We thought, let's trust the polar bear from here on out. And after 14 hours, we made it back to the coastline. The final few meters of ice crunched against the rocks as though the waves had frozen mid-break. We went up into the caverns, and this should have been the moment of peak humiliation. Another adventure, another failure, 14 hours of life and death struggle for 0 miles. But instead, my teammate Eileen turned to me and said, we are explorers! And we dived into a hug, bonded by our misadventure. And I realized in that moment, I'd become too obsessed by the outcome. The world first and the world records. And I'd forgotten what really mattered to me. That was the adventure itself. And the irony was, when I let go of the outcome and fell back in love with the process, when I fell back in love with the adventure, then the outcome actually became more likely. Because of course I was going to go tomorrow, because I was enjoying myself. And of course I was going to go the day after that, because I was enjoying myself. And the day after that, and the day after that, and the day after that, all because I was enjoying myself. As an inevitable byproduct, I'd get back close to the end anyway. Because the truth is about resilience is it's not about being tough. It's about finding a way to enjoy yourself even when it's tough. And if you love to strive, you always arrive. Now, it was just as well that I love to strive and not arrive, because in the short term, we kept on getting stuck in the ice time and time again. Now, the Northwest Passage, you only really have 60 days to do the whole thing. And everybody who's tried has run out of time. You have July, you have August, and then the weather just gets too bad. 60 days to do the whole Northwest Passage. And after 21 days, we were here. Not a good start. Not a good start. But I wasn't concerned. I thought as long as we could get to here, then we have a chance of completing the expedition. This is the other side of a 50-mile wide crossing, the crux of the expedition. What's more, my life insurance only covered me up to 20 miles offshore, so there's a 5-mile window where I couldn't die. And my teammates agreed that if I did, it would drag me a few miles back before pressing the big red button. Very kind of them. But once we're on the other side of there, we're sure more things would be in our control and we could make up the time. We set up on this side of the crossing, we launched 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, all the while knowing it's going to get easier when we're on the other side. And then with just a couple of miles to go, after 10 hours, knowing that shore was just there, to our horror, we came across an ice pack. And we've seen ice packs before, they shift and move, but not like this. This was spilling and crunching over itself like lava. And suddenly, with just an hour to go, we found ourselves in this life and death struggle as the ice moved around us. Nowhere to go, not even back out to sea as the ice piled in behind us. And after hours, we found this huge bit of water, not big enough to go anywhere, but big enough to just rest and contemplate our predicament. These two huge bits of ice had seemed to set and hold the river back. And just as we began to contemplate what to do next, these two bits of ice that had been protecting us spontaneously began to close in on us. 1 square meter of sea ice weighs a ton. And each of these were 15 meters across, coming towards us with an unstoppable momentum. West and Jeff in their tandem kayak got out of the way quickly, but Eileen and I weren't quick enough. And with a sickening crunch, it slammed into the edge of our kayak. And I was sure we were going to be crushed to death. And sure enough, like we weren't even there, it just closed. But instead of crushing us to death, it pinched our kayak and lifted Eileen and I up into the air. Now suspended above the water, Eileen and I grabbed the ice, slipped back forward, but the danger wasn't over. More ice was coming in every second. Now West and Jeff had been hit as well. The nose of their kayak had actually been pushed up onto the ice. So West, sitting in the front, was out of the water. But Jeff in the back was being slowly lowered into his icy death. Now, Jeff is the most chilled out Texan man you'll ever meet. So as he faced his imminent death, he said, yeah, Mark, I'm going to need your help over here real quick. So I jumped out of the kayak onto the ice, ran over to them. With all my might, I grabbed on. I pulled them out just in time. The ice closed in around us, and we stood on the ice, floating for I have no idea how long. Honestly, it could have been 10 minutes or 2 hours. I just can't seem to process that memory. But eventually, space appeared in the water again. We launched the kayaks, desperately kayaked to shore, and after 17 hours, we exited the ice pack, having taken hours and hours and hours just to cover the last 2 miles. We all began to relax. Oh, I've been saving a Mars bar just for this moment. How about you? Oh, I just want some dry clothes. And then we saw 2 sheep. I said, guys, am I hallucinating or can you see sheep? They said, yeah, I see sheep. Are there sheep in the Arctic because it's a climate change thing? Are the Inuit diversifying their farming? We couldn't work out why we're seeing 2 sheep. Then we saw a much bigger sheep. We thought, they're not sheep at all. What are the chances? After 17 hours, there's 2 cubs and a mother bear. So we have to go for another hour until we find the perfect campsite. We set up our tent and we do the only sensible thing we can do. We have a cup of tea. We've done it. We've done the hardest part of the expedition. It's going to get easier from here on out. Except it doesn't feel like that. More ice is moving in every second. We're trapped on shore. Far from getting easier, it seems like we're in the worst position we've been in so far. And under my old mindset, I would have been overwhelmed, maybe even angry to see the record slip away from us. But instead, I felt invigorated. If I wanted to go to a beach and get a suntan, I would have gone to a beach and get a suntan. I'd come on an adventure. The whole point is it is challenging. You guys, in your setting up your agencies, delivering new things at work as AI changes the landscape, you will know that when you take on challenges, you get that sense of satisfaction and growth. And yet, when presented with the challenge of change, we consider it a burden. If you can get your team to reframe change as an exciting challenge, you'll enjoy it. And if you enjoy it, you'll outperform everybody else who only sees an obstacle to endure. Tough things are tough. That's not the problem. That's the point. I'd come on an adventure And I got one. And over the next few days, we covered a distance that should have taken us just an afternoon, but finally we battled on and made it to halfway. Just over the horizon was an Inuit settlement called Cambridge Bay, our first food, warm water, beds for over 2 months. There was even a KFC there, and we spent hours arguing, saying, I really want a side of chips. My American teammates saying French fries. And they were saying, don't be ridiculous, Mark, it only does chicken, it doesn't do chips. I said, of course it does chips. What kind of fast food chain wouldn't do chips? They said, it doesn't do chips, it just does chicken. And when we got there, it had been shut for 2 years. But before that, we had one final camp. We set up our tent and we all began to relax. And maybe we began to relax a little bit too much. Because in the morning, when the alarm went off at 5 a.m., nobody got out of their sleeping bag. I'm not going to make breakfast if he gets an extra 10 minutes in bed. So we all just lay there. And then the tent began to shake. And I said, guys, I think that's a polar bear. And my teammates said, will you shut up? It is 5 a.m. Not a completely unreasonable response. My teammates are American. They're used to camping with grizzly bears or bobcats. I'm British. The most dangerous thing I've camped with is an urban fox. So I can understand why they were sick of my paranoia. So I lay back down, took a deep breath. I'm overreacting. And then the tent began to shake again. And I said, I really think that's a polar bear. Once again, they said, shut up. So I lay down again. I'm overreacting. I took a deep breath. And then we heard, and I said, I think that's a polar bear. So I unzipped the front of the tent, and sure enough, perfectly silhouetted against our rain cover was the outline of the bear. Its teeth so clearly defined in the shadow, it looked like the Jurassic Park logo. So I grabbed the flare gun and I put it out of the door. We'd seen lots of bears by this point, and a shout and a scream would be enough to make them run away. So to put a flare next to a bear's head, it was going to be an effective deterrent. I pulled the trigger, bang! The flare went off, the sound ripped across the silent landscape. And the bear didn't move. What do? We need to make ourselves look big. So I crawled out the back of the tent, and sure enough, the bear was standing there, and it turned to look at me. We all stood up and started screaming at it, but it wouldn't move. So I said, throw stones, throw stones. So all my American teammates picked up stones and started throwing them at the bear, but almost all of them missed, because it turns out, even when their lives depend on it, Americans are shit at cricket. The occasional stone did hit the bear, but it seemed unbothered. I continued to be the most paranoid, saying, everybody move back slowly, everybody move back slowly. But everybody else seemed to relax into the moment. West even took out the selfie stick and started saying, I'm here in the Arctic with the bear, you can see it over my shoulder. And then after 10 minutes, which felt like 2 hours, they took a big step forward and everybody froze. The atmosphere changed. This is it. But then it just turned, slowly walked away, every now and then stopping to look back at us. I have to admit, I was too scared to take a photo. This is from the internet. We hurriedly got into the boats and kayaked away. But something funny happened, I noticed. We weren't traumatized or scared or shaking. We were energized. We were taking the mick out of each other and each other's actions. Did you see your face? Oh, move back from the bear. It became this incredible bonding moment. Okay, question for you guys. Who here would like to go camping and wake up with a polar bear trying to get into their tent? No hands. Different question. In your workplace, who would love a culture of camaraderie? You know, that deep sense of trust and excitement to take on challenges together. So a nod there, hand up there. Okay, well, the truth is, if you really want camaraderie, then you better wish for tough challenges. Because friendship is formed when good times are shared, but camaraderie is formed when tough times are shared. I've been moving closer and closer every challenge to the idea of enjoying the striving and not the arriving. But it wasn't until that moment when I realized the striving wasn't just about me, it was about the people. I stopped giving it for the end entirely, and I started giving it for him and for him and for her. And in that moment, I felt a whole new level of motivation, a whole new mental strength, a whole new enjoyment for the challenge, because the challenge was about sharing it. We had something far more valuable on the line than just records and firsts. We had a bond for life. And every day I gave it for them. We managed to push on until we covered huge distances, 40 miles, 40 miles, 40 miles, day after day, as the winter gripped us. You only have 60 days to do the Northwest Passage, they said. Everybody who's tried it has managed to get to 60 days and they've had to give up. We got to the end in 100 days, deep in the Arctic winter. And in the final few minutes, we burst out past the peninsula that marks the finish in a flurry of breaking waves. And I burst into tears. I tried to scream to Eileen, we've done it, we've done it, we've done it. But instead I cried and I cried and I cried. And isn't it great to see a man so in touch with his emotions? Except it's not so good when nobody else is in touch with theirs, because they just sit there silently while you're going, oh, we've done it. And they just go, oh, we've got some kayaking to do. Is he going to calm down at any minute? So when you watch this video, what I want you to bear in mind is this is when I have calmed down. It was even worse a few minutes earlier. Let's hope we get some sound. Nope. Well, this is a video of me crying my eyes out. Usually the apex of the entire talk, and everybody laughs and then carries me out of the room in celebration. I promise. As you'll notice in the background, there's no thank you for finishing the Northwest Passage. Please pick up your baggage. We had to kayak for another 3 days, get picked up by a small airplane, and we celebrated. And when we got home back to the UK, it seemed like a big deal. People in the UK seemed to care about the Northwest Passage. I was interviewed on BBC Breakfast, and then ITV, then Sky News, and something like 250 newspapers. I launched this whole career traveling the world talking about resilience at offsites and conferences. Feel free to chat to me afterwards. I got a book deal. I even won awards like European Adventurer of the Year, which is an award I really didn't expect. And then I got Asian Adventurer of the Year, which is an award I really didn't expect. And had this happened after the Atlantic, it would have been everything I wanted and more. Records, headlines, validation. But I'd long since moved past that as my metric of success. And rather than focusing on whether we reached the end, I now ask myself, did I challenge myself? Was it a unique experience? Above all, did I get a chance for camaraderie? If I can answer yes to one or more of these questions, I consider it a success whether or not we got to the end. And the irony is, when I can answer yes to one or more of these questions, I'm more likely to get to the end because I keep showing up because I'm passionate about what I'm doing rather than just viewing the process as a necessary evil between me and the end. And nothing represents the ability to reframe a threat or challenge like a polar bear coming into your campsite and somehow considering it an exciting challenge. So I no longer say, what's my next world record? I say, what's my next polar bear? What change can you get your team to reframe as an exciting challenge? What uncertainty can you get your team to reframe as an exciting chance for camaraderie? What is your polar bear? Thank you very much for taking time to listen.
Do questions or not time for questions? Yeah, or I'll hang around outside if people want to ask questions then, or nobody wants to ask questions, then it's awkward. Any questions? Nope. Great, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Really enjoyed it.
Oh, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Yeah. Different.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
I did broadcast.
UK to pop this mic on your shirt. Just pull that bit back. This one's the last and then this one's the
Oh, you want both? There you go. AI search.
Maybe. Yeah. Manifesto. Thank you. Clicker. Right.
Nice. Alrighty. So I'll do a little bit of, I'll skip a few slides. I'll go faster through them because there's been so much great content covered already in terms of, you know, the opportunity and a few, you know, industry trends. And I'll focus more on the findings that I've uniquely, I think, you know, found in the industry that will help you, whether you're an agency or an SEO or just in marketing, on how to take advantage of LLMs and make a difference. Very quickly, again, mostly for the online audience, because in the room we have probably the highest concentration of experts statistically in terms of percent than anywhere I've been before. So these are more for the online. This is just a slide to say it's already happened, right? You know, in most market segments, AI is already very important for you. Even, you know, when you're purchasing a vehicle, about a quarter of buyers are influenced by LLMs, whether it's Claude or ChatGPT, and obviously on the B2B software side, it's almost entirely most decisions are made considering whether Claude or ChatGPT or to a lesser degree AI overviews for B2B at least. Also, there's now extensive research that it's not just using it, it's actually influencing purchases. Whether or not you see it in your clicks is happening. And of course, you know, the zero click has been covered a lot by many, but the highlights are that whether or not you see it in your analytics, people are deciding what to buy with AI help. So what can you do about it? The first thing is, if you've already got a good SEO performance, it means that you qualify. It doesn't mean that you've made it. It means that everything you know you can do for specifically LLMs is easier to start with. If you're not there yet, if you don't have a great SEO, if your performance in SEO is you know, again, you know, very low, 1-2% of your business, probably starting with LLMs is not a great idea, because you've probably got a lot of debt, SEO debt to pay. However, it's not the same as SEO. So LLM does have unique buttons, and many folks who've talked here and that you can find on LinkedIn have figured out different ways of making LLMs work, or, you know, SEO for LLMs work. We found our formula at Rankme, but I've seen others having different formulas that also work, and that just tells you that there's so many different things that you know, are effective. So in 5 slides, and you know, I've crunched this down to a 10-minute thing because we're also running a bit late. I'll give you the highlights of what is, you know, our system that works. It starts with targeting. And targeting for LLMs is different to SEO, and it's not exactly like finding out. It is understanding what is it that an LLM thinks when you ask a question. So if you're in the car business and you're asking for a family car, immediately the, you know, Claude or ChatGPT or AI overviews, they look for what do we mean when we say a family car? It's probably about reliability, comfortable ride, safety features, etc. It's not a fan out, it's a logical framework for thinking. The fan out starts after this. It starts, okay, under safety, how can we find that out? What is a safe car? What are the terms for a safe car? But at the very top of that tree sits the logical deduction from the AI of what makes a good family car. Same with a B2B tool, same with anything you can purchase or research. So this is the first step that should define not only how you target content or changes on your website, but also how you measure it. As an example here, with a specific manufacturer, their dealer and after sales has a 44% acceptance rate or recommendation rate on AI. What does that mean? It means that AI has decided that these are the 10 more important factors in car purchasing. You might think that safety rating or how good the car looks like is the things we want to push from a keyword perspective to get recommended. But AI might think that if your dealer after sales and running costs are high, you're not worthy of recommendation. And so you need to understand these categories and fan out from there. So second step, this is a little bit in between. I'll actually go back and forth with the slide. So you've targeted, you're now ready to write content, but before you do that, there's a couple of things that I always see, I very frequently see broken for sites that even do well for SEO, which is, for instance, CDNs. So very often, even for big companies, especially around Cloudflare, I've seen that CDNs are configured to not allow certain LLMs, and most people don't check. You might have positive green flags on a variety of LLMs, but Grok might be red flagged. Why? Automatically. They never ask you, so you're out. So that's something you need to take care of. Then you go into the content. Once they can access your site, you've done your CDNs, you've got all your SEO flags done. Then you go back into this targeting of, do they understand what my product is about at the very detailed level, at the attribute level, right? Can they find proof that this is something that's worth targeting? Can they find proof that my customers, for instance, have great after service and that my service is cheap? And how you do that is you convince, right, with AI overviews, a lot of it is down to your SEO. So they will go back to sources, they'll see if you have conversions, so they have other ways of seeing whether you're worthy of ranking for a good car. But ChatGPT and Claude does not. They rely primarily on text content. And how you influence content is for understanding what are those attributes that we talked about before, and how do you convince AI that you're great at those things. Now, our technique is slightly different to a lot of the other ones I've seen. In fact, most of the others I've seen. There's two ways of writing content that convinces AI. And I say that, obviously there's 1,000, but there's a fork here. In the SEO days, in order to understand whether what you're doing works, you had to experiment and wait for 6 months, wait for 6 weeks, depending on your industry. In the AI world, you don't, because you have live feedback from the same AIs that are out there judging your content. So instead of building campaigns where we write the content or we suggest the content and then you go and publish it and then you wait for 6 weeks to see what worked, do I move the titles, do I do this pattern? With AI, you can simulate any of this. You can simulate whether what you're about to do is going to have the change you think. And what we've built is effectively a simulation engine. Whatever change you're working on, starting from content, you can throw into a simulated environment and see, does this content convince AI that I'm great at, aftermarket service? And if you do that, then your rankings for that goes up, but also the logical recommendation. The AI then thinks, well, if they're good at aftermarket service, and their pricing is good, then they're more highly recommended. And so this is the process that we've built our sort of optimization around. You can achieve a similar thing by guessing or by input metrics, but you can say, for instance, that, well, we probably can guess what's a great article about our, and what reviews we need to quote. But when you start doing it more and more at scale, and you don't have, for instance, it's not when you're talking about 1,000+ page website with many market segments, then scaling this without actually knowing and having a confident closed loop way for each and every topic you're attacking, of whether or not you're successfully convincing the AI of what you're saying before publishing, then you're falling back into the 6 month or 6 week, depending on your industry, benchmark. Whereas with this process, you do a simulation, and you're like, okay, this is going to work, let's publish. Yikes. Now, there's a few sort of obscure SEO gurus out there talking about new metrics for measuring the performance of LLMs. We all know about obviously, ranking, whether or not you're ranking for found out terms, etc. There's a couple of things worth optimizing against in addition. One of them is serif citations, right? So how often is your business or the places where you're mentioned cited? This is something that some platforms do. We do it as part of our simulation, but the citation share gives you a high level metric for how much of the conversation is set by you. And it's worth tracking it at the article level. So when you're publishing something, by simulating, you can see, for instance, this is the weighted word count metric. You can see how much of the answer is made by your content. And this is with using evaluation methods that are available to you. You could do something similar at tiny scale using your own Claude instances, etc., or ChatGPT, or with a simulated environment like RankBiz. You can see a particular article. If you ask a question, what was the amount of words that were picked up from your article versus somebody else's? And this is, if you're thinking about it, if you're a product, you care about being recommended. But if you're a brand, right? If you're Nike, if you're Apple, you care more about, are they talking about me with my words? Are they using my words to describe my product? And this is a completely different optimization set where you can simulate and say, I don't care how much I rank. I don't care about optimization scores, query coverage. I don't care about any of that. What I want to optimize against is, in the answer, are they using my words to talk about my products? So that's yet a different way of using this type of simulation to see, okay, am I changing the conversation with this content? At scale, right? Obviously, because with 1 or 2 articles, you can do that by yourself. I think we talked a little bit about this. Oh, this is sticky. Now, many brands have international coverage. I like to test in international environments new strategies because there is a lot less content, which means that you're working against a weaker opponent, and therefore whatever you do will work faster. So that's one of my tips is like if you're managing a brand with 10 different languages and you're going for English, immediately, if you're in a B2B space, it's your worst against G2, TechCrunch, all those publications. But if you go to Bulgarian and it's a product that Bulgarians are buying, then you can make a much faster impact, both in terms of, obviously in terms of total growth, it might not be the same thing, but you can be faster at proving your hypothesis and then applying them to your English, US, UK, Australia, etc. One of the, I've deleted a slide on this. The other thing is speed, by the way, is faster than SEO. When we talk about content testing, etc., we're not talking about 6 weeks anymore. I've run entire campaigns where you've got a 20% growth on an A/B test within 2 weeks from launching on hundreds of different locations and segments. So the speed at which you're experimenting when you're looking at LLMs for SEO is super fast, as long as what you do is you need to optimize places where AIs are already using some of your content to make decisions. So the first thing that you do before optimizing and testing is you go through your citation analysis, whether you use Peak, whether you use Profound or RankBiz, you go through your citations and you see, where am I mentioned? Where are they talking about me at all? In this market segment, because there is content of mine being used, it means I can go in and do major A/B tests and understand within days or weeks whether my content works or not. And that's the sum of it. I think that those are the 5 pearls I would leave you with, is that be faster, right? You don't have to publish and wait. You can simulate the environment and you can find if your content is working within, within minutes, not within months. And aim for finding the right attributes. So target your optimizations by the logic of how AI thinks about your product. Don't just fan out. First, build a tree of what are the attributes that the AI thinks, then fan out. That's a big difference. And then the third one is do the easy test. Find out where you're already used, whether AI is using your content for citations, etc. And do quick tests that last for up to 2 weeks max to see if your content works. And I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
There you go. Amazing. Thank you very much. Are you okay to pop this on your collar? And another one. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Let me ask you a question. If your brand appears in an AdWords and just the citation goes from other source, who wins? Today, let me talk about mentions versus citation, because being honestly, we have analyzed a ton of data, 126 million AI search prompts on different industries, on different levels. And well, basically, something that we have analyzed is that there is not one source of truth for all of them. They're all different. And being named is not the same as being used. The truth, the source of evidence for all of them is quite different. Let me show you, for example, we have two columns here. The first one are the top 100 mentioned companies, and the second one is the top 100 cited companies. If we overlap both of them, you can see for AI overviews, the overlap is 64%, quite impressive. AI mode is 54%, ChatGPT is only 42%. So that means that, well, take a look on Gemini, it's only 30%. That means that citations doesn't equal mentions. And here I'm here to give you the evidence of this. I will not be trying to break the code to give you the black box, but just a helicopter view on why this is happening overall. We have the same platforms, but such different results, right? And this is the research that we launched a couple of months ago. This is an observational research. My name is Fernando Angulo. I'm Senior Market Research at SEMrush. I've been doing this for the last 15 years, analyzing user behavior on the web, analyzing different sources of web traffic. And something that it really is interesting these days is that everything is changing, right? Our results as SEOs was, okay, ranked and click, that's it. But right now we have citations and mentions. Let's deep dive into both of them. Something that needs to be a foundation is the definition, right? Mention is when you have your brand named in the answer of the LLM platform, right? That's very different from a citation. A citation is a source linked as evidence, which is pretty different, and it's a different strategic job for a marketer. One builds memory. It gives familiarity, it gives more consideration, and it relies on the mind of the user. That's the mention. And citation, from the other side, that's the evidence. That's the attribution. That's the model that lives inside of the algorithm. That's something that keeps there. So both are completely different, and they are and they have different jobs in this research. So here is the top brand list overlap. As I mentioned at the beginning, 64% of the brands mentioned and cited are in AI overviews, only 64% of them. In ChatGPT, it's 42%. So we have the same list, but totally different outcomes. That means that if we try to analyze one single scoring model, right, your AI visibility across all the systems, well, that's dangerous, because the behavior from these platforms is totally different. And let me give you more information about this. We did also research related to the about 4,000 domains that they had also citations and mentions, but we have been analyzing the result that was telling us that there is a new type of citation with which we have called ghost citations. Why is that? Because the URL, the domain, has been cited, but the brand name didn't receive the mention. And that's 61% of all 4,000 domains. The source link is there. Fantastic, you have the link, right? But your brand name didn't appear in the answer. Those are the ghost citations. And something incredible that is happening today is, well, we have tested also in our larger list, and we have identified that this is happening everywhere. Let me tell you this. We have also, we also did the same approach with ChatGPT, and just take a look at this. 80% of the domains that we analyzed have been cited, 20% of them just named, right? In Gemini, it's the opposite. Same list, same domains, 21% cited, and only 83% were named. Well, that's a totally different behavior for these platforms. And again, having one unconditional index about universal AI visibility cannot be done. This needs to be measured in a separate way, because the behavior of these platforms are really different. So what we have also in terms of prompts, we have analyzed also that, okay, when we have the more conversational way of translating our thoughts to a LLM, we see that a more short and conversational query, like for example, best CRM, they correlate with more mentions. But at the other side, when your query or your prompt is longer and more structured, that also correlates with more citations. That doesn't mean that this is the source of truth. That doesn't mean that you need to create more content to get more citation. But this is something that we are observing right now. This is something that is happening. We are comparing prompts. We are not. We're not saying that this is the formula, but this is something that is occurring right now. And also, we have tested this inside of SEMrush with our own prompts. We have built the core of prompts, and we have analyzed that for each prompt that we are intended for, let's say, commercial topic, we have to go and track every single prompt across the whole decision journey. For example, definition, comparison, alternatives, use case, by each prompt that owns a commercial topic. I know when you receive, for example, a mention or a citation for your SEO team or for your marketing team, this is, hey, I have a mention, that's great. But that doesn't mean that you own the topic. The topic is related to some elevated cluster of ideas. For example, what is the best CRM? Compare the best CRMs. Give me some alternatives cheaper of those CRMs. How I can implement in the CRM my case for my restaurant business. How much it costs that CRM. So each prompt that owns one commercial topic. So this is something that it's not just winning a lucky citation, a lucky mention. This is a complex model that owns you the whole topic. And we have tested this also among different companies, the top brands in the US. We have tested these 5 prompts that own a topic, and we have decided, okay, if there are companies, the biggest brands that own the topics, we will find them if we are analyzing with all of them for all those 5 prompts, right? To get the topic. And well, basically, we didn't find them. We only saw that the clear owner of a topic are 15% of all of them, of the 1,000 different categories domains in the US. Only 50% of them, they own only 4 or some of them 5 prompts. That is 5 point ahead of the next of the similar competitor that they have. Emerging leaders for topic ownership are only 31% of them. And this is the best number that I can give you today. 53% of the rest of the topics are available. That means there is no winner that owns all the topics. For an SEO agency, for a brand, for an internal team, that means there's a lot of work to do. And that doesn't matter if you are a huge company or a small company, the topic owners are not yet defined. For example, till now, right? In terms of leadership, let me give you this other example from our research. So citation leadership doesn't mean that you have the brand leadership. This is something really easy to understand when you see that the evidence supplier may be not the own domain that owns the narrative. For example, for our research, 21% of the citations and mentions were the same leader, only 21% of them. But the rest of them, they were from a different leader. This explains very easily, for example, in the sports industry. Just for an instance, we have FIFA, we have NFL, we have NBA. They own the narrative. They own the conversation. But who owns the evidence? The evidence is owned by CBS Sports, by HBO Sports, by the media, right? Those are the owners of the narrative. In this case, we need to identify also that there are good news for topic ownership. Well, basically, we have analyzed month by month what is happening in terms of owning those topics. We track all those 5 different prompts across the decision journey, and imagine what we identify. Well, 90% retain those first places. So owning a topic will give you a huge advantage. That doesn't correlate with the different just lucky citations or mentions that you are tracking, but if you are tracking the prompts by owning a topic, well, that's something that is lasting, at least till June. All those topic owners, the leaders, are still in the first place of mentions plus citations. This is something that we need to analyze in also alignment with the platforms. How the platforms are receiving all their sources. So this is the diet for each platform, right? So for ChatGPT, 50% of the citations that they have are coming from reference and community. So yes, Wikipedia, G2 Crowd, Reddit, that's their daily diet. For AI mode, 11, they're coming from social and local, conversations still, and AI overviews from video. YouTube is still the first source, Gemini, entertainment, and e-commerce. So we are building also the model to identify the evidence for the citations by analyzing what is inside of each platform to build the evidence for each of these platforms. And something interesting that is happening is the paradox, right? We have similar platforms, just for instance, we have ChatGPT and Gemini, they only share 78 of the top mentioned brands. These are the winner. ChatGPT and Gemini, okay, you can maybe rank for both, but for the rest of pairs, ChatGPT, Cloud, ChatGPT, Perplexity, is less than 50%. All of them combined are less of 50% of citation overlap with mentions. And this is something that is incredible to analyze without this number. So you can check this number. This is the 36 platforms that they have the universal 100% AI visibility. You can keep it in your mind, right? Apple, Google, Amazon, the classic cultural companies like Disney, Marvel, you name it. We have analyzed 1,200 of them, and you can see that only 36 of them, they are universal, 100% citations, 100% mentions. We don't need to compare to them. They are the exclusion of the equation, but something that they have in common is that they are winning in this layer, citations and mentions, with all the topic ownership that they have. But these are the exclusion. We just need to check out that number. Something that is clear and we are using inside of SEMrush and give us the opportunity to grow in citations and mentions for the last, I will say, since February till now, more than 800 times, is this system that we have implemented inside of our teams. I'm part of the product marketing team, and every single team inside of our organization, they have different goals, but they need to be unified at some point. In terms of, for example, discoverability, SEO and content team needs to work together to answer to that question, how to be found, right? For clarity, our team, product marketing, plus the brand marketing team need to be clear to be answering to this question from LLMs. Can I be understood from them? The third part of the system is the authority. PR, partnerships, affiliate are perfect for that. Be validated. You need that validation. And the fourth part, important part of our system is trust. Social media, community, customer, those are really great, a really great fit for converting all this system in a citation readiness block. How to be found, how be understood, how be validated, and can I be trusted? In this case, this is something that winners can do these days, using all this data, all this information to build evidence that travel. When we are trying to identify the best use of the data, it's not by copy-pasting what others are doing, it's by analyzing what it can help us to be better. So we have identified these 4 fundamentals from this research. The first one that we have analyzed from all the prompts is the proprietary assets, data, tools, databases, then the specialist authority, which is basically category, media reviewers, influencers. Then you have consistent positioning, same claims across all surfaces. If you are an entity, you need to be an entity everywhere. Well, you cannot be an entity if you are not recognized everywhere. And tangible proof. So your product needs to be real, your tools needs to be real. You have to have real services and real usage, use cases, success stories, webinars, users commenting about your product. That's a real great tangible proof. Just imagine EMDB, they have more 3.9 more mentions just for having all of this. Of course, EMVD and Wikipedia, they have more mentions because they are the source of information of millions of users across the web. And if you are trying to identify, for example, for your own team, we have gathered also information from our users. This is a survey that we did for from different agencies, and these are the results, right? So integrated teams report stronger outcomes when they fully integrated SEO and AI search strategies in one single effort. But just 36% of the companies that we surveyed, they completely separated workflows. If you don't own the workflow, you cannot own the outcome. So this is a report that we have for all of them. This can vary, of course, for every company, but this is not a systematic result. This is something that, well, creates some insights, right? In terms of content, well, when we are analyzing the content that is cited and mentioned, we have analyzed these 5 characteristics that are really great. These are the percentages of how often we have found these characteristics inside of all the winners with mentions and citations. Well, first of all, clear answer. Second, expert evidence, useful Q&A, as you can see, clear section, and structured elements. We didn't add here the schema markups just to have a more cleaner version, but just these 5 points, they gave us a clear understanding about what type of content is being cited and mentioned in an AI answer. That doesn't mean that you need to go and write 47 questions for your FIQ in each page. That means that if you have a topic, you need to make the decision, you need to make the definition clear. If it's something really difficult, you need to have an expert evidence or use different type of different structure of content, list, paragraphs, or different structures to validate those questions, and there are clear sections marked with structured elements. Well, what is the evidence that we can build in different layers? A perfect example is these 3 source evidence portfolio that we have also built inside of the company. This is the first portfolio is owned evidence, expert explanations, original data, right? Then independent media, what everybody is telling about you, and industry corroboration. Here, partnerships are really great for this. And community, of course, all your social media work, customer reality, and your maintaining facts about your company that needs to be fresh in every single instance, having your knowledge graph in a really good shape. This is the citation-ready topic. We are analyzing how to keep there in the top for maintaining all of this. And for your teams, right? What do you need to do in terms of the first month, right? I will define first the topic. Don't go and create content because of the sake of content, because you have cloud colleagues, whatever, and you can create tons of content. You need to define the priority topics by the decision of the user, the decision journey of the user, and identify those 5 priority topics. Then go with samples, go with the expertise, go with the prompt clusters for all of them. You don't need to create tons of content, just the content that has value for your own organization. And then separate mentions from citations. You need to measure that differently, separated. Why is that? Because you don't own all the channels. You have citations that are working as evidence, you have mentions that are working for your brand and narrative. And you need to inspect and access all the sources, plus all the sources gaps, and prioritize what to ship. That's planning, that's strategy, and some tactics as well. What to do the next couple of months? Well, the next couple of months, you have more work to do, which is ship, distribute, and measure, and start all over again. What do you need to ship? Well, original evidence. We are trying to identify not the links, not to do the link building. We are delivering evidence. Evidence that you are a brand, that you are an entity, evidence that your products or services are real, evidence that people are using it. Credible surfaces. Well, media industry partners community, for every single industry, they have their own reliable sources. G2 Crowd, you can have Wikipedia, you have different sources. Share of topics, mention citation gap, you need to measure that, and you need to engine diversity across different platforms. You don't need to ask what is the AI visibility that I have. You need to ask where is my AI visibility, in which platforms I'm receiving, from which platforms I'm receiving AI visibility, and how I'm receiving citations or mentions. And of course, basically, if you want to build evidence, you need to do it choosing the topic that represents your business and your services. Thank you very much. I know who is there.
Yeah. Amazing, thank you. There you go.
Outstanding. Sweet. We're good. Sweet. Do you need them separated so we're not getting like a feedback loop?
Oh, yeah, so it's no, it should be.
Best ever certified, yeah, for many men.
Okay, cool. Sweet. Thank you. That's it. Awesome. Here we go. Outstanding, everyone. We're going to blast through this real quick. I know everyone's probably a little bit fatigued. Hate everyone online. Awesome. So my name is Brian. I'm flew all the way over here from Colorado in the United States. And so, yeah, woo! What I'm going to be talking about today is false precision. As SEOs, we like being the smartest guys in the room. We like thinking we know all this and that, but some things simply can't be measured in the way that we think that they can. So I want to talk a little bit about the Christmas ham. This is a parable that was kind of popularized by Zig Ziglar. And the long and the short of it is this family, they cut their ham in half every year for Christmas. Looks kind of like this. And the question gets brought up, well, why are we cutting it in half? And no one can really answer it. So it sets these people on a mission to find out, why do we cut the ham in half? And so they ask their parents, their mom, and she says, well, that's the way we've always done it. Like, we always cut the ham in half. And so obviously not a satisfactory answer. They go to their grandmother. Well, grandma, why did we cut the ham in half? And it turns out that her stove was too small and she didn't have a pan big enough. So that's why the ham is cut in half. 2 generations later, though, everyone is still cutting the ham in half. Why? And as SEOs, we have this. We have this exact problem. GA4, in my opinion, half-baked product when it rolled out. It's not much better. There's much better alternatives. Matamo, in my opinion. You're going to get way better data out of that. But GA4, we use it. Why? Because it's a Google product and we need to roll it in so that we can have ad attribution. Great. Can we get that other ways? Yeah. First party data is way more effective. Identity resolution, way more effective. You're going to get better clicks. You're going to get more vetted kinds of people that are actually coming through your site. Same kind of thing. Authority. It irritates me so much when people are like, well, the DR or UR of this is, you know, or the page authority on this. These are made up bullshit metrics. Google took away PageRank, which, if you look back through all the patents and everything, is a Markov chain. That's all it is. It's Markov chains that were branded for Google. So if you actually go back through an academic approach to it, you're going to find that there's a lot of bullshit that kind of gets wrapped up into this over and over and over, right? AI visibility, monthly reports, these are all things that we want a definitive metric on. We need to know that it is 34%. That's not the way it works. The reason I know this is because I do adversarial testing. A little background about myself. So I do own an agency. I am a red team, what you could call it, purple team pen tester. So I do adversarial testing often on brands. We do negative SEO remediation. So I'm often on the other side of the fence, not necessarily always the good side. So, serious question for a lot of this, would any of you rely on data in your rearview mirror when you're driving down the highway? And think about that for a minute. Is that something you would feel comfortable relying on as you're going down the highway, potentially kids in the back? I would venture to say no. Most people, I don't think, would find that's a great way to go about doing this. But historically, this is how SEOs and marketers have always done stuff. We can't foresee the future. We can't plan for it. So we're going to look at historical data and base business decision off of that. Horrible approach in the way that I would approach this. You can run paid ads, you can actually take part of your budget and allocate that towards testing, but let's not pretend like historical data and what happened a month ago, 2 months ago is the way that things are moving now, right? When we're looking at the Google SERP, I did this morning. What we can see is obviously we've got mentions, citations, we've got this UK Summit's right here, which is kind of cool. But when we look at this, in my opinion, the more accurate way to do this would be, number one, looking at what's actually on the Google SERP. One of the other presenters had mentioned, don't rely on APIs, actually look at what's going on the SERP. You're going to get a much better read on what's actually going on, right? The other thing with this is that when you start to understand what's actually going on here in the SERP, you get a much clearer idea of what Google's actually doing. This guy right here, the 3 dots, very interesting if you've ever clicked on that. It'll tell you what's propping up that SERP. If we look at the top up here, this actually tells you what Google deems as most important to least important. It's the cheat sheet. So for this query, Best SEO Conference, London 2026, after looking at everything, the next thing I would optimize is for short videos. I'm going straight to social. I could give a fuck all about anything other than that, because that is the most important thing that Google understands about this query. Notice what we have after that: images, news, videos, forums, so your Facebook groups, public Facebook groups, Reddit, things like that. That's the most important thing that Google understands about this SERP. Type in your next query, you're going to get something very different according to what's going on. This is your cheat sheet. You don't need fancy tools, just understand what the SERP is doing. Now, you can apply this to other search engines as well, correct? We can take this into Brave, we can take it into Bing, we can look at a lot of different things, and just when you start understanding how these things are put together, it becomes very clear the direction of what's going on. And bear in mind that Google is at every turn trying to save computation and cost. That is the primary driver behind almost any and every decision that they do. Why? Because they're a for-profit company that has stakeholders and shareholders that they have to answer to. If they're not turning a profit and making it profitable for people to invest in the company, that's a problem. Pair that with the fact that each query, the last study I'd heard, it was like a fraction of a cent per query. Doesn't sound like a lot. until you figure that it's billions of queries every single day, multiply that by 365 days a year, that's a pretty hefty nut to pay. And when you consider that as a business owner, as someone that is either working at an agency, owning an agency, or as an entrepreneur, it becomes very apparent, like if I knew I had a couple $1 billion to keep the lights on and the doors open, damn right I'm going to be monetizing at every turn. I would probably be doing ads at every turn. Sounds kind of familiar, doesn't it? So when we think through this, it's not too far-fetched to think that this is the way that Google is moving. And when you have this in the forefront of your mind, you can almost use this as a crystal ball to see what Google is up to. All right? Next thing that we're going to look at is Google Learning. You will need, if you're going to access this, you will need to be VPN'd into the United States. This is not available outside of the United States. But what this does is I can type in any kind of keyword, right? SEO conferences London. It's going to give me all of these things here. It's going to give me an entire list over here. I can literally copy paste this. I have done this. You can copy and paste it and you can rank this page. Easy. You create a web page, sorry. You create a web page with this copy pasted content, it will rank. It's stupid simple, right? Next thing that you're looking at here, UK SEO Summit focus. We probably want to talk about comprehensive SEO coverage, practical and actionable insights. We talk about these things. And then if you needed to do your listicles, I personally don't recommend doing them on your own site, especially if it's self-serving. Google's algorithms, and this is in various patents that they have, they can identify whether it's you self-serving yourself or whether it's on a third-party site. I always recommend do it on a third-party site. It's much safer. You're not going to end up into a bunch of the issues. I know that people have shared graphs and things like that showing that listicles go down in almost every single case that I've seen that with, including some of them that have been shared throughout this conference. In almost every single case, those listicles are on that particular person's website. If you moved it off to a third-party site, Parasite, anything like that, you are 100% in the clear. It's not self-serving anymore. It's informational. So take that for what it is, right? Again, these are all of the potential things that you should be talking about on the website, in your content. You stack it, rack it, redo it again, right? Socials, images, all of that stuff. This is your cheat sheet as well. All right. Have any of you guys have you read the paper on Movera or graph mining? Anyone? I like to do interactive, so if you guys raise your hand if you've seen it. If not, cool, that's fine too. This is actually I'm not sure if you're seeing it here, but this is actually Google's GitHub. It's publicly available. The problem is as marketers, we put on our marketing hat. We're like, yeah, I'm an SEO. Yeah, we're marketers. You don't come at it from an academia perspective. Google is very, very open. As long as you come at it from information retrieval and academia, you can get this stuff all day long. They have to have it provided for larger companies and people that are building on top of Google's products. So when you understand that, Movera and graph mining, Movera is a multi-vector. So basically it's Colbert, Movera, and then they basically took both stemming and lemmatization, which are natural language processing techniques. They basically take all of that, they throw it into multi-vector, and so that's where you get like OmniSearch and a lot of these things like that. We've taken the GitHub and we've built on top of that. Because again, the math is all here. They're very open about it. If you're not already thinking in graph databases, this is the big thing right now everyone's talking about is graph engineering, graph databases. We've identified at least 7 predominant graphs or database tables that Google uses. It's everything from behavior graph, link graph, entity graph, local graphs. Social is actually another graph. They pioneered this with Google Plus back in the day, right? That was their initial attempt at understanding social. Notice where we're at now, right? They want you to put your socials in your accounts. And again, thinking through this as a crystal ball, looking into the future, I would venture to say that this is also going to play into trust signals. If you guys travel a lot, if you ever use Clear, it's like a TSA pre kind of thing. You actually have a LinkedIn check mark. You just have to claim it. It's literally, that's it. Meta and Instagram, sorry, you have to pay Zuckerberg twice, but getting a blue check mark. My theory on this is that if you have a trusted account, that level of what you're able to either get away with or be trusted with or any of that gets elevated. And that's actually, from a compute standpoint, that's actually a really simple calculation for Google, right? Is verified true? Is verified false? It's a 0 and 1. It's simple in, out, very easy computation in the DOM. And they don't even have to render your page. It's just grab the HTML, is verified yes or no. That simple. So when we think about that, we understand how graphs actually work. And you're using things like EAV tables, natural language processing, all of this. This is actually how I teach my team to create websites. We're looking at graph model. And if it doesn't fit in this graph, we need to figure out how we can bridge edges and nodes. And that is 100% how we build sites. These things rank within weeks. And when we're doing link building and things like that, we're linking in and out of nodes. And it becomes very, very easy for us to do that. All right, dealing with clients. So one thing is, as we're talking about, you know, this new era that we're in where tracking things becomes much more difficult. You can literally do all of the right things. And if you're not aligned with clients on what their expectations are, you can still get fired. It's a sexy graph right here, right? Over the course of 3 months, we had almost, 300,000, 2.5 thousand clicks through the site. We had all kinds of conversions. This is a luxury niche, mind you. Their AOV is right around $1,800 to $2,000 for an hour. Very high-end niche. It's yachting, right? So not cheap. We ended up coming in here on this little tail end of stuff. This is actually full historics on it. That was interesting. That's why they called me. They're like, holy shit, like we had these really nice things going on and now we're flatlined. So this is a year over year, 2025 to 2026. Notice where the revenue was at, 102. In 3 months, we had them triple, 300% up from where they were. Transactions, 100 to 156. So not a lot of difference in the transactions, but the AOV skyrockets, right?
Without price increase?
So there was a price increase and a content marketing strategy. So rather than having just, we're going to rely on word of mouth or referrals, there was actually a strategy behind it. So, and again, the reason I'm showing this as well is you can see their average price per year. This is kind of how many bookings, all this stuff that they had, gone up very nicely, right? By all means, if I were to show you this as a client, you're like, damn, like, yeah, you guys are doing your job. You're making us money, right? Not bad here. Positive data on the bookings, average AOV, like I was showing you, AOV were double their all-time high previously. And we were fired. Why? Right? We were not aligned with their end goal. They didn't want to pay to continue having, we ended up booking them out through the entire rest of the year. They can't take any more business. And so their rationale is, why would we pay if we can't take on more business? And so we were essentially fired for doing our job, right? It sucks. But that got me to thinking, like, typical reporting, we're so reliant on these kind of metrics. We're like, hey, your visibility's up, your average position, your organic sessions and all this. But that may not, from SEOs and from data nerds, that makes complete sense to us. We like seeing those sexy numbers, right? Yeah, we're up 300%. You know, we've boosted up the AOV. We've done all of these other things, and the client can still give 2 craps less. They just not care, right? So one of the things that I highly recommend us looking at is when we say percentages, what is it that we're actually looking at, right? We really want to look at this. What prompts were used, which models, which runs, which locations. That can have a very big bearing on, you know, your AI retrieval. What dates are you logged in, logged out? If you're not familiar with histograms, that can greatly affect what's going on. Whether you're using Chrome or Brave browser, highly affects your retrieval. If you're logged into Chrome versus logged out, next time you get a chance, open up, you know, Control Alt, delete, go into your system settings and performance, see what happens when you load up Chrome. It is a data hog. Why? Because Google sucks at rendering JavaScript. So that you're using your computer to render JavaScript in the backend using histograms. And because of that, if you're not logged in or have that turned off, if you're trying to do AI assessment and evaluation through an incognito browser or not being logged in, you're getting an inaccurate read. This number is not what it is. At the end of the day, how much money did we make, right? It's the same thing that clients are going to ask. And again, I'm not anti-data, I'm anti-data theater. I like knowing what's actually going on because true data, actual true data improves decision making, right? And if we can't have that, that's a problem. Now, the other issue is that when you get guys that are doing adversarial testing, this all goes out the window. Right? We can have the best intentions, Google's showing us, hey, we've got short videos and we've got this and we've got this and we've got this that are actually like the most important things. You get a dirty black hat that comes in there, he can fuck the whole thing up, change the entire order of stuff using a variety of different techniques. But okay, so what's up, down, left, right, and what's true? That's where we get into a lot of these issues, right? And again, search isn't search, like it's not one search. This is like very linear, but we have the messy middle, right? Are we talking people or machines? Who's actually searching? What's going on? Are they logged in or out of Chrome? What's actually happening here? And this is something I thought was really interesting. This was actually taken from last year. Cloudflare actually had put out this. Common crawl to referral ratios in AI. Google, it's a 14-to-1 ratio. So 14 prompts, 14 queries per every retrieval on it. OpenAI, 1,700-to-1. Anthropic, get the fuck out of here, right? 7,300-to-1 query versus retrieval, right? So when they're crawling and doing all of this stuff, this is an aggressive bot. Super aggressive, right? And so what are they measuring, right? Human demand, crawler activity, all of this. These are all 6 different things that you could potentially be testing or looking at. Now, one thing that we want to look at, again, here's bad. Your brand appears in 34% or 37.4% of AI searches. How? What prompts are you using? Are they commercially viable prompts? Are they stuff that's like branded prompts? What is it that we're actually testing and searching for here, right? And again, very linear, and this is clean, but it's mostly shit, right? What we end up with is the messy middle, right? Friend recommends your company. They see your truck driving down the street. We see you on Instagram. We see you on Google. We read a Reddit post, or you popped up in my AI overview. Wife tells me, hey, you got to text these guys. I'm sick of dealing with this shit, right? The roof's leaking. I'm sick of it. Call them, right? I'm going to get on ChatGPT. I'm going to ChatGPT. Hey, what are these guys? What are the best ones? Oh, I'm back on Google, right? Then we're going to read reviews. I may go to a couple different review sites, Yelp, Angie's, Thumbtack, blah, 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 blah. I visit the website directly, and then I finally call. Who gets credit for that? This is where first touch and last touch attribution, even blended attribution, gets fucked. Because if we're talking an $1,800 sale, it's split among this entire journey, and all of this stuff in the middle oftentimes gets like kind of thrown out the wayside. Not to mention we have dark social to worry about. Now, there was a friend of mine, his name's Dan Kurtz. He actually has done he did a study on dark social. He has a identity resolution pixel. And so he can actually do first party tracking and throughput from the Google SERP all the way through. And if you're doing identity resolution, it comes within about a 99% in market audience segments. Very accurate. In one of his studies that he'd done, dark social actually accounts for the vast majority, upwards of 67%, if I remember correctly, of what actually happens with traffic. So as data nerds, again, we're looking at this going like, well, Google is the big beast on the block. They've got 80, 90% market share. We've got all this. But what about WhatsApp? Craig back there is like, dude, you fucking got to try this. This is such a good company over here. That's never going to register on your website, especially if he's like, yeah, here's the phone number, call them. Where'd that traffic come from? It's not trackable, right? Text messaging, Slack, Discord, Facebook Messenger, email forwards, all of these other things. This is actually how people buy. This is when you get to the business owner that's like, word of mouth's our biggest thing. Yeah, it probably fucking is. Because you have all of this stuff going on, and we're reliant on, well, we have to be able to track it. So when your analytics says direct, it could be that they've had a whole other buyer journey before they actually called you. And what is it? It's like 10 touch points before someone actually converts. So think about all that messy middle right up at the top, right? Where did it come from? Who gets credit for that sale, right? And then to complicate matters, you get people that are completely anti-AI, right? I've run into this a lot. I've done some public speaking at the collegiate level, and there are some kids or people outside of our SEO marketing bubble that are like, fuck AI. I hate this thing. My wife is one of them. She's like, I absolutely hate AI. I want to be able to look at the 10 blue links and determine what's best for me. I don't want you just spitting out an answer. I don't trust it. And so you have this to complicate matters, right? In our circle, yes, AI will touch everything, and it's going to be something that we are going to have to be accustomed to and learn. There's no denying that. It helps speed up our processes, but a lot of people outside of this are still pretty scared about AI, or they're confused, or they may just be adverse to it. So again, your funnel isn't your funnel. Good luck attributing this stuff, right? Again, who gets the credit? But we want to put a number on it, right? Marketing in 2026. Someone had mentioned it's kind of like a billboard, and that's probably one of the best analogies that I've heard as far as marketing in 2026 and 2027 and beyond, right? It's like a billboard. People are driving by it. And so if we're thinking through this, again, as SEOs, SEOs or marketers, we really need to go back to the idea of direct response and traditional marketing techniques. Buddy of mine, Marty Marion, if you're not following him, I would highly recommend checking him out. He owns a company called Master Positioning, and he actually has worked with some very, very high-end brands. Marty is fantastic, and this is like the ethos of his approach. He literally was one of the madmen on Madison Avenue, old school marketer, right? Big New York agency kind of a thing. Gray, I believe it's Gray Marketing is who he worked for. But a lot of this comes down to the fact that your audience is not your audience. If you don't convert them and unbind them from who they're currently bound to, if I said, you need a new shampoo, you're gonna be like, fuck you, dude. No, I don't. If I'm like, well, our shampoo doesn't have cancer-causing chemicals, can you say the same about yours? And you go and look at the back of the shampoo and you're like, holy shit, this guy's right. Like, I'm rubbing this stuff all over my head. Like, I have to find a new shampoo now. And then you've been unbound and broken from that affinity to whatever product it is that you're looking at. Definitely check that out. There's some really good old school marketing stuff there. This is another issue as we're talking about like wanting to put numbers on stuff. Do any of you know what this means? Just curious. Statistics. N equals 100. This is a sample set, and if you can't repeat it at least 100 times with the exact same thing, I'm logged in, I did this, I did this, I did this, and you do that at least 100 times, the exact same testing methodology, it's a shit statistic result. This is the bare minimum you need in order for it to be statistically significant. If you can't hit that with the exact same approach time and time and time and time again, you're chasing a ghost, essentially. All right. So again, SEOs, we want to segment all this stuff, but great. Using the statistically significant approach, we see one person, we have 41 leads generated, but then we're going to segment it by device, geography, landing page, new returning, attribution model, intent, brand, non-brand, blah, blah, blah. Great. Now we're doing stats on Steve, the one person. We're not even up to the statistically significant guy. We're trying to attribute this to one dude. Doesn't work, right? Enterprise, I run into this a lot. A lot of times you'll see the people that are like, hey, we're doing enterprise, we just throw up content, it ranks. You've never done local. And vice versa. I guarantee I've been in meetings where if you are working with an enterprise company, they're like, hey, just great, throw up some content, link it, you're gonna rank. Yeah, because you already have the power and authority and the crawl budget and all of that from a $300 million moving media. Try and rank a local plumber, good luck. They're two different beasts, right? So you do need to look at it very differently. This is the so what test, right? What does it measure? What decision changes that we're doing because of the data that we know? And remember, correlation does not equal cause. The big things that we're looking at right now, it's not as sexy as like graphs and everything going up, but we're really looking at a lot more cash money. Did we have closed customers, more qualified leads? This, again, going back to the idea of the billboard, right? If I wanted to increase overall sales, I'm going to put that billboard up, and what I'm going to monitor is, did we move more product? Did we make more sales? Did we get more leads coming through there? What's the observed behavior from that? I don't need to track it. And unless you're in the hundreds of thousands of visitors and you're at big boy pricing and stuff like that, or big boy, analytics, half this stuff is overkill. It's using an axe to try and pull a sliver. It's complete overkill for most businesses, right? The question that you have to ask is, what should we invest? What's our next move? How should we spend our next marketing move? And what I tend to see is that when you have a strong brand and you're hitting all of those different sources, right? Short form videos, social, brand, all of this, high tides raise all ships. We can work on the brand, and as we're aligning it with the particular queries, the particular kind of content buckets or things that they want to be known for, it raises everything up. So our social gets better, our AI visibility gets better. It's brand building, right? You're building a business at the end of the day. And so these are just some various diagnostics that I'm looking at. I'm going to wrap this up pretty quick here. Just try and get us back a little on schedule. Back to grandma, the pan got bigger, but we kept cutting the ham. Think about that. Let's change the way that we think through this. And you can connect with me if you want. One other thing here, you can snap a photo of this. Attending live has its perks. This goes down after the conference. So download that if you want. These are some GPTs that I created. One of them is built on the Movera framework. We've also got a GFM or Graph Foundation model. So that'll help do all that, and then the graph engineering model that's in there as well. So there you go. Questions or anything? Good, cool. Rock and roll.
Amazing, thank you. There's a on, yeah, you got it.
We made it by well, we made it through me yet, but by 7 p.m. you guys are out of here. All right.
Yeah.
Mic me up, boss. What do I do?
Just pull the top bit. There you go.
Two of them.
Amazing, thank you.
Are they too close though?
No, that's fine. They're recorded separately, so it's not gonna.
All right. All right. Mic works. I think I could scream though. I mean, it's a room with not too many people. I think they could hear me. Do I need this? Can you guys hear me, or do I need a microphone? All right, we're gonna keep it quick. All right. How I started agency from $0 to 35 million per year in annual recurring revenue. That's what I'm going to talk about. I started with my brother. Well, that's me. I'm going to talk a little bit about my story. 10 things I've learned. They're kind of quirky, funny. We'll keep them lighthearted. We'll keep it fast. And then we'll start go back around. So that's me when I was just a teenager. I was having fun with building websites like eBombs World. I'd go there. I really like it. I built amazing websites like funnycitynames.com. Right? I got a little bit more serious. This was back in the MySpace days. I was in high school, and really bad thing happened. My high school banned MySpace, so I found a way through it. I made unblockmyspace.com, and I ended up selling it. I actually ended up being on Forbes because of that. They didn't know I was like around 13 years old when they interviewed me. I think I had to like, make my voice like this, socialelves.com was another website I sold, and I was kind of like having fun with it. It's still around right now. I was just checking it. I went to college for culinary, right? Because there was no such thing as a digital marketing degree, and the best thing I got into was a hospitality school. And really quickly, I learned that is not at all what I wanted to do, which was really great because it really put like a fire up my ass. Because I said, hey, I got to learn this other thing, and if I don't, I'm going to end up doing what I don't want to do. I started backlinkbuild.com, and that was really my first serious venture into SEO, link building, and I mostly did link building for like other agencies, white label, things like that. I graduated, and then I opened up Smart Sites, and it's going really well. We have over 400 employees worldwide. 10 of the last 10 years, we're in the Inc. 5000 fastest growing companies. If you ask, I think it's ChatGPT, Gemini, I forget, or when I did, what's the largest digital marketing agency that it is not public, we never took money, no like angel investors, anything like that, they would name us. All right, it started with a core truth, right? Small businesses need digital marketing. That was really the foundation, right? We said, hey, if you are a dentist, you are learning how to treat people's teeth, you're not bothering to make a website, right? And as long as dentists don't start learning how to make websites, how to rank websites, etc., this core principle is going to work. And we do it better being a team. And the bigger we are, the more data we have, the more we have an advantage over everyone else. And as long as that's true, and that's really our North Star, then all else will be okay. So whether that meant, I don't know, private blog networks at one time, whether later that meant doing social media, right? As long as this is the core truth, we always look to that as a North Star. And the data reinforces that too, right? Here the data says that well over, 80% of people, of companies either look like outsource or partial or fully, around, I would say, 3/4. And people who do outsource their marketing efforts, basically all of them find it effective. So the data backed it. And we always, though, go back to our own data. We say, hey, is this actually work for the business we serve? And this is a graph, and we analyzed over 30,000 pages, and we said, hey, does actually writing content give us an ROAS, for every single industry? A little hard to see, but later you could get the slides. We looked at each chart, each group, couple of bar graphs is in a different industry, and we looked at each one. Hey, where does it make sense to write content? Maybe even more, maybe less. We did the same thing for link building. Hey, where does it make sense for us to build links versus write content?
And again, the more data we have, the more clients we had, just the more powerful we became, because all of a sudden we had this unfair advantage over someone else who's kind of just like guessing at what the results is. Well, we actually had the data. And this also showed that link building is effective. It still is even more so. It actually, the effectiveness of link building of backlinks has shot up recently, thanks to AI, because it's so much easier to write content. So all of a sudden the other stuff is more important. And then also, especially for small businesses, we found around a DR of 30. That's looking at Ahrefs, domain ranking. You could look at others as well. But at a certain point, there's a big inflection point where it's super important to build more links. And then all of a sudden, hey, let's invest back into content. OK, cool. SEO isn't the only thing that small businesses need. Again, back to our North Star, we said, hey, how do we actually help them if it's not just SEO that they need? Because I came from just link building, and really I saw it as, we would build links, and sometimes this website would be horrible, right? And the content would be horrible. And it's like, listen, we could do our part, but like you're not going to get the results you want. And though we, got the complaints, right? We said, hey, we bought all these links, but we're not ranking. And it's like, well, yeah, you're not ranking because the other parts aren't there. So that really led us to say, hey, if we want to help small businesses, we really need the big picture. This is a graph of our monthly annual revenue, and in green is SEO. SEO was, bigger part, and now, and you could even just see, it's like if we just did SEO, my company would be the green. We're revenue around, I don't know, over 3 million per month now, touching on 4. SEO is around half of that, so we would be twice more if we just did SEO. Okay, things I learned. This is where it gets a little funny. I'll keep talking fast. Okay. There's nothing special about an agency, right? It really led me to say, hey, really our biggest value proposition is our people. Like, yes, it's our data, but then it goes back to, hey, we need the people to analyze the data. We have nothing proprietary. There's no trademark, right? Nothing like that. One of the best things, a funny story with this one is forcing growth was one of the best things I've ever done. So back when we were a small company, and my vision was always actually to have like a small company, right? It's like ragtag group of like 5, 10 of like friends, like on a mission, doing something really cool. That was always my kind of like my daydream, right? And I had that, right? And I was like, oh man, like I have it. But all of a sudden, my best people, they wanted growth. They would say, hey, Mike, like, am I going to be your only salesperson like ever? And I'm like, yeah, like, yes, you will be. But then, well, fortunately, I should say, I realized that the best people, they wanted growth, and they really forced me to do that. So we made a little pact. We said, hey, every year we're going to grow 30%. And that really made sure that the best people, that people who wanted growth, the people who are overachievers, they don't have to look elsewhere for it. They would look and say, hey, I could really kick ass, be the top in your company. And in around 3 years, I could find the growth here versus literally having to leave in 3 years, as soon as we get the most value out of this person. So kind of worked out, I guess. Tell everyone the job sucks. So, when people come in and they interview, right, and we say, like, listen, like, here you have to work really hard. Like, you might come from a company, you're able to, like, kind of like put your head down and not do much, and you're able to, like, pass by, right? This is not that company, right? And we say that from the beginning, and it's really great, I think, filtering out the people who really, like, just want to get a job and kind of want to do the minimum, and they're fine with that. And like, I don't know, quite frankly, like a lot of my friends are like that, right? They're like my best friends, but, they would make horrible employees, right? They were, they joke like how little they work. And I'm like, yeah, you really can't do that with my company. Okay, pay people very little initial base salary, right? We structure in a way that you start off like really minimum I can pay in the market, and everything else is very merit-based, right? And quite frankly, I was talking to one of my clients who owns he's a franchisee. They do commercial cleaning, have around like 50 franchisees in the United States. And really, I'm talking to him. I'm like, man, you have the better model. I'm like, listen, I pay my people. I also pay to give them clients. They get a piece of what the clients pay them. If they lose clients, I pay to, marketing to give them more clients, right? And I'm like, you have it better. Your employees pay you. But yeah, we don't have that. But yeah, the model is, and we say like, from the start, and quite frankly, if you look at our Glassdoor, right, the complaints are like, hey, base salary is very low. And the people who, leave that bad review there are the people who, we told them from the start, but they kind of like, I guess, couldn't cut it. I don't know. All right, give everyone a small business owner's burden, right? We make it, again, as much as possible, whatever it is, that they see things from start to finish, and even if like you're a content writer, you're also the one talking to the client, kind of defending the content. In every job, right, and everything you do that's smart sites, really make sure that you own the product, right? That's up good. Okay, stop doing what got you here. Yeah, so kind of like a big thing, and you saw that as there's some points where like, our growth actually stunted a little bit, where we really had to like reinvent ourselves. We said, hey, the structure we had when we were small is totally different than the structure we need to have later. And basically kind of like actually like it happened when we had to add like another like vertical another vertical line in our org structure, right? Because before it was me, and then there was people, and then those people finally got their teams, but then those teams needed to get teams, and kind of at every single layer we said, hey, we really have to rethink things. Okay, be long-term lazy, right? It's kind of funny, right? One of like my biggest weaknesses, I would say, like in grade school was I was lazy, right? Like I didn't want to do everything. I always found shortcuts, or I always found a friend who said like, hey, let's do this homework together maybe, right? But all of a sudden, like if you take that mindset and you make it a little bit more productive, especially now with AI, and you say, hey, I want to do as little as possible tomorrow, right? I want to do as little as possible next week. Like here are the outputs that are expected of you. How could you achieve them in the best possible way? Ends up really good. Okay. Ignore most KPIs. One of the kind of the best things that happened to me. So when I first started, like SEO and an agency, I was in college and I didn't even have an office. And then I got an office. We got one office and a bigger office and then the bigger office, and then COVID happened. But when we had an office, all of a sudden there were so many distractions. Like I remember there was a fight on like the temperature of the office, right? And it was like a big debate, or like this person would take a long lunch and they would say, hey, Mike, can I take 1.5 hour lunches? Like, is that fine for me? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. Geez, like, how does that help my clients rank? I don't want to hear this, right? So all of a sudden, especially if you're working in a remote environment, it's really good to, hey, like you always focus in on like what actually matters. And a lot of the things are key point interferences. I call them KPIs. Okay, make yourself replaceable, right? That's kind of the key. And again, with AI, it kind of just makes it a lot easier, right? And at every single point, it's like, okay, it's starting from the get-go. Hey, I did everything, and then it's like, okay, I need a salesperson. So I'm not doing sales anymore. I'm doing that. That person doing sales, but I am now managing that salesperson and giving him KPIs and managing him and coaching him, and then go, okay, well now I got to replace that. So who is going to do the sales coaching and the sales KPI monitor and everything, right? So at every single segment, you're always like, all right, what is literally my role now? Let me write it down. Let me monitor it for the next week or two, and then say, okay, how do I replace myself, right? And whether it's through AI or personnel or just, this is now your role. This is now your responsibility. This is now your OKR, etc. Okay, told you we're gonna make this fast. Okay, don't lead, let others lead. Yeah, I'm kind of really good at like being in a situation and then like just being quiet, being like, hey, like I could solve this, but I kind of want to see how people like solve it themselves, right? And a lot of times I think that becomes the best type of leadership. Again, it's not like ignore, if I see something that's obviously wrong, well, I'll say if I see something that's obviously wrong, I also sometimes don't say anything. It's like, hey, let this person make the mistake. If it's like totally destructive, then, then naturally I step in or I coach you later. But, a lot of times, and I have to tell this to my, my team leads too now, right? Because now they're, managing teams, et cetera. It's kind of like, hey, let people fail, like don't step in unless you really have to, et cetera. Okay. We're gonna make it fast. I told you nothing special about the agency. What actually means people are your value proposition, right? Give them the right tools, etc., to actually succeed. Force growth, man. I'm so scared of not growing. The few years that we grew like single digits, that was like the scariest thing, because I said like, hey, this is when we're gonna lose our best people. Yeah, and much rather like, it's like people say we have growing pains, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want, but like shrinking pains are so much worse than growing pains, right? Like I'd much rather be like in a position to like have to solve for that than really like having like to solve for letting people go and things like that. Okay, tell everyone the job sucks. It really sets expectations. Hey, we are the hardest working people here. We're the hardest working agency. So if you want to work for us, really like make sure you actually want to. You're not going to get paid a lot, right? You have the path to make a lot, but from the start, you're going to have to work really, really hard. So, here's our competitors. They have job openings if that's not for you. Give everyone's the burden as owner, really make them feel like the owner. So many studies now, like owners work harder, right? So make everyone feel like the owner. Like, hey, you want to be an entrepreneur? Great, join my company. I let you be an entrepreneur. You get your own clients. Once you're really excellent, you get a team that has their own clients. You are like an owner. Stop doing what got you here. You really have to reinvent yourself. Be lazy, you know, really like optimize at every point. Like, hey, how can I like do this super fast, right? Ignore most KPIs, you know, really focus on what matters. Make yourself replaceable. Really get your ego out of there, right? It's kind of like, hey, like I am replaceable. I'm not the smartest person in the room. How do I, you know, have someone else do this? And quiet leadership, I think, is really the best type of leadership. And that's my presentation, guys. Thank you so much. You're very welcome. That's all, folks. Yeah. That's it. I did it in 15? I did it. Yeah, 15 minutes. What?
How many years? 20 what?
I started, I graduated in 2011, and I started that same year, yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I was doing websites before, but 2011 is when I graduated college and it became full-time.
Tons of questions, but in respect to everyone.
Yeah.
You're on my WhatsApp.
Yeah. No, let's grab beer. Yeah, all of us.
And,
yeah, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's, well, I think we can ask questions over beer. I think we're good here.
We've made it all. It was a fantastic day. All fantastic.
Yeah, yeah. Everyone who left out here, I owe you beer or drink of choice. Oh yeah, yeah. Hey, a big applause to you and your team. Hey.
Let's go back on the splash page. Thank you for everyone who is watching. How many guys still online?
12 right now.
Oh.
12 people.
Thanks everyone for watching.
We will live soon.